Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first episode of Bevvies with the Boys for Worlds 2021. It has been too long since the last episode. As always, I am Munchables. I am joined by Dagda. We are the boys, and today we're doing a repeat episode. We got Grabbz and Peter Dunn back at it again. How are you gents doing? It has been a little bit of a while. Are you enjoying the World Championship despite qualification issues, shall we say? Don't worry,
all I'm saying is that I'm too depressed watching it, but I'm too addicted to League to not watch it. So I'm picking my poison every day.
Yeah.
So are you like sitting there being like, I never would have done that. Never in a million years would I have taken that picture.
Yeah, I'm like, you're so shit, but I'm worse. That's pretty much every game.
I'm enjoying it more than I was last year. That's all I can say. Because at this point last year, we were already going home. So yeah. I mean, it's fun to enjoy it as a fan for once. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. All right, well, let's kick this off how we always kick this off. This is Bevvies with the Boys, so let's start by talking about the bevies. We'll go in clockwise order. So, Peter, do you want to kick us off here? What are you drinking tonight? Because
so
it's an intriguing one, isn't it?
So I just want to say in advance because Evil Geniuses obviously know the way. Obviously, Bud Light and Elysium would be the drinks of choice if I could get them. But as I'm as you can see, I'm in a delightful airport hotel. I took what was available, so I'm on Bailey's tonight. So there you go.
Oh
Bailey's.
Boy!
late night Bailey's. So.
That sounds great.
Strong start. I'm not sure I've ever had like more than a shot of Bailey's at a time, aside from in cocktails. So I'm curious how that one goes. All right. Yeah, Grabbz. What? Because last time, Grabbz, I'm pretty sure you were on you had some fancy cocktail that you were making for yourself, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Today I'm too lazy. Instead, shame on me. I haven't actually drank Japanese whiskey yet. So I brought the Yamakasi, the 12-year-old one. Like a pretty good bottle. Cracking it open with the boys. So I'm going to enjoy this one. On ice, of course.
And you were saying before the episode that you bought that specially for the occasion, which just the fact that you consider Bevvies with the Boys an occasion, I appreciate it.
I mean, when do I get to drink alcohol and talk about League? And then it gets streamed as well. Like, this is unique, so I love it.
To be fair, maybe if you did the show a bit more regularly, it wouldn't be an occasion.
That's true. Yeah, we're not so hot at the regularity, let's be honest. But all right, Dagda, let's continue the circle. What are you on tonight, buddy?
I decided to copy Grabbz because I finished my Worlds, so I decided to treat myself to a Biki, a Japanese whiskey as well. That is super good, and yeah, I'm excited for it.
Nice. Okay, I've not gone. I missed the memo on the whiskey, and I'm glad because I fucking hate whiskey. I'm not gonna lie. I brought a chopping board and my own cucumber, so that I can have my proper.
Speaking of chopping boards,
with the cucumber and everything. So I'm going all out tonight, gentlemen.
Yeah. Speaking of chopping boards, I think. I think there's something to address. There was potential of you? Oh, okay, sorry. I thought this was a segue.
Okay, we're gonna start off strong. So let's just hit the elephant in the room, shall we? I think we should maybe just grab the bull by the proverbial horns. So if anyone didn't know, there was a video on Twitter tonight. In case anyone missed it. Grabbz, do you want to... I'll just let you introduce what's going on here, because I'm really nervous to put my foot in a pie, so I'm going to let you tackle this head on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just technically this year. Wait, this is wrong. I'm LFT Grabbz right now. So if somebody needs somebody in Plat 1 to coach his team for Clash or something, hit me up. But yeah, I mean,
it is what it is, right? I might hit you.
Yeah, 4 years in G2 have come to an end. Also because of results, but I think even without us not going to Worlds, it was headed that direction. So to me, there's no surprise. I've known it for a long time. But yeah, of course, we would have liked to go out with a bang and the title, or at least one title this year, but it wasn't meant to be. So here I am without the team now. And yeah. Cheers to that.
Yeah, well, let's all have a drink to that. I haven't actually finished.
Great.
Bear with me a second.
This is where he regrets the cucumber. Just takes.
I know, yeah. I didn't think about the first drink. I thought about the ones for the rest of the night. Here we go. All right, everyone in chat as well. Cheers, Grabbz.
Thanks, guys. I was joking, but yeah.
I'm just going to say, Grabbz, the weather in Los Angeles is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that.
Aren't you in the UK at the minute, Peter? How would you know what the weather's like in Los Angeles?
That's the problem with Los Angeles. It's always fantastic.
I mean, it's off season, right? If we like meet there for some reason, then you can show me around.
Yeah, I mean,
Mike on a vacation, right? Who knows?
Yeah, it's a minor vacation. Best place I can possibly imagine.
Well,
Also, add right to the max. We're joking. Please, no ban. Thank you.
Yeah, we're definitely joking.
Yeah. Hey, to be fair, me and Rob are thinking about going on holiday to Vegas after Worlds.
That is true.
If you've got a bit of free time,
it.
come on down.
Yeah,
Let's,
that's our excuse. So if you want to jump in on that excuse, feel free. You know.
Now we're talking.
All right, so
Guys, I legit just said I lost my job. Okay, I can't go to Vegas. What the fuck?
True that. Okay, so let's talk League of Legends a little bit here. So for you guys, you know, we unfortunately not making it to Worlds this year. But have you been watching the Worlds? Like, is it too depressing to watch? Have you watched the games today? Have you been watching play-ins? Have you been enjoying the tournament? Because I've been watching a lot of it, and a lot of it was not really what I was expecting to see. Let's be honest. I think this has been a bit of a topsy-turvy world so far.
I mean, Peter can go first, I think.
I could go. I was enjoying it until Game 7 today. Then I wasn't enjoying it so much. But it's been a fun one. Can you guys hear echo from my voice?
No, you're all good.
Not an echo, no. It's not the greatest mic ever, but I don't think it's echoing, no. Which one was Game 7?
Can you hear me now?
It was mad lines.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you fine. Yeah, we're all good.
No.
Yeah.
So-
At least you got to Game 7. We got to Game 1 before we started to cry.
Yeah, and it wasn't far into Game 1. Let's be honest. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone saw Game number 1, down 1 FPX. Like, there was this moment. I was watching it with Rob. We were on Discord chatting away.
Yeah.
Doing B has the Galio. He's got Predator. Gets spotted on a Scryer's Bloom while he's like at Pixel Brush or something, and he's like, "Oh, you know I'm ganking top? Like I give a fuck." And just like Chad walks the whole way up river into the lane, and then obviously the play completely explodes. It's like, I don't know if coin flipping the first
for the
play of
draft.
the first game of Worlds is the play for. But I guess it's FPX, so maybe it is the play.
Like, I'm looking for the draft, but I think even the draft rate was hard to play, just because that guy got Trundle, I think, right into LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound playable, honestly.
Yeah. It
So I
was,
think from that already, they can't punish the Yuumi anymore, and then they're also losing mid jungle. So go next really fast.
Yeah.
What did you think about the Yuumi priority?
I mean, as to answer the question,
Okay,
I was really far away from League, because for the first time in like 5 years at a vacation. So I actually was in Greece, enjoyed the sun, saw family, so I didn't watch as much. So it might just be a bit behind on the meta. I heard the rumours Giga broken, but then he's not being played that much. And if he's being played, then he loses every game. And yeah, I guess Yuumi is like always, right? If you can't punish her, then good luck to you if she can scale. But I mean, we had the same thing 2019, and I think with the Garen Yuumi even, right?
Yeah.
So nothing much there. I think like Grog showed you can win against it, right? Especially if you show the Yuumi early in the draft, you can punish it because you have auto push bot. I think so, at least. Again, maybe misfortune then just ease you and then they get push in that matchup specifically, but they can't really fight you, right? So I think there are enough ways to play against it, but of course it's just like one team aggressive, one team defensive, so but that team wins. And then unless Armut decides to go to the jungle, into the darkness for no reason when the third leg spawns, I think Matt can win the game, but he really had a hot date there, like Alex would say, and made sure the game is over quickly.
I mean, he needs to show that he's not afraid, right? So he's
Mm-hmm.
definitely not afraid. That's one
Yeah,
thing you
I
can
was
say
about to
about
say,
that.
like, he was lots of things, but not afraid there. That's for sure.
I mean, it's been really interesting because we've seen the Koreans go really high priority Yuumi, but they've been pairing it Yuumi Grace, which I noticed, which has always been a combo which is really strong. But they found ways to like flex Grace because Grace has normally been a jungle pick, but I've seen that a lot of the Korean players have been playing it top. Like lots of junglers have been playing it top in solo queue. Lots of top laners have been playing it top, and sometimes when I see Showmaker go top, he's also been playing Graves, right? So I wonder whether this Graves is specifically a top lane only thing, or whether it's something top lane jungle only, or whether we might even see it mid in certain matchups at Worlds. Also with Yuumi, obviously Yuumi's a really really strong pick, but you need something to put it on. Obviously LeBlanc is in the meta, fantastic pick with Yuumi. Graves, obviously Graves Yuumi is like one of the most busted combos you have in League of Legends, and basically it was interesting to me that that they ran the Yuumi Jin lane because Yuumi Jin is not normally a really strong lane, right? Because they don't normally, those two champions don't have much synergy, but because the Jin has been left alone, you just put your Yuumi on your Graves and you go around the map together and you play the helicopter roaming style and just leave bot lane to be a 1v1 lane, and it seems to work so far. I wonder how people are going to adapt coming into day two, because this is clearly something the Koreans had up their sleeves, and let's see how the rest of the tournament adapts into playing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I will say, it's surprising to see so much Yuumi priority and so little bot lane priority from other teams, right? Because when you think about Yuumi, usually it's like you're kind of giving up a lot of your control in the 2v2, right? You're not usually locking in Yuumi to dominate the lane 2v2. And especially with things like Nami Lucian that can absolutely destroy 2v2 in the bot side. I was kind of expecting a lot of teams to go, okay, you're playing Yuumi, great. We're just going to dive bot over and over and over and over and over again. I don't feel like we've really seen that much today. Like, I feel like we've seen the opposite of that today.
One thing to consider as well is that if you have Yuumi, you can never leave bot lane normally. That means if the enemy team is like Leona or Nautilus, he can go to mid, wave 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if he wants to. So as a mid laner, usually you really don't want Yuumi in your team, at least the first 20 minutes. Afterwards, of course, if you're LeBlanc especially, you have lots of fun, right? But like that's the hard part about it. It's not even laning. Like it doesn't matter that much because also I think Vega the 2-minute tweet, which is correct, is that teams tend to try to trade Yuumi and then the lane pushes to them and they can just farm. Whereas she's weaker if the wave pushes out and they can contest the all-in. So either you can like threaten that one and free early, but she has to push out, or you push in and then your support can roam freely. And I think their teams so far haven't punished correctly. But maybe also you miss that broken, that doesn't matter, right? Like in the past, we used to say if you're 3k behind with Yuumi 20 minutes, you still win the game really easily. So it is a time bomb for sure.
So long as there's something for her to attach to, that is. So long as there's like an Olaf or a Graves or some kind of bruiser that. Sorry, go on.
Didn't look that broken when C9 picked it.
But... it felt really weird to me watching the FPX game because like you had the MF Yuumi and I was like, oh, you got a Galio Jarvan. I thought they're just gonna go play around bot, you know, burn a couple of summer spells, you hit 6, and then you just all in on the bot side. And then I watched them go for that weird play top. I was just like, we're doomed. This is just over. It's just completely doomed.
Can you guys talk about like, because again, I'm the noob here, right? Like this guy here, this guy actually talks about League. I'm just here to get drunk. Like the Jarvan priority 1-2 so early, like showing Jarvan jungle that early is just I think suicide, no? Like he doesn't win every matchup and you can draft around it. I think the pick is so damn worthless.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The thing about FPX though is that they play that Jarvan top. I wouldn't be surprised if they played it mid as well. But no, I agree with you. Like I think that you go Jarvan there and me team goes LeBlanc, your game's completely over. I mean,
It happened twice today, no? I think
Yeah.
even. It happened like with Matt, like picking Jarvan early, and then with Damwon, they also picked LeBlanc, and then how do you play even?
Yep. No, I agree with you. I mean, at least Matt had TFO. Like, I mean, sure, Galio is technically a counter to LeBlanc, but I mean, Galio's not going to do anything.
Yeah,
against LeBlanc
no, that's true.
And also, when LeBlanc goes Longsword Conqueror, she could just kind of auto Galio out of the lane endlessly. Magic Shield's not going to do much here. It's like the Hail of Blades LeBlanc that we saw. I forget who played it in LPL last year.
Against Kassadin, though, right?
Yeah. But it's kind of a similar idea, right? It's the spell shield doesn't work, the et cetera. But yeah, interesting one. Also, random thought. Oh, sorry, go on. If you want to hit more on the LeBlanc topic.
No, I mean just the last thing on the Yuumi Jarvan thing. You know, it's the 2 games that Yuumi won today, yes, they were both by Korean teams. It was Yuumi and Graves, and Yuumi was on the Graves for the majority of the game, right? In the 2 games that Yuumi lost, there was no Graves in the game. There was 100 Thieves had Yuumi, Jarvan, MF, Zoe, and C9 had Yuumi, MF, Xin Zhao. Okay, Yuumi Xin Zhao's not bad, but Yuumi Silas is not the greatest. Like Yuumi Na is okay, right? But let's see what the Yuumi is being played with. Before we judge how broken this champion is. Could also be that the Koreans understand how to play better than the NA teams. The NA teams just copying what they see.
That'd be a really novel concept in League of Legends, wouldn't it? The Koreans understanding how to play something better than the rest of the world. We've never seen that before.
I mean, all I'm going to say is that NA has 100% win rate when they haven't picked Yuumi in this tournament, right? No. Besides like 2 games, right? So
besides like 2 games.
Besides 2 games. Right? But today, NA
Hello, Freak. How are you doing?
That's Freak stats, yeah. These games.
I mean, all I say is that NA in best of ones today, they picked Yuumi once. They won. No, they didn't pick Yuumi once. They won, and then they picked Yuumi twice, and they lost. So.
That's also how I draft, guys. I tell my players, hey, if we don't lose, we win. So that's my drafting.
That's how stats work, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not far off. So, bonus random stat for you guys. So far across the course of the day, I've literally just discovered this as I've looked at the pick and bans page on Leaguepedia.
Oh, no.
7 out of the 8 games were wins for the blue side today. So, day 1 overreaction, is blue side straight up OP? Is it even winnable if you play red side anymore? Because it does, I mean, there are a lot of really strong first picks right now. Do you guys lean into that kind of stuff, or do you kind of lean away from that? Because I know certain analysts really, really buy into like blue side, red side. Certain analysts kind of not so fussed.
I mean, so red side has banned today a lot of Aurelia and Tryndamere, right? Besides Genji and RNG that went through. I'm just checking again to make sure that I don't talk bullshit. And I guess afterwards there's LeBlanc and Yuumi. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of strong first picks, and then traditionally blue side is better. I still don't think that Yuumi and LeBlanc first pick should work in a way that it is like a side difference. Like, sure, team diff can happen, but I think it should not be a blue side thing, honestly. From the drafts I've seen today. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Again, Matt could have won against TL really easily. The other game was like T1 against the Nation Focus Me, EDG against Thunder Thieves. So I think it's also just like the team diff today.
I also think that the red side was much stronger in plans. So we have to go and see how that transfers later on into the tournament. For me, I always like red side a lot more, unless you can 2-3 or 4-5 your bot lane. But if Yuumi is just that broken that you can go bot lane plus jungler 1-2-3, then maybe blue side is really, really strong. So
I mean, as an example for this, EDG and Thunder Thieves, they blind pick their mid and top in 2-3. Doesn't get punished at all, just have push. And they play against Yuumi. So I felt that the draft was so over watching it. But maybe in a different scenario, like Abidaga thinks he can push or Zoe against LeBlanc. But then they've Jarvan against Lee Sin, and now against Yuumi, so I don't think that the draft is playable at all. But maybe there was something, I don't know.
Yeah,
again, that worlds are not right, so
you don't have to say that everything you say.
I do for myself.
I trust your judgment. I trust your judgment, dude.
No, but I agree, right? Like the 1v1 is fine, it's playable, right? It's a skill matchup, but the 2v2 is not 100% not playable. Like that 2v2 is just not playable.
Yeah.
So.
And then even if it were, then now it comes around, right? Because you have Yuumi, so.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, what did you guys think of the FPX comp today, by the way, where they had like the Nautilus Kai'Sa, they had Galio, Jarvan, and then Jace. It felt like it didn't feel very similar to any other Worlds draft we've seen. It felt like a draft from a few months ago, right, with a couple of differences, but it didn't feel like a draft that basically anyone else is playing. It felt like they're on a different page when it comes to the meta. Honestly, the meta today feels like it's shifted dramatically comparatively to what we saw in play-ins as well. Do you guys think we're going to see more of that stuff, or that was just FPX kind of doing FPX things and being on a bit of a different page?
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like they were like, okay, Kai'Sa out is not going to punish the Yuumi necessarily really hard, because Kai'Sa's not that strong early. They can fight them for UV, of course, but then again, they have Jarvan for some reason. Maybe to take the least bind, actually, okay. If they've Sin, maybe it's a bit different, but I think the idea was just basically get something bot that can scale with the Yuumi and one-shot the target that ever gets hit, and then kind of pick top sidelines. But then they pick Guy on 5 and Jace on 4. So I think they just wanted to have strong solo lanes, but it didn't work out really for them. So yeah, I mean, in a different scenario, if they pick like the Galio and have a Sin and LeBlanc can't play the game, for whatever reason, then the draft looks good, right? But as you said, like if they go top and they're seen, then it's just hard with this draft, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting though. I think FPX, if you're going to pick Kaiser 1-2, it suggests that you think they're going to go Ezreal Yuumi, right? Because normally you go MF there, but people don't want to go Ezreal. Like Ezreal, people in this tournament so far are picking Ezreal into the MF, and Ezreal is the only champion that really looks fantastic into the MF. So I think they wanted to avoid picking MF themselves, but then they put themselves in a really, really awkward position in this draft.
Yeah.
So sure, if MF Yuumi are going to play together, like your Jarvan Kaiser Nautilus is going to play super, super well together, but the Yuumi is not going on the MF this game. The Yuumi is going on the LeBlanc, it's going on the Grace. And then you're really doomed. So yeah, so it's just been interesting. Like it's rare that you see such a different understanding of the meta come out, because this has not been something we've seen in play-ins, it's not been something we've seen in playoffs. Like the Korean teams have really had something up their sleeves, and they just pulled it out today. And it's interesting that obviously you'd expect Reaper to talk to a lot of the Korean coaches about meta, so I think that's probably explains why 100 Thieves had it. And yeah, it's just really, really interesting. First day of Worlds is always super, super interesting, but it hasn't been this way since play-ins has come into its current format and been a part of Worlds, because normally you get to see some things in play-ins, and sometimes play-ins will prioritize a pick which people think is OP before the tournament. In previous years it's been like Echo Jungle. This year it was maybe Tryndamere, and then that kind of gets filtered out after the play-ins, but it's rare that you see something completely new that hasn't even been shown.
Yeah, I was going to say it's really funny because traditionally, at least, what happens is that, of course, the Koreans and the Chinese have the same meta going into the tournament. That means the Korean and Chinese team that are playing the play-ins will show what they think. That means back then, for example, in scrims last year, we couldn't play against Lux and Caitlyn, we couldn't play against Rakan Twitch. It was unplayable. Like, we just lost every single game. They played it in play-ins, it became meta there, and then they lost, like, I think 60% of the games. And then every team dropped it completely. There was, like, no play of it anymore. So it benefited us a lot, but it's kind of interesting that Humble Life didn't pick up on the Yuumi that much. Like, it didn't show it, so it couldn't lose because of them, and so therefore they play it now. But expect if, like, let's say 2 more teams play it and then they lose, could be unlucky, right? Then Korea's quick to also drop the picks again. And they will go back to something more like Nautilus, Leona, traditional supports.
Interesting. So when it comes to the Yuumi, though, do you guys have, like... So obviously Yuumi's been meta before. I mean, we've seen that horrendously so. In your guys' experience, what is the play when Yuumi's super strong? Because, like, based on what we've seen from the Korean teams at least today, it seems like Yuumi's going to be a power pick for the rest of the tournament. What's the port of action? What's the port of call? Like, how do you stop the Yuumi? What do you do to ruin the Yuumi's day?
I mean, this guy, I'm just going to say that this guy picked Yuumi against us in a playoff series and murdered us with Yuumi. So I think you should go first, Grabbz.
Yeah, we're dirty abusers. I can say first, Mordekaiser bot lane is not the answer. We tried that one time on stage. Did not work out.
I remember that, actually. Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, there's also the play where Perks just goes top TP and misses every skill shot and dies. Something there.
Yeah,
the game is a bit different, but I think that the best way to play against Yuumi is, and as Peter said, like, the Yuumi will not be on a D carry, right? It's not like an Ezreal Yuumi usually. The best course of action is, like, ignore the Yuumi, I think, get the Herald early, get your top laner ahead, get something on top lane that can actually threaten the Yuumi carrier, which will be like something like a Graves or LeBlanc, so something like Arise or Camille are traditionally really good against Yuumi comps because they just have so much burst damage and also lockdown. And then get the top mid ahead because, again, your support can move more than Yuumi can. So get, like, let's say, I'm not sure how good it is in this meta, right? But Ashen as a champion, right? Who you can't really dive them. They have wave control a bit. They can clear the wave out. And let your support be like a Naut Leona, go mid 24/7, push mid out, go top, and play the game that way. Because, yeah, again, it's not Yuumi with a bot lane focus. It's Yuumi with, like, either mid, jungle, or top focus.
You can also do something which will free scale. You can go like Lulu lanes into Yuumi, and just like
Lukok, yeah.
Yeah, Lulu Cog or something like this, and just stop the Yuumi like late game. So,
do you think that's possible this Worlds? Do you think Cog is in a good enough place?
I mean,
because Jackie loves the Cog more. He said that
Yeah.
AD carries die so often right now that Kog'Maw's really good because you can get maximum efficiency out of your passive. That was an unironic answer from him in an interview. He wasn't even joking. But do you think that Kog'Maw is actually in a good enough spot where that could actually be something doable?
So, if MF is banned,
Yeah.
Twitch is the champion.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I just
Tom and Jerry.
highlight. Yeah, I highlight Twitch. You can also do it with Jinx. There's other things you can do that aren't Kog'Maw. But basically, you have to against Yuumi. You can't have half measures. You either have to go like hard fight them in scaling 2v2 bot lane, or you go play into top side like with everything you've got and you just dare them to threaten you on the bot side. Although I've seen Yuumi being played on Grace, right? So it's not like Yuumi is locked in bot lane. But you have to hard commit to one strategy, because the one thing that Yuumi is really, really good at is punishing half-hearted attempts to kind of hedge strategy, right? So yeah. I'm just thinking what else you could go and play into. To be honest,
I think Twitch is pretty good. I think as much as banned, Twitch is pretty good. Especially because she can't beat all targets at the same time, right? So either they death ball and then Twitch is also happy, or they can't play sides and then Twitch is also happy. So that's good if Miss Fortune's banned.
Is there a world where we just see stuff like Leona Draven locked in bot just to try and outdo MF Yuumi, right? Because they'll just win the 2v2. You just E every time MF tries to ult you. You just outdamage them and just kill them.
But Draven also is like a really fine line, right? Where he gets out scared really hard if he doesn't perfectly execute, I think. The Sona one, like Sona Tarek, like in the past, right?
Yeah.
True, yeah.
And does she farm though? Like she can't farm, she can't push, so it just be support.
Yeah. Could be like Seraphine. Maybe you have Seraphine farming.
Seraphine actually could be, yeah.
Okay,
we're
so
really talking.
Remains to be seen though. This is like a theory crafting conversation at this point.
Soraka comes maybe as well.
Soraka.
LS is going to be rubbing his hands together, hearing someone else say
I mean,
that
against
out loud.
Yuumi for sure, it's good.
Oh god, yeah, we'll see.
We really,
I hope not. No. I really hope that's not the way that the meta goes across worlds. I'm hoping for, as you can tell by my Draven suggestion, I'd rather have something a little more proactive than that. Let's talk about some regional stuff though as well, because I mean, I think going into today, like certainly personally speaking, I'm a European guy that commentates the Chinese league. So I have 7 good teams that I can rely on coming into this tournament.
Oh, that's scoping already.
Today, like,
that's scoping already. Holy shit.
There's no way that this could go wrong. Holy crap, has it been a terrible day for both LPL and for EU? Like, what on it? Did you guys expect this? Like, it from behind the scenes, was there like more information that I was just not privy to? Like, what happened to LPL today? What happened to EU today?
One of the things I actually found really interesting was I was talking to Jordan about this. Apparently, the LPL teams had like a completely different read on the meta coming into Worlds compared to the others. Now, we were talking a little bit about it, but I'm wondering if that was like a large portion, especially for FPX. But at least as an LPL guy, I still have EDG. EDG look like they're the real deal.
And RNG.
God, yeah.
Cool. One team played NA, the other team played PG, so congrats.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
We take those.
Didn't they play Fnatic? It was PSG. It was PSG.
Yeah, no, it was Fnatic versus Hanwha.
I mean, the first day sickness is for sure a thing, right? Where you go on stage and like, wait, what is this?
Wait, what's this upset stuff that's coming in through my timeline? Holy moly! Did you see the Bloop tweet? Did you see the Bloop tweet?
No.
It's a fake Bloop. Look at the tag. It's bleep. It's not Bloop.
Oh, it's a fake. Okay. It's
Another one.
You've been duped live on stream.
Another one.
It's a real Bloop. Wait, no. Oh, no, it's parody. Okay. Holy shit.
Okay. No, it's him saying this is a parody.
Okay. Holy moly. I mean, we've already had one team. I mean, Hanwha Life, and Fnatic. I mean, Beyond Gaming and Fnatic for HLE. Like, you know, they're
honestly, Fnatic's game was so tragic to watch today. The game was so free win. My god.
Yeah.
But it's Fnatic, right? So they can just fight. Fnatic against Hanwha Life.
Oh yeah.
Where they have to go for Herald. There's no way they can just go bot and open bot. No, they have to fight there. 2v4 and then 3v4, but that's Fnatic, right? But yeah, going back to regional strength, by the way, I was really worried going for Europe into the
I
tournament.
love how you just drop that and you're like, but going on to regional strength. I'll just quickly drop that a little
So-
bit.
We'll talk about it later,
Then
we'll
we'll
talk
move
about it
on.
later.
I mean, it has to happen at some point, right? But again, I can admit we were dog shit, but it's not like the other teams were really good. I think Matt and Fnatic do one thing really well, which I mean, very very broadly speaking, so don't make it too hard or like too easy to understand, is that they basically just overload the site, they overstay on the site, and if you don't respect it, you get punished, especially Fnatic, and they make every player S5. Which would mean if you have discipline, you can punish them really easily. Well, not really easily, but you can punish them. You can play on tempo. And then, especially like Matt today, they've shown as soon as they were behind on tempo, it's hard for them to come back if you respect their plays. Where like when TL one time overstayed top lane, they didn't respect the play, they got the Pete and they died. But if you just keep playing on tempo, then they have a hard time. We were too shit to do so, but I thought like good teams will actually be able to do so. And then I was worried about Matt and Fnatic going into international tournaments. Which again, Matt I think should have won today if Armwood just presses S and looks at them and says, "Sure, they get 2 drakes at 20 minutes. I don't care." But as Peter Dunn said, he had to show he's manly. He had to contest the space against Ezreal with no vision. But yeah, I was not too hyped on EO, honestly. Rogue is an entire different matter. I think every time it also shows that if they can't draft for 3 winning lanes and just let's buy full clear, they can't win. Thankfully, Cloud9 didn't pick up on this, so Rogue still got the winning lanes and Spike got full clear, and then they win the game. But yeah, I wasn't happy about Europe. I'm surprised about LPL, but at the same time, though, it's dumb one, right? If you can lose against one Korean team, it's dumb one. So I don't think that should matter. And I still think that FPX, not FPX, but LPL is the strongest region by far. I don't think that Genji is particularly insane. I think Damwon and SKT are good. But technically, EDG, RNG, and FPX should be good. So you have one more team.
Yeah, I mean, like you guys, I'm a anyone but Korea fan. So today's been a really really rough day.
Same
but,
dude.
but you know, I'd expect you know, I think FPX had one of those games that FPX, right, and people were saying they were vulnerable in best of ones, and you know, it is Damwon Gaming, so we'll see how it goes. What I'm really concerned about, though, is where EU strength is going to come from, because Rogue have like that Nightmare group. You know, maybe they'll get priority lanes against one of the other 2 teams in the group. They may get underestimated. You know, Hanshammer might get to play as Callisto, who's Draven. They'll just play hard to try to snowball the game. So maybe it's not doomed for Rogue, but it seems pretty doomed for Fnatic if Upset is gone, right? Because Upset's their security in late game.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm also pretty sure if Upset is playing, he's calling them come bot when they go for Herald, by the way.
Yep.
I think he's screaming for to punish bot lane because they were behind in tempo anyway, so why go Herald? Just go bot, not let the AD carry farm, and you trade plates, and it's fine.
Yeah, no, I agree. Your chat on your Discord, no, not your Discord, on your stream is asking why anyone but Korea. I've coached in every other region except Korea, so I don't. That's
Odd
why.
flex, but
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Mr. Worldwide. I'm sorry.
Me too, dude. That's totally by reasons. Nothing to do with personal biases at all.
All I say, Grabbz is, you know, second region.
Good source. All I'm saying is that I've been all over the world, and the only place I don't like is I haven't been there.
This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity.
I mean, Grabbz was signaling with the Japanese whiskey. He's clearly going to LJL. DFM Grabbz. You know what I'm saying?
Hit me up.
LJL on their way up, though. It's really, really good.
I'm just saying as well, if you guys want to become like career nemesis or something, Yamata Cannon's already set the groundwork for you. Grabbz, you could be the second LCK Western coach or whatever.
I mean, I'm turbo down for LCK, but I don't think they want Western coaches really. So
I mean, he's the isn't like there's never been a Chinese coach in LCK, right? Yamato is the only foreign coach that's ever coached in LCK.
Yeah, I think so. If I'm not mistaken, or at least foreign head coach specifically, right?
Yeah.
I think there's been.
Oh yeah, because LS was
And to be fair, I think my coaching style wouldn't work in Korea because they're so uptight about age and the structure. Where I'm very flat in my coaching, so I think that could be an issue.
Do you think that that's something like how significant do you think coaching styles variance is like between the different regions, because obviously this is the kind of conversation that I think happens a ton on like Reddit and Twitter, where you'll see some tweet and like 19 replies down, the conversation is completely shifted. Everyone's been insulted a million times, and now we're talking about how the coaching styles are so different that it's impossible for this region to ever succeed, kind of thing. Like, how much do you guys buy into this dramatic shift in styles? Do you think it does matter this much? Do you think it's to the point where you literally could never succeed as a coaching career because the style is so different? Or do you think that it's to some extent it's of course case by case, but like, do you buy into the massive significance of that?
That's a great question. Oh, there's Peter. What do you think?
You're asking two.
Hey, you can pass on the question. I'm making this up as I go along. So there's no...
you should never hire European coaches for Asian teams. Yeah, that's definitely the way.
That's where I was going with that. Yeah, I just wanted to. Yeah, I'm just anything to get the clickbait, guys. We've got to get the views in here. That's all I'm here for.
I mean, all I would say is that. Look, I mean, if you're going to be a top-down coach, you have to be an expert on a lot of things, and you have to have a very good network of people feeding information into you, and you have to. How you treat your players is different, and I don't mean you're treating them badly, right? But how you interact with them, how you look after them, and all of that is vastly different in those kind of coaching systems. And to be honest, I would like Grabbz, because of the environment I've grown up in and learned to coach in. I would never feel comfortable fulfilling that kind of a role, right? Even when I've worked with Asian teams, I've never been head coach, and I think I would struggle to be that kind of pure, almost heartless, right? Like figure at the top of it all. I need to have a close relationship with my players, and that's that's all I have to say about that. I don't know Korea that well at all. Like I don't know how things are done. But all I would say is when I moved to NA, like the understanding in NA and the expectations in NA was, well, maybe it's just at EG, was that you would have to fill more of that role, right? Whereas on Mad Lions or on Splice, it was never like that. On INTZ, it was never like that. It was never, you do what I say. It's let's come up with a solution together. Let's find the solution together. So yeah.
So has that changed on EG since you joined then? Have you changed the atmosphere there, or have you had to maneuver into that style more?
Combination of the two. I mean, it was hard at the start, right? But I mean, I've got a group of players that are more willing to kind of fill that. But there has to be an understanding that if you speak out or if you flame me in front of the other players, that's okay, right? And it took time for people to be comfortable, just like saying you're just wrong. And I'm one of those coaches that doesn't mind being wrong, because I throw out ideas a lot in review. Sometimes I'll have an idea which maybe is right, but it's kind of a flip. It's just to get people to think about the game in a certain way. And if you're just sitting there, especially with an academy team, or you throw out those ideas and then nobody responds, and they're just nodding when you're saying something which is clearly just you could easily be wrong, then that's kind of a bit scary for somebody with my coaching style. They're like, it's just I'm talking nonsense and everyone's just nodding, sitting there, nodding. Yep, we're gonna do this. We're all gonna run it down together. So yeah. So it was a bit of a culture shock. But yeah, I'm beginning to understand North America better. It's a very, very different region from any other region I've seen. Like, it's just. Let's talk about Worlds first. And come right to
Okay, I think it's pretty clear what you think of it, mate.
It's pretty clear now. North America, I'm not drunk enough yet.
Bottoms up on the Bailey. Bottoms up on the Bailey. We'll circle back. So
I canceled the flight to LA. Okay, I think this was enough information.
But
I'm getting my eyes. I can see you guys. I'm just getting my eyes.
All I say, Grabbz, is this is something you have to experience. It's too much for me to explain, right? It's something you have to experience yourself, right? It's something everyone has to experience once in their life,
Do I know?
And now he's gone.
I thought you're supposed to be selling him on this idea. I thought the whole point was to get him to come.
Yeah, I thought you were trying to hire a buddy, basically. I thought that was what was going on here.
Come and see the zoo, right? I mean, why would you not? Okay, Grabbz this gone.
I mean, look, if you need a totally unqualified, he's at the other side of the room shouting to his mic.
I mean, all I'm going to say about Grabbz is I don't know. Now's a good opportunity whilst he's not here. But all I'm going to say about Grabbz is this off season. I mean, I have no opinions about this, but I mean, Grabbz is. I'm sure he's going to have no shortage of options in this. Oh, he's back. Okay, I have to be mean about him again. Okay, hi Grabbz.
What's up, dude? Go on. I like where this was going. Go on.
I mean, like, there's all kinds of opportunities.
I will say.
We are looking for color cast the LPL, so like if you ever considered it, just
I mean, all I'm saying is I want the cast. You guys never get to talk because already here, Crap was writing me like, "Stop talking, man. They can't get in."
I saw Crappo in chat flaming you. Mate, it's a talk show. This is the point.
Like 5 minutes ago, though.
You still only talk about a third as much as Veteran does, so you're still, in terms of Bevvies
no
with the
one
boys,
can match Michael, by the
well
way.
within
Like,
the perimeters.
Veteran really talks a lot. Yeah, that's true.
The man can talk. I like that though. I appreciate him. I do want to pass the conversation around to Dagda as well, though. When it comes to the regional stuff, because Dagda, you are a similar level of LPL copium to me.
Always.
The EDG and the RNG wins, were they enough for you today to still believe in this region? Because EDG only beat 100 Thieves, and it wasn't actually that one-sided, and then RNG beat PSG. Like, is that enough? Are we still good?
For EDG, I was like, oh yeah, this looks good. Team fighting skirmishing look good. They're playing fine. The RNG one I was way more concerned about, where it's just like, we're going to 5-man bot side and just let this massive team fighting team come in on top of us, but we've zero vision on our flanks. I was like, this may not be the best ideas to play out this kind of, TF composition, but you got to like the cojones, right?
Sounds very appeal to me, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not exactly.
There's one way we can lose the game. Let's try.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was messing with audio levels. Yeah, I don't know. It's been an interesting day. Like, how? I mean, I'm not particularly on board with the overreactions right now. I still think FPX is probably the best team at the tournament. They were just pretending today. They lost their first game to J Team in 2019, guys. So
exactly.
Don't worry.
They lost a splice. They lost a splice in 2019.
Yeah,
Holy
2019
moly.
group stage was terrible, and then they just won the whole thing. So they're just basically
Yeah, I mean,
they're golden. They're golden, guys. They're golden.
That's like me saying, shit, you can still make it.
yeah.
It's not quite that bad. It's not quite that bad.
They're gonna win you next year.
You're just on the promotional content.
I will say, when it comes to the play-ins, how confident are you guys in Group B now? Does it feel like DFM and Cloud9 were maybe being underrated before? Perhaps not Cloud9, but DFM looked okay today. DFM actually showed some stuff in their game, I thought.
Didn't they lose in like 18 minutes? I didn't watch the game. I'm just asking.
Like 22
I'm pretty sure they lost
Wait.
P20, yeah.
I don't know what game I was thinking of.
I
I'm a
mean,
fucking idiot.
is that better than what happened to?
Look, 21 minutes was better than my expectation of DFM.
I mean,
I take that back.
So
I
great
take that back.
stuff
Okay.
today.
But I actually like this is good time to talk about DFM, right? So DFM, they had like a group of so DFM have been qualifying for international tournaments even when I was in Brazil, right? And like that DFM team that like I coached against in 2016 were like the worst. Like you cannot imagine how bad these guys were, right? And they would never fight you. They would just stall the game out. They could only team fight. They couldn't play 3 lanes. Like they would just group mid and just wait for you to beat them.
Sounds like a certain region, by the way.
What region? I've got no idea. Mars, right? But what's happened over the course of the years is DFM have just brought in like made one tweak a season, right, for the last 5 years, and now the fact that they're this quality team, right, this has not been something that they've done overnight. You know, they brought in I can't even remember when they brought in Evie. They had Utapon, they brought in Evie. They've like waited to acclimatize their people. Like this is the kind of long-term thinking you don't get to do in League of Legends. It's something that you only do in like Football Manager or something like this, right? Because you just wouldn't be allowed to do it. And they just added, tweak, just got slightly better, got 5% better every single split, every single year. And now they're in group stage. And if they keep Aria and Aria doesn't get poached by somebody else, which would be pretty sad, like this team is a team that can continue to get better. Also, I will say Evie was the only one that looked like he wasn't out of his depth today. No, he was in a nightmare match up top, and he managed to play it out okay. So we'll see. Yeah, to say to your chat, yeah, in 6 years, maybe DFM win Worlds in 6 years.
I'm not going to comment because it's very clear that do not have a good memory of what happened in that game. So this one's over to you, Dagda and Grabbz. Like, you guys take this one away because I'm not qualified for the conversation.
You can go ahead.
I don't really have much more to add. I mean, I think that's kind of true. So I was trying to figure out what was going on in the chat with the 6 years for DFM. Yeah, I think honestly in that time maybe, but I think it is really cool to see how much they've grown over the last few years, and to actually make it to this stage is awesome for them.
Yeah.
What about a bet, guys? Like a lifetime bet. Looking in like if League survives for the years, right?
Yep.
Who has a higher chance of winning Worlds, NA or any random wildcard region, like randomly?
I mean, come on. I'll take Japan. Wait, am I allowed to say I'll take Japan? No, I'm not. No, North America for sure. But less.
That's a man who values his career, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm pretty good at team in Brazil. Let's go.
If we're gonna do it by the numbers, eventually enough
actually,
good players get grandfathered in, right? So they just don't field in any team.
it's even better than that, Rob. It's even better than that. When you think about it, like before it was NA. Now it's NA plus OS. In a couple of years, they'll be struggling again. They'll add in Japan. In a couple of years, they'll be struggling again. They add in Brazil. Like, we just keep on adding until it works out. It's inevitable.
I mean, look. All I'm going to say to you is that what happened with OCE is there were like thousands of players which didn't have a home, right? So Riot advocated allowing them to be in North America. All I'm going to say is, due to recent changes in the law in China, there's millions of players who no longer have a home. You know, what a shame. You know, I can think of a region that might want to welcome in.
I take the bet back, by the way. I take it back. It's fine. You make a point. You did make a point.
I mean, where? Like, let's say Cream was 16. Where would Cream go? Like, where does the next Cream go? Because he's not even allowed to play. He's only allowed to play two hours a week. So I mean,
I was actually Vietnam, but they'll still never make it to Worlds if that's the case. So, yeah, who knows?
But you can't even scout them, right? You can't even scout them because they can't play the game. Like, how do you find the next 16-year-old prodigy? That's the hard part.
Yeah,
it's true.
So, so my understanding is that this law essentially already existed, right? Just with more hours. But basically, kids would all use their parents' IDs.
Nelson's in chat, and apparently he has information. So if Nelson could just write up what the workarounds are, then maybe I can help.
So my understanding is basically you use your parents' ID to be able to play the game. So I don't think it will necessarily stop young players playing League of Legends. I do think that LS actually had a really good take on this, and that's that there's going to be somewhat of a monopoly for League of Legends in China, right? If you only have legit 2 hours a week or whatever it is, or 4 hours a week to play video games, and all your friends play League of Legends, and this is the quote-unquote best game, why would you ever try a new game? You don't have time to try a new game. You're going to play League of Legends. So in terms of, like, developing talent, in the very long term, it's probably a good thing in terms of, like, Chinese talent, because why would you play other games?
So I can give context for this much also. Like they release statistics for the games that are played during Golden Week in China, right? So that's the 1 week where everyone goes home over Chinese New Year. There's like a 7 day vacation, and League of Legends has like an 86% market share. So when I last saw the stats in 2019, like this is of all the players playing, and I think of the number of hours, it goes even higher. I think it's like 88 or something, right? So that's how big League of Legends is in China, right? And China is by far the biggest market in the world for computer games. So, I mean, maybe they can increase their share more, but there's not much more you can increase the share. Yeah, PC games.
But just so like also people understand, right? I think Westerners can't see how big League actually is in China. I mean, the numbers help, right? But
Yeah.
we went there last year, and we went to during COVID, right, where everybody was like on distance and trying not to be too close. We walked in Shanghai through the promenade, where like you see the skyline of Shanghai, and literally, I think 60% of people turned their head to see caps and perks. And you could hear them like whispering, like caps, perks, and you just see like everybody turning around and like, oh my god, they're here. And this is like somebody like in West would be like Messi or Ronaldo or Federer, you know, these people.
Yeah.
It's the same thing there. It's insane.
It's mental. And
Yeah, they even came for Kazi, and Kazi was going home after playing. So
I think as well, just like the sheer number of people in China as well. Like when you're walking around in Shanghai, like there's just so many people. It's hard to like put into context just how many people that are. Like any split second while I lived in Shanghai, there's an app called Ulama, which is like a food ordering app. You know how Uber Eats, like you order your food and then you mess about for 30 minutes while it fucks about finding a driver, and then the driver's waiting for hours and blah blah. Ulama, it's seconds. It's super cheap, and there are just so many drivers for this because there are so many people, and there are so many people ordering, and they all have like a little electric scooter that they zip around the city on. Like every single junction is like a four-way cross-section with traffic lights, right? So the traffic is horrendous, but there are like 1,000 bikes stacked up at the junction that are ready to go as soon as the light goes green. And it goes green, and it's like the whole junction is just thousands of bikes, and the car's like struggling to move because there's bikes in every direction. It's like just the scale of how many people are in this city is like, it's on another level compared to any other city I've lived in.
I was trying to find this stat, so I was Googling it there just to figure it out. Because of COVID, in 2019, you had 15 billion euro was made by Tencent. In
Holy
2020,
shit.
they made 20 billion euro off of just the increase from people staying at home during COVID and having nothing else to do. That's how like rich the Chinese market is. It's absolutely insane.
Jesus. Yeah, so
So now, if in chat, by the way, your Mandarin lessons, I can't take them.
I will say I've done 1 or 2 Mandarin lessons. It's real hard.
I did it in uni, yeah. I couldn't.
It is so hard to learn. I mad respect for Mac, by the way, who apparently is like basically fluent. Like, I don't know how you have time to do that alongside other stuff. But
Yeah.
he's just like Mac is insane.
Don't mention that name because we have 2 giga fanboys of Mac here on your show. So if you talk about Mac, you're both gonna go really hand.
Yeah.
I'm okay. My job is just to get you guys talking. So if that's what it takes, like,
I lived in China for like a year and a bit now, and the only Chinese I picked up is like, hello, thank you, can I have a beer, and you're a silly dick. Like those are the only phrases that I know how to say, and it's got me so far.
how do you say you're a silly
Importance is
dick?
rising, right? The importance is higher.
Yeah.
Nishi
Sorry, say it again.
Xiadiao.
Nishi Shadiao. All right, I'm gonna hold on to that one. That's logged away.
You're actually pretty quiet. I can barely hear you.
Oh, really? I got a little thing over here. I can just bump it up. Let me know when I'm all right. If this is okay.
Now it's good. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But I mean, all I say about Mac is a quarter Chinese. So.
Oh, I didn't know.
His grandparent is from Macau. So
What Mr. Worldwide here is saying that Mac's accomplishment is not that big because it's a quarter Chinese. I'm sorry, Peter. I'm sorry.
But as a man, he's
They used to work
constantly
together,
working
right? You gotta rib each other. I think you've actually just killed him. You've actually killed him.
That's how I get your spot, by the way.
yeah, I know.
Just take him out one by one. He's just gonna go around the talk shows with other coaches, just like verbally shanking them.
That's how I win worlds. I just take them out.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
but it's I can't even remember why were we here? Oh, we were talking about League in China, and the young people not being able to play anymore. But the thing is, if they can play on Korean solo queue, how you can only play on Korean solo queue if you have a Korean social security number, right?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how they get around that actually.
Oh, right.
Do you know? I've never even thought about that. Which I don't know why. So maybe Nelson can enlighten us in chat.
That's
That's all I got. That's all I got.
I mean, I can't possibly imagine how people would do it, right? Because account sharing is against the terms of service. So.
That's true.
Nobody
Yeah.
will do it, yeah.
And you know you have to click those boxes. You know, when you're making a new account, I had to make a new account when I was in North America.
I mean-
and it says, you know, you will behave, like you'll follow the summoner's code. You won't break it. So
I'm
if
also
you, if
pretty
you,
sure that Ma, when I clicked on the box, I'm not gonna bet on my own games, but
I mean, like, how can you be? He didn't even get any money. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't say it like that. But I mean, he was just catfish, no? He was literally.
that's catfishing.
I mean, he was literally catfished. Okay, you shouldn't look. There's two things that obviously you should never do with your League of Legends play, right? One is have anything to do with gambling at all, right? Like, and Riot should ban people like forever, right? For that. And the second is performance enhancing drugs, right? And those are things that you see in conventional sports as well. And, you know, because esports is a growing industry, those kind of things have to be protected because, you know, maybe in the third division, I don't know, I'm just picking an arbitrary league. I've got nothing against Hungarians, okay? Let's just say the third division in Hungary, okay? You know, maybe there's something dodgy
Officially
going on there, right?
leaked. Hungarian match fixing is getting out of
There will be
control.
spikes in chat right now, really angry at you.
Okay, so I apologize to any Hungarian that's in the chat. Okay, sorry. Okay, look, just pick any, you know, any country.
Just,
okay?
yeah. Hungarian
Okay.
is fine. Continue.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Like, okay.
Those damn Hungarians.
I'm trying to think. Okay, let's arbitrary country. That sounds like such. Okay, arbitrary country. Okay, I have
Just
nothing.
Just say
I
UK
love
scene. Say
Hungary.
UK scene. We're already
Okay,
so
yeah,
shit that we
okay,
can't take offense to
okay.
anything.
Okay, UK, like sixth division UK, seventh. There, I can say that because I'm British, right? You know, there's enough legitimacy elsewhere to, you know, that it will go down and it will be one person. You know, this is just a freak incident in a lower division game, right? But League of Legends is not at that stage yet, and so whenever you see somebody involved in these kind of things, they should be like banned very, very seriously, right? Because once your competitive integrity is being delegitimized, then it makes it kind of undermines the entire scene, and yeah, so those kind of things need to be punished very, very seriously, right? But so when I joke about Maoan, like he didn't even get anything, right? No, I mean, this guy should be banned for like a very, very long period of time. Maybe not career ban because it wasn't match fixing, but he should be banned for a very, very long period of time.
That's one of the interesting differences actually between like League of Legends and other esports like CS:GO, for example, right? We all know about like the iBuy. Well, actually, maybe we don't. I'm from the CS scene. Everyone in the CS scene knows about the iBuy Power match fixing scandal, right? They all got basically career banned. I think one of them got unbanned at some point, right? But they all just got removed from competitive CS:GO. And even people that just cheat sometimes get career banned. It's like completely unwavering, like no bullshit policy. So it's kind of interesting to see the difference there between League of Legends and that, where League of Legends, I feel like the bans that we see competitively are often so dramatically varying in like how severe it is versus what actually happened. I feel like if someone breaks the rules in League of Legends, I really don't know what to expect, like in terms of the punishment that they'll receive. I feel like I'll just wait for the tweet to come out so I can see what happened to the player. Whereas I think in other games, it's pretty clear. If you cheat in StarCraft, your career's over. If you cheat in CS:GO, your career's over. Like in League of Legends, I really have no idea. Maybe you get fined 200 quid. Maybe your career's over. I guess we'll wait and see until the tweet comes out.
Cheating in League is hard because right now it gives away the client side, right? Or the server side. That's also why we don't get the fun modes where you can create your own stuff. Because then Riot need to like share the property in a way where then cheaters could like reverse engineer the map, for example, that you can see it all the time. And I think like match fixing and betting is like something where it's like a really gray area because as much like Maran, for example, as stupid as can be, right? There are ways to make it not that stupid, and then Riot has to like also cover the legal grounds because the last thing they want to do is actually enter a legal battle with someone who actually has a lot of money and gets the big lawyers in. So I think match fixing and betting and stuff is always like a bit hard to attack.
Yeah, I mean, I will say though that there is community pressure because when Bo was his ban finished and like FPX did kind of a feeler tweet to indicate that he was rejoining the squad. The fact that there was a chance that he could play again made like a lot of people very, very, very angry. So
Yes.
so maybe you can have a block in that kind of an area. But I mean, this guy has come to Worlds. He has a pretty, like, Hanwha Life Esports didn't look that good, right? Like, they looked pretty bad in Group A, you know, playing against OC and Brazil and all of this, right? So they were there for the taking, and he just leaked the scrims for no reason. Like, why? I mean, it's completely crazy. Like, it makes me wonder, you know, whether there's been any training, right, from these, for how to approach when somebody approaches you in this kind of a way. And the worst thing, like, so you know, if you follow the story, he leaked things about Oriana and Silas, and one of the reasons he was caught is because Oriana and Silas weren't picked, and then the person who he'd fed the information to leaked
Oh no.
Oh.
That's
So,
the
I mean-
worst way to do it, is that you didn't even leak it that
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, and
He wasn't even good at match fixing.
I mean, we got to be really careful talking here about that. But yeah, I mean, like, it's just crazy. I mean, like,
That's rough.
it's like, I don't know why you would ruin your career in that way and like destroy the tournament for a lot of people. So it makes me very, very sad. Also, the upset news also makes me really, really sad, right? Like,
We should not forget as well that the entirety of what we do and watch and love depends on the fact that we believe and have to believe that these are the people playing at the best and these are the
Yep.
best
Yep.
players.
Yep.
As soon as that belief is gone, the entire scene just crumbles. There was, like, in Germany, there was this Heutzer scandal, which was a referee who match
Yeah.
fixed. And there was a big impact in German football afterwards, where people were like, okay, what games can I actually watch and not suspend this belief of having 22 players trying the hardest, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's also why it's hard to say even in the slightest evidence you should ban them, because of course there's also cases where
Yeah.
people then wrongfully get banned. But this is like the most important thing we have to protect in our scene, on any
Yep.
scene, in any sport.
Yep.
So whoever tries to attack that or is open to attacks should be punished as hard as possible.
Yeah, I agree. And
As you know,
it was
And-
literally for naked pictures. I mean, that's literally what he did it for. I mean, okay. But anyway,
let's
just-
move on. Let's move on.
Let's
from-
just
Before,
move on.
hang on,
rest
I
of
want to
this poor
move.
dude.
I want to catch on to something that Peter said though, because you said that like you have training for players to be like, hey, if you're approaching this way, is this something that you guys have in a lot of the teams? Is like, hey, if a guy approaches you about this, like, stranger danger, like, get away. Like, is that actually something that you guys kind of do?
I mean, I can't go into too much about what each
Yeah.
you do internally, but all I would say is, if you are part of an org, and this is a potential problem, like, it would be wise to just tell people what they should do, right, and what their rights are.
Yeah.
Just to protect young players,
Hmm.
all players as well, but especially teenagers who are just coming into the pro scene.
Yeah, I feel like any serious org, generally speaking, will have basic training for like this kind of stuff, or like anti-corruption stuff, basic PR kind of stuff, like basic social media management, this kind of thing, right? I think is
Yeah.
relatively normalized at this point. I would hope so. I've not been on an organization, but from what I've heard, that seems to be the case. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, chaps. Yeah, but I do want to move away from just roasting the poor dude. It was his first Worlds as well. I do want to move on to a conversation of someone else who was having their first Worlds. Man, my heart goes out to Upset, dude. God,
Yeah.
that's got to be so brutal for the guy. I don't know what's happened, obviously, but even just outside of, like, for any player, like, being denied Worlds for something outside of the game, that's going to be brutal. But for Upset especially, I think, when he hasn't played, or he's played for so long, has never made it to Worlds. That has been the big story of Upset all of these years. He finally makes it to Worlds, and then God only knows what's happened, but he kind of gets cooked at the final hurdle.
I just say that this guy has kept him out of Worlds for twice then, Grabbz, in the final round. You've denied him Worlds in the final best of 5.
2018 was you?
What? No, 2018 was you.
we beat we beat them and we beat you. Actually, no, we beat you and then them.
You
True. No,
beat,
true,
yeah,
true,
exactly.
true.
Don't try and shift the blame, Grabbz.
Yes.
Shit, it was
So what do you have to say? What do you have to say about denying such a great guy as Upset, like his opportunity
All
to
I'm
play
saying
Worlds all of
is
these
it
years?
only happened because a certain someone left Hammerding open against Yana. Like if that didn't happen, then it would have been you.
Oh,
So
true. We
ultimately,
would
it's
have
your fault.
lost to them instead. Yeah, that's true. I hadn't thought about that. Okay,
No,
we'll see.
I mean, all jokes aside, right? Even just speculating about what could happen doesn't matter. Like this guy, if you talk to him for 2 seconds, he wanted to go to Worlds as hard as he could. That was his main goal. Show how good he is, which he doesn't need to, by the way, because it's very, very clear that this guy is absolutely insane in the game. But of course, as a player, you want to show that at Worlds, right? You want to play against the best AD carries, show you can hang there. And being the net opportunity, I can't imagine how hard it is, because I think, again, it's always hard, I think, fans love the game, but as a competitor, you have a different relationship to it, right? It becomes your life. Doing this game and winning is your life. So if you actually do everything you can to get there, and you get to a point where you're happy and you say, okay, this is my biggest chance to show that what I did the last 5, 6, 7 years of my life was worth it, and that gets denied, I can't relate to that. Like that's a form of pain, I think, that is really hard to understand. So yeah, again, just really sorry to the guy. I really hope that his teammates can somehow get to quarterfinals and then he can play again, because if somebody can deserve it, then it's Upset, right? And yeah, it's just really sad.
Yeah, I mean, of all the players like who've had that opportunity, he's the only one that kind of was it. Score's only been to Worlds once, right? But I remember him fighting to go to Worlds many times. But
Yeah.
but there've been certain players in the history of League of Legends, right, who they've always been amongst the top players in their region. They've always come super close to Worlds. And Upset was that guy. Upset was arguably one of the best players who'd never played at Worlds, right? And to not be able to go, right? Like, I've seen people saying like that maybe it's not a family sickness or there's something else going on here, right? But to be in Upset's shoes and to not go so close, that means that you just must value this a huge amount, and it's just really sad, right? Like, and I don't have any particular close links to the guy. I've barely talked to him. I wouldn't say we're close friends or anything, but I've got nothing. But I just hope that it's okay. The situation is okay, because it must be something really serious to miss out on something like this.
Also, just to mention, because I see Munch trying to make people behave, if the org says it's a family matter and you start speculating, you're a piece of shit. Stop doing that. Yeah. Let the guy alone. We don't know what's happening. It doesn't matter, okay? So don't talk about what could happen, what's the case. It really doesn't matter.
Just to add to that, like the thing that annoys me the most about that whole, like, speculating about what's happening and whatever, it's not even about whether or not you think you might know what's going on. If there's enough community pressure, he might feel the need to make some public statement about whatever the fuck is going on. If it's a private matter, let it be a private matter. Let the dude have some fucking privacy, right? Like, this is a real person. If you had significant family issues going on that are bad enough that, like Peter's saying, that you don't go to the thing that you've been working towards your entire professional life, let that be private. Give the guy some peace, for fuck's sake. Like, Jesus Christ, what is wrong with people, honestly? Sorry, anyway.
So we'll have to see. It's really thrown things wide open, though, because I was feeling that that Fnatic actually had a pretty good matchup against Hanwha. But I don't think they have that good matchup anymore. So that kind of throws the group really wide open. So we'll just have to see what happens. I mean, would you have gone with Bean as your sub? Because apparently, like, Fnatic said that they've been playing with him for the last 2 to 3 weeks, but this is a guy who's never gone to Worlds, right? He's never even played at LEC. So it's, I mean, the guy's talented. Bean is really talented, right? Like, he's one of the best AD carries in the ERLs. But I mean, holy moly! Like, trying to step into this, and for Fnatic as well. I mean, I
think also, which is kind of sad in a way, and there's a rule work that, for example, let's say you're sub as a top laner, and for whatever reason your ID has to leave, there is an emergency sub rule, right?
Yeah.
where a team doesn't get entirely shafted. But again, I mean, Bean was in the team, and I know for a fact Fnatic has a good relationship with the academy team, so he probably has insight into how the team works. So I can't blame them for taking the chance, right?
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, he is an EU Masters finalist, right? So last split, so fair enough.
Yeah.
It takes someone really special to like try to get Hylissang on a leash and not to do Hilly things, right?
Yeah.
Bean can't have that power on the team. Like even if he tried, he can't. So Hilly will do what he wants, which can be really good. It can also be really bad.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
I will say the positive side for Hylissang today and for Bwipo as well. I do feel like Fnatic for that first like, what was it, 4 or 5 minutes, where they just completely ruined how my life. Is it Willier? I think his name is. They ruined his life for the first 5 minutes of the game, right? Where Bwipo just bullies him, and then Hylissang. We were like not sure if Hylissang was going to be confident enough. Me and Rob were watching. We were chatting while this was going on, and it's like he's there with Bean. He's playing Braum. It's like, is he going to be confident enough to leave Bean alone, etc.? Like what's going to happen without upset there? He immediately just dips from the lane, walks over to Hillier. Before he even cues, he ignites the guy. He's like, get out of this jungle. Go home. This is not your territory. And I was just like, I don't even care what the result of that game was. I love Bwipo and Hylissang as a like jungle support duo. I feel like they are just on the exact same page. I feel like they work together as a pair so beautifully. I get endless enjoyment out of watching those two play.
That goddamn video of Hylissang contesting stuff alone for 3 minutes is the best thing on the internet. It's the funniest shit ever. It's actually
this an LPL player
in chat doesn't know the video. Please go on YouTube and just watch it. It's 3 minutes long. It's the actually best thing.
There's a bonus clip I would add to that. Go watch that video. Also, try and find the clip.
Maestro.
There's a guy called Maestro, in LPL who. He got benched for this play, by the way. This was the last professional game he played in LPL. I think it was on EDG at the time. And I think it was EDG,
no, it was Vici,
or it might have been OMG.
Vici.
Oh, it was Vici.
Yeah.
And he just the enemy jungler is at Wolves. He just walks up to the dude, blast cones over as Nautilus, ignites, and just kills the guy solo. Literally 1v1s the enemy jungler. And that was the last professional game he played the LPL. I don't know what on earth is going on behind the scenes there. Apparently, Nelson says it was LNG, so it might have been Nelson's decision to bench the guy. If that was the case, Nelson, that was the best support player I've ever seen. I don't know, but yeah.
Now he's a very active.
My biggest worry
justice for supports.
Yeah, my biggest worry for Bean is that he's going to get a ton of flack off of this, and like the guy has gone straight from EU Masters to Worlds, and I'm terrified for him that like obviously that's a massive leap, and you can see like. Yeah. He's not used to playing at the speed that this game is played at that level, and like tiny mistakes being exploited really well. And I just hope that like we don't get to the end of it and everyone's just giving him a ton of flack, because he is still fairly green behind the ears and he needs time to grow. So I think this is not the stage to have him thrust into and then have the community sentiment go against him.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also say that people said, oh, but Bwipo did it, right? But the thing about Bwipo is, before Bwipo was on Fnatic, he was in Russia, right? He was playing in the Russian league. I can't even remember what team he was on, but I first knew about him when he was playing in Russia. And he was, if you played a season in Russia, you can like it's not as much of a step up as it is to go from EU Masters to Worlds, right? So yeah, just put that in.
And also just there's an extra bit of context there, right? Where not to put down the EU teams that are at Worlds, but like based on day one and based on expectations currently, like Mad Lions being the first seed, I feel like there is a level of pressure on the EU teams to perform. Like the EU teams that aren't G2 and Fnatic, right? Like historically, the last like 5 years or something, it's G2 and Fnatic that go to Worlds, and they are the big EU teams. And I feel like for Rogue and Mad specifically, it's been like, can you be an international contender that's not G2 and Fnatic and have an expectation there? Nocturne's just altered Peter, unfortunately. And like, I feel like Bean now steps into that whole mess of like ridiculous expectation on these teams, where it's like, hey, well, EU Masters player, like, can you suddenly step up and and make Fnatic win a group that's already going to be like a really spicy group, right? And I think that's if it was Rogue in a group where it's like, look, if you lose to down one on FPX, like, unlucky, right? It's going to suck for the players on Rogue, but I don't think people are going to be like, oh, Rogue really underperformed to lose in this group. For Fnatic, this is a winnable group. And so I feel like there's extra pressure there on Bean to match up to that Fnatic legacy of international tournaments, and it would be the same if it was a player on G2, right? Where it's like, these are teams that have made it to the finals. These are teams that have succeeded internationally, and suddenly it feels like the world is on this guy's shoulders.
Additionally, also, the hardest role to play in a game where everybody wants to have agency and everybody's going wild is AD carry, because the role traditionally doesn't have agency. There's Kai'Sa, there's Xayah who can like ult out if you get Dolphin, but besides, on Ezreal, I guess. But besides those, every champ kind of needs help. So if you have a team of like Bippo, Hilly, Adam, and Niski, who all, if they see something, which is good, by the way, they want to go, you need to be really, really good with impact there, right? And that's why Upset fits them, because Upset is really, really good. And so we're playing a system, basically, for an AD carry, which is you have to be world-class to function. And Bean is a rookie. So there's no way anybody can expect him to function in that system.
Yeah.
And now it's too late for him to adapt to it, right? So he has to fit in. He will struggle automatically to being in the team. Additionally, with what Munch mentioned, the pressure, right, of being in Fnatic, being at Worlds, having to perform. So I think for him, it's a really, really hard situation. But also, I really hope that nobody can be disillusional to like pin it to him, because it is that clear that him fitting there is really hard. For example, if you would play in Rogue, I think it would be way easier, because all you have to do is push lane and then let the teammates do this thing. And Fnatic, though, way harder, I think.
Just any chance to
just get the little jiggy.
Sprinkle a little bit.
Well, I mean, I'm not even trying to be mean to Rogue, but it's a fact, right? And
well, there's one team off the list we know for you.
I don't mind, but the point at which I liked Rogue the most was the one where suddenly started playing Lucian mid and actually like didn't go for only scaling, but also play aggressive, like not only win lane, but play aggressive. But then Larson goes back to playing Azir like about 5 times in playoffs and lose every game. So I'm not sure, like they didn't progress to a point where they can also win the game, but not only winning lanes and inspired punishing junglers for trying to gank, because that's how Rogue plays, right? So Rogue plays, every lane has win, or like 2 out of 3 at least. And if the enemy jungler makes a mistake because he wants to gank, Inspired is really good at tracking your camps. So he will get your camps and he'll be a little ahead. The lane will not die and the Rogue is ahead. But if this doesn't happen, then Rogue has a hard time progressing the game, because they're not really good at sides. I think neither Larson or Amna are necessarily good side laners, if you compare them to even like EU class side laners. So what do? And then usually they hope that Hunt Summer carries the team fight. Like these are the Rogue modes, I feel like. Welcome back, Peter.
Yeah, Akshan managed to kill the scoundrel. Peter's back. Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Thank goodness.
I was going to say I believe so, but yeah, no, I trust my ears. I can definitely hear you.
Okay.
Welcome back, sir. Welcome back. I'm guessing that was hotel internet shenanigans.
Hotel internet. Yeah, sorry about that.
So I have an interesting. So Grabbz was talking about the modes of Rogue. So I have an interesting question for you guys, because I remember last time we talked, one of the topics of conversation was like broadcast narratives of teams and like kind of almost these, I guess almost like stereotypes of the teams that don't necessarily always hold up, right? If you guys could give like a way of what would your guys' broadcast narratives be about the EU teams stepping into Worlds this year? Like, how would you describe Rogue? How would you describe Fnatic? How would you describe Mad Lions? Because I feel like I'm curious to see how closely that, because I feel like my view of them is just broadcast, because I don't study LEC. I watch LEC as a punter, right? I'm not really, I don't need to know all of that stuff. I'm not an analyst. I get to just enjoy the show.
I'm laughing.
So I'm curious how different it is.
Medic is in chat just saying thanks for doing my research for me.
You're very welcome, Medic. You're very welcome. I'm prepping for next year's Worlds.
I'm the outsider here. Grabbz has scrimped against these teams. But I mean, from the outside, I would say 2 things, right? Number one, Rogue are a really, really good early game team, but they don't understand how to play sides. They don't understand how to cross map. They like Inspired. Ooh, should I say this now? Yeah, I mean, I want Rogue to do well. Okay, so I'm gonna go really hard on Rogue because because I actually want them to do well. So it's not because I hate Rogue. It's because if I go and say these things, maybe they'll look at it themselves.
I'll
But they
send
don't
the VOD
understand
to
how to play
Blummy.
side lanes. Like Inspired never clears a side wave, right? Like there's some times where because of the way your team is resetting, you need your jungler to push the side wave so that everyone else can play on the other side of the map, right? Or there's times where Han Summer, he would just push the side wave and then his jungler and support are nowhere near and he just dies for free, right? And they'll try to collapse on strong side, they'll try to collapse on weak side, so they'll try to salvage weak side, so somebody gets picked off on weak side, then rather than pushing the other side of the map, they'll just hard commit onto that side and they just won't play side lanes properly. They don't collapse at the right time. They don't hit the tier 2 tower at the right time. Like everything is pretty rough, right? Their early game is super, super good. They pick for early game. They know how to snowball early game reasonably well if the game doesn't stall out. And Inspired is a good jungler when he gets the full clear, right? But is not. I think Inspired's slightly overrated in EU.
I'm serious. I think it's funny
but-
how when he wasn't there, the same points I met, he also met again. So they can see that.
Okay, okay. So if Grabbz said all of those things exactly.
What I'm saying is that Rogue clearly has his issues, right? They're like really visible
Yeah.
on the outside view.
Yeah. I mean, even a North American coach can see it, right? So
I will say.
Okay.
Well, Grabbz can see it too, and he's North American.
A lot of things.
Oh wait,
I will
not
never
yet.
call you an A coach, by the way. You're a lot of things, but you're never gonna be an A coach.
No, to be fair,
I work for a North American team. Okay.
You've historically done very well, so you're still a British coach for the time being. Don't worry
Okay,
about that.
thank you. So you mean when we fail to go to Worlds again next year, then I'll be. How many years do I have to fail to be a North American coach?
It's more of a feeling thing. I can't give you an exact number. It's based on feeling.
Okay, well I'll rely on you to tell me when I become an NA coach.
Yeah. So
But
funny thing,
in all seriousness, okay, so.
sorry, just the funny thing to me about your description of Rogue here is I'm like, what's the broadcast narrative like top-down view of Rogue? And you're like, here's everything Rogue has ever fucked up on. And, like, you give me a comprehensive list of the issues that Rogue has. Like, if I ask Dagda that question, where is he? That way. No, that way.
No, you're close. I got
feel
it's.
I don't know why I'm pointing
you're-
behind me. Anyway,
Yes.
this is a nightmare. This is a nightmare.
Yeah.
No, it's.
As you can tell, I've had a few gins. Yeah, if I ask Dagda that, I've trained him to this point where when I ask Dagda a question that's like a big question, he'll pick a very small part of that and like dig into that for 30 seconds at most and then pass it back because that's how casting works because we have no time on the broadcast. And
Especially LPL, right?
Especially
You've got
LPL.
like 10 seconds and then it's like, well, I guess we're fighting again, so take it away.
It's always fun to see the stark difference between someone whose job is literally actively analyzing League of Legends all day and has the time to talk about that in an in-depth way regularly comparatively to broadcast analysts who are trained to, condense these things and package it neatly with a bow on top,
I still remember Sheepy the first time he ever went to cast on EU Masters. I think it was back in 2018. And he was like on the broadcast trying to deep dive into a subject and a fight started. And he came back at the fight. It was just like, fuck me, I have no time to talk about this at all. He got really annoyed on the broadcast. It was just so funny to see that difference between someone who actually is like super, super analytical and can deep dive into these and how much time you actually have in a broadcast sense.
But I'm
huge tangent.
But there is a serious point about this, right? Because one of my favorite analysts in the scene is Emily Rand, right? And the thing that Emily Rand was famous for
She's
all those
amazing.
years ago was
Great, yeah.
jungle pathing, right? Like, and she did content for jungle pathing, like that I found incredibly interesting, where like about all the nuances of jungle pathing and about how you could be here 3 seconds faster and how this jungler did this adjustment, so he was 4 seconds late on this camp, but it meant that early on, that he was 1 second early, and this meant that he got this gank here on this kind of thing, right? And nobody watched those videos, and it made me so sad. Like, because I don't think people actually want to see that. Like, I mean, for me, I love to read that content, right? Like, it's like my favorite content in the world. I would read spreadsheets of jungle pathing literally all day. It's like literally my favorite thing in the world. But people don't want to see that. Like, it's not entertaining to people, right? Like, they'd rather just get the soundbite and the one-word thing about why this team is rubbish. Or sometimes, even what do people really want to hear? I feel like people don't want to hear why somebody is good rather than why somebody is bad. I think, like, in 99% of cases, they'd rather hear somebody being bad in one sentence. And that kind of makes me a bit sad, right? So, but that if that's what people want to see at the end of the day, that's what
I do want to
they should get.
I'm going to take a very controversial stance as someone on a talk show on Twitch.tv, and I'm going to defend the viewer. Okay, which nobody has ever done on Twitch before, because the meta on Twitch is just fucking rail on Reddit, rail on the Twitch chat, rail on Twitter. The average player of League of Legends is like Silver 3. So I don't think it's just that the viewers at home fucking hate analysis, and they fucking hate jungle pathing, and they fucking hate intelligent shit. It's that most of the viewers at home, like, there is a... It's like when you're starting a new business, you have to learn all the jargon, right? You cannot understand the higher level stuff until you, like, let's say the jungle pathing you're talking about is tier 4 knowledge. Well, if I only have tier 0.5 knowledge, there are multiple steps before I can even begin to comprehend what you're talking about, right? And I feel like the biggest difficulty, and one of the reasons that quite often broadcast analysts are criticized for not going in depth on broadcast, right? Well, one of the biggest issues is when people do go in depth on broadcast, that's also complained about because people don't understand what they're talking about, and you need to be able to package that in a super neat way that's super understandable for people to have a clue what's going on. And even when you do that, well, you actually take most of the real analysis out of that to super simplify so that people at home can understand what you're saying. So ultimately, it's like an impossible task to balance these two things between what viewers want, what's fast and entertaining, what's easy to understand, and what's top tier analysis, right? It's an impossible balance between the two.
I also want to add on to this because I see someone is like, the viewers want entry level analysis. That's not what we're saying. The problem is that you have to explain the bare bones basics to then explain the next intermediate part of it to then explain the expert level that you're trying to get to. And when you only have like 40 seconds to actually deep dive into it, that's where the problem comes in, is that you have to hit all spectrums of knowledge and to then go like deep dive into. Now, we get lucky in the LPL where I think we get to go a bit more in depth because I think some of the guys are a bit more...
We don't get the viewers anyway, so why not?
Yeah, true. But I think when you look at like NA, I know the guys talk about having a much more casual viewership. So how many, like, even if you look at LEC, right, they released a video that was, I think Peter's dead again, or he's just upset. But yeah, when you look at the view for LEC, they had to release some video on what is priority, right? So that then they could actually use that as a term on the desk. And I think that kind of shows where you've got to be at, is like, hey, look, maybe you need to do some external videos to have the kind of your bases covered, so then you can use that on a broadcast.
Maybe there needs to be tiers of content.
Can I give a different perspective to this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Go for it.
So without trying to sound like us being cocky or something, right? But what we're doing with Expert Knowledge in League is basically me going to a PhD in astrophysics and asking about how do black holes work. He could tell me exactly how they work, but I couldn't follow. So what he will do is talk to me as if I'm 5 years old and tell me, okay, this is basically how they work. And this is the same thing we do in League. And the good thing, and why League is so fucking great, and why football is so great, is that you can appreciate the game without actually knowing what's going on an expert level. For example, like, football is the biggest game in the world. I bet you 70% of viewers don't even understand, let's say, Liverpool, that, for example, how they behave if Matip or Van Dijk have the ball in the back, because they can distribute the ball to the sides more or better than other center backs, right? That means they go more wide if they have the ball. If they don't have the ball, the forwards go on narrow, because then they know the ball doesn't get straight to my run. So even though the game has these layers to it, doesn't mean that every viewer has to understand them. I think that's beautiful. I think it's really great that the viewer can just be a Silver 4, look League, and still appreciate, like, maybe low-key laning, you know, he doesn't have to understand hitting another player will make a lane push, for example, in situations you don't like to. But this is why League is a better game for viewers than Dota is, for example, right? This is the discussion we always have. That Dota is a more complex game, which is not a good thing for viewers. Let the viewers enjoy, because they have their work, they have their families, they have school. They don't have time to sit here like us, because we're the abnormal ones. We're the stupid ones who have 20 hours a day to watch League of Legends, right? They don't. So let's just appreciate the game, seeing, oh, I like this champion. I like my Kiana jungle. I like my Lee Sin. I know he can kick somebody. If he kicks somebody into somebody else, they get knocked up. Great. Yeah. That's all you need to know, you know? And I think that's beautiful. While it hurts, you know, because I think Emily is insane as well. that nobody watches
Emily
it though,
Stones.
but that's just what entertainment business is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just I want to add on to that because I worked with Emily on Worlds. I have never been so in awe of someone on an analyst desk. Just sitting beside her is like she is absolutely incredible. And I want to give her as much due as I can because holy crap, Emily is not only one of the nicest people I've ever met, but she is so insanely good at her job. It's insane.
I just, I like exceptional as an analyst. Also, one of the most wholesome people in this entire
She's amazing.
industry.
She's
like,
incredible.
The Korean fan signs she did for all of the LCS players at finals. So, like,
Yeah,
she wrote Young
true.
Penguin that little note before your casts at
It was
Worlds
adorable,
as well. Like,
yeah.
there's so many examples of her just being like the nicest person ever.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you going to say?
But
Peter?
I mean, I agree with what you guys are saying, right? But from a selfish perspective, as Peter Dunn, the employee of a League of Legends org, which is at the end of the day, technically I'm an employee for, well, I don't fully know how it works, right? But like at the end of the day, I'm working on the entertainment side. I understand that. But Peter Dunn, the student of the game, I don't want to see this type of content. I want to argue with people for hours over whether they should be half a second faster on their first jungle clear, right? And it makes me sad that my opportunities for that are...
Actually, yeah, that's the one thing that pisses me off about not going to Worlds. I mean, many things piss me off, right?
Yeah.
But the main part I'm missing is just being at the bar in the evening and talking to other coaches about the game.
Yes.
My
Oh
God.
my God, yes.
Oh, it's so sad that I'm missing out on this. There's small disagreements and just seeing different points of views, like mwah.
Even
And
as a
also-
monkey brain
also, like, the
play-by-play,
players that come
just
along.
being near those conversations is also like, like I feel like just even these conversations at Bevvies, I feel like I learned so much by osmosis. Like not even having to participate, just being nearby. It's nice.
Wonder and chat is not wrong. Of course, I'm also drinking with them. Of course, yeah.
It's the drinking. It's the drinking. That's the... No, but,
I'm not gonna lie. I was really. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Peter.
But what Grabbz is saying, like the evening discussions during international events are the best, and the more languages you can speak, the better. Because if you can understand Chinese, you can speak with the LPL coaches. If you can understand Korean, you
I
can
am
speak with
Mr.
the Korean.
Worldwide again. I speak amazing English. I can talk to any coach from any region.
Hang on, Grabbz. Hang on.
You
Wait.
speak two languages, mate. That's double what I've got.
Exactly.
Peter would have the pinky up when he's taking us.
I speak
Come on,
three
you got to do the
languages,
full
by
impression.
But
no
like,
Spanish coaches are relevant. So,
but those kind of things are the best, right? Like this is there was a point at some point in my career where like that is the thing that I look forward to most at the end of the year, right? Like that is why you want to coach, right? You want to coach so that you can go have an all expenses trip to like argue with. I mean, who would it be? I guess I'm in NA now, so argue with people like Grabbz and Mac, right? Like about
what we had. Remember, like was it 2018 Rift Barrels, where I hate Rift Barrels, but we were sitting there for 2 hours talking about the game in the lobby.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, just watching football, talking about League of Legends, like all expenses.
Yeah, good, actually,
nice hotel, yeah. I mean that is what makes me happy.
That's nice.
And we only get that a limited amount of time in the year, and I'm sure they're not enjoying it that much because they're in quarantine right now, so they can't. I don't know how much they're allowed to talk to each other. But yeah, that kind of thing. I don't know what players do at Worlds. My players just have tended to disappear and go explore the local culture and watch the local wildlife.
Is that a euphemism or what?
Yeah, I where that was going.
Local culture.
I don't know what else you would be doing. You would be
walking on the
doing
beaches,
it at
walking on the beaches, checking out the peaches.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what else there is to do at 7 p.m. on a Friday night in Shanghai except go outside and look at the local wildlife and explore the local culture.
Oh my
I cannot
God,
imagine.
that was too much on enough. That was too much.
I'm so glad Bevvies With The Boys is back.
I know.
I mean, okay. I mean, all I would say is, that the look, this kind of thing, and sometimes you see players come along as well to these kind of things, and it's always really, really interesting to hear their views, because we're, as coaches, you have this tendency to tend towards like theoretical, amazing League of Legends, in the Ivory Tower, because we're studying the game, right, more than we're playing it, and in theory as coaches, right, and then having a player just come there, walk past, and go, and you guys are all talking Not correct. Not correct. Not correct.
You can swear, dude. You can
It's
swear.
always appreciated. It's always appreciated. That's all I can say. Sorry, but why were we here? Oh, we were talking about Rogue. Rogue. So,
I don't remember talking about Rogue.
Peter,
That's
that's so
gonna have been
funny,
like
man.
40 minutes ago. How do you do that? Like, I legit can't remember how we
And
got
then,
here.
I just imagine he does a review, goes on a tangent for 20 minutes. Wait, why are we here? Oh yeah, you didn't clear the camp.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a talent.
I mean,
That's a talent right
You
I
need
will
to
say-
swap
I
with
will
Peter. Peter's the host now. We just got to give him the role.
there. He's
I
gonna
will
go on
say-
Britain's Got Talent with this.
I will
it's
say
gotta
I will
happen.
say on EG, like one of the things which I really love about working with Impact on EG is when I start to go on a tangent, he's just like, "What are you doing? Focus on the point. What are you?" I mean, he's really like I've never had a player quite like Impact, and I really love working with him because he doesn't let me go off task. So yeah. Sorry. Yes. Okay. Rogue. So Rogue have to be able to play that early game against FPX, and they have to be able to play that early game against Damon in order to get out, right? Actually, I've got a question for you, Grabbz. I don't know. You can dodge a question if you want, and then we'll pass it to Dagda and Munchables. But what do you think about Larson?
Okay, no. Okay. The thing is, okay, I had like 4 drinks already, and it needs a measured response. Okay, I think he could do way more than he does currently, and I think he didn't get the push he needs to actually shed out of his playstyle, because he always defaults to the same playstyle if something goes wrong or he thinks it could go wrong. That means I think he has the talent to go against Yuumi and Showmaker in a way where, I mean, the talent doesn't mean I don't think he's better. Like, Showmaker still is the better player, and Yuumi is better. But he could try a matchup where he can say, okay, I go for the skill matchup. But I have the feeling that if he gets a choice, he will say, pick me a Zia, I'm going to sit here on my tower for 15 minutes and hopefully do something else later. And that's the difference between him and someone like Caps, where Caps is like psychopath and goes 0-20 maybe 5 times in scrims, but then he learns, you know?
Yeah.
And so this is my biggest grievance of him, where maybe also, I might be wrong, might be coaching. Because again, I only saw him with Freddy and Blooming as coaches, right? Could be that they tell him, play this instead. But I think that's also why, again, my biggest thing with Rogue is I never see them as a threatening team, because when push comes to shove, they all revert to their own playstyle. They never actually try to match your style, try to play to your level, to try to like play their style. They don't take risks. And that's why I was so impressed by them when they actually did it in the last year, when they changed their style to the whole Lucian mid thing, right? I was like, oh my god, Rogue can learn. Rogue wants to play aggressive. I was happy. But now the aggression just means they're aggressive by picking winning lanes and then farming and then letting Inspire to control the game. Which is also something that Inspires not Larson suffers under. So I think he could be an even greater player, and I think he looks good in the season, because in every best of one you can draft a specific way, because as you know, Peter, you're not gonna go really in-depth hard in drafting against opponents in best of ones. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, for sure.
You just play your own stuff and you see what they pick on stage and you're like, okay, sure, happens, right? And no, I'm not saying I could fix him.
God, it's so different.
I'm not
from
saying
LPL. Like how I think about drafting LPL versus that is like best of three is so good.
I was with Caps for 3 years, right? It's not like I told like he's like I want to pick a rally here. Like, sure, go ahead. You know, I trust you.
I mean, same with Chizuke, right?
The
Like,
mid, right?
You don't tell him what to pick, right? Like he's just gonna pick it, right? So
that's my biggest thing with Larson. I think he's a good player. I think though he limits himself in how he could be, and I think that's why he will so far always be worse than the big names. And I think that's also why if you play against Damon and FPX, trust me, I played against both, and you concede mid pressure instantly, like with a Pyke mid lane, for example, then the game is really hard. So I made the mistake 2 years ago. So I hope they don't do it as well.
Hang on, slight tangent here, but can I ask about that? Because so for context, I was like just a random punter at the time. I was not working in a major region of League of Legends, so I wasn't even working in League of Legends at the time, actually. So I did not need to know anything significantly about League of Legends. I remember going in, I was in Paris watching you guys at that final. And I remember watching your guys' draft be so, in my mind at least at the time, it was like dramatically different to what you played previously. And like the Pyke mid and stuff felt like, what was the logic? Because to me, as a fan at the time, I was like, "What the fuck is going on here? Like, are they even trying to win?" kind of thing. Because I was just frustrated that I'd paid for a hotel in Paris. But like, can you talk me through the thoughts? I know.
apologize.
This is entirely your
I
fault,
apologize.
Grabbz. You owe me 200 quid.
Honestly, if they just messaged them, they would have won. They would have just.
Yeah, you should have just.
Yeah, I know. I
mean,
should have. I should have thought of that.
If I knew you were there and you paid money, then I would be like, okay, guys, come on, not pay money.
But like specifically the Pyke mid. Can I ask what the thought process was on? Like, because Pyke wasn't really a laner during that tournament.
So basically, the idea was if you pick a mage, and in hindsight, of course, you should have, right? And then you'll scale there, and then the game is easy. Boom. Sure, I take that blame. But the idea was, and we did in scrims as well, is that they want to roam. So if you match roam, because the way they drafted, like they picked in the first game that GP top with Rice. Rice shits on GP in 2019 at that point. If there's no interference, right? So we thought if he wants to roam and we go mage, he roams and then wanna can play the game, or bot can play the game. So if he roams and we roam, then it doesn't matter. What you didn't account for, because nobody scrims did this, is if that he roams, Tiana's next to him and Caps says, I can't follow because there's Lee Sin. If I go there, I die. We're like, I guess one of you die 3 times. Sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. And Wonder, by the way, was still winning the matchup against Gimgun, even though he got like thought of 3 times. So in hindsight, of course, it's very simple, right? They're like, of course, Lee Sin will be there, but if you play like Elise Pyke, you think you can do the same thing, but then you see, okay, actually, champs don't behave the same way because Naut locks it on harder than Pyke can, and then he just one-shots you. Whereas Elise, if she misses the cocoon and gets flashed, she win the lose to 2v2, blah, 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 blah. So ultimately, the idea was we just match the roams, and then we have better bot and better top. But as we could see in the game, it didn't work out, and even then we almost won the game. We were like pushing the base, and then we got unlocked. Like there was like just like one team fight basically. It just came to that point, right? Because Naut is useless later and Pyke is useless later. So we had like 4v4 team fights. We lost game 1. Game 2, there was a disagreement about how likely it is that Chris plays Galio. I was on the he can play it, and players were like, no, he can't. Turns out he can, and then just the bot can't play it again. That was unlucky. And then game 3, I think also coaching, I could have, because we lanes up everything, right? If you put Ezreal mid against Galio and Vega bot, I think the game is 3-win. I didn't think about it at the time, so my bad. Could have won game 3 as well. So, but FPX was better, like clearly. I can tell you like a story when we beat SKT, they beat IG again the day before, right? So where they were in the room next to us because they had to wait for the photo shoots. When we won the game, the 3-1, they were cheering as if they already won the world championship. They were like, "Yeah, it's only G2,
Really?
it's free!" Yeah, they were partying.
Oh my god.
Because apparently they lost every scrim against SKT, not every scrim, but most of them. We lost most against them, and we won most against SKT. So it was like a triangle, basically.
How true is the scrim rumor about? Because I heard some rumor that you guys had scrimmed FPX and lost like 28 out of 30 scrims or something like this.
Very true.
Is
Very
it?
true.
Oh jeez.
We went into the weekend saying this is really rough. We're not gonna have a good chance here, guys, but let's try. And especially then the whole burnout thing, right? Which I'm really happy that Mac, again, like Mac is a great guy, right? Picks up on this because I went through the burnout phase where 2019 with MSI was extremely rough on players. And even 2018 already was hard for us, but we didn't with MSI and we just got worlds, right? But the energy was just not there anymore. It's like you want to do it because it's World's Finals, but you went through 10 months of just practice. And then, this is also tangent on Wonder and the Yuumi pick top, right? I'm not going to say who it is. We scrimmed an EL team before World Finals. We play against Yuumi. That guy decides to play Zed mid lane and practice against us. Can you imagine how tilted Caps is that he prepares for the game of his life against a U team who hopefully helps us, and the guy just picks Zed twice in the best of 5. We cancelled after the fourth game, I think, because we're like, this is useless. And to be fair, they had their own tournament, right? I understand to an extent, right? But it's the same thing where at that time, Adam was an academy player, top laner. Again, Yuumi top, I mean, we can talk about this like an hour if you want, but let's not go there. Wonder also played Jenna and Zona top lane, but it's fine. Pyke top lane, we won the tournament because of it, but sure.
It's true.
And the guy played Darius and Olaf. Champions he will never see top lane. And that was game 5, so when I was like, oh, fuck this shit, let me try something. right? And then sure, he wrote, "Don't waste my time," but that's Wonder. Like Peter knows him. Wonder shit talks everybody.
Yeah.
But most players just shit talk back or have fun. He doesn't mean in a mean way. Like basically every single time against Matt, they pick Gnar and scrims. It's like, oh, you're gonna play a different skin today. Hoo. Like, oh, is it gonna be like Gentleman Gnar or Snowden Gnar? Because that's all I can play, right? That's just Wonder. But that's just how it was with Pyke mid. Sorry for the tangent. And scrims worked fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, then suddenly Tian was in the bush and Caps was like, yeah, I'm not going there. And then Wonder just accepted death.
Thank you for entertaining my tangent and my random accusation.
Sorry, yeah. I know I talk a lot.
No. I was hooked. I thoroughly enjoyed your story. Also,
but just on the Wonder thing, that's who Wonder is, right? Like, but that's who. Like, when I saw the thing about Wonder and Adam, I was like, people need context on this because so many fans were like really saying bad things about Wonder, right? But that is literally who Wonder is. Like Wonder, I've seen him like trash talk, Game 5 before Game 5 of a series, right? He just doesn't care. He would trash talk in scrims. He'll like and it's hilarious. Everyone thinks it's hilarious. So maybe it was that Adam wasn't so used to this kind of thing. Maybe some people don't find it very funny. Maybe some people find it disrespectful, right? But to me, if I see you people are saying Wonder had a bad summer spell. I don't think he was that bad. Like I think people are exaggerating how bad he was. But
I think it's a bad shit game 4 and 5, and that's what the last games, right?
Recency.
I think the other games he did fine.
Yeah. So people remember that. But if you are an ERL mid and Wonder is trash talking you, that's a good thing. You should be happy that Wonder is trash talking you, right? I mean, that he respects you enough to trash talk you, right? Like because he trash talks, he trash talks the best players in the world, and if he thought you were like completely garbage and just a nothing human being, right? Would he even bother? He'd probably just not even.
Just to finish this, and then sorry again for another tangent, right?
Dude, this is the point of the show. Don't apologize for this. Like, this is what
When-
we're here for.
When I tell a story, he picks Shyvana against the Shy in scrims and writes, ha ha ha, this Shyvana, and goes 5-0, and was like, oh my god, this is so funny, oh, I love Wanda, ha ha. He picks Yuumi against them, oh, what a piece of shit, he doesn't like to scrim. Like, get the grip, guys. And I know that fan bases are like, many people don't care, and then the vocal minority, right, or minority,
Look.
I know about that, but the bad part is that there are actually owners who read it like, oh, Wanda doesn't want to play the game anymore. And I would bet my left
Testicle
is the
Left arm.
We're not sponsored. It's okay.
That in the 4 years I was in G2, he was the best performing player on average in scrims. So he doesn't play solo queue that much, but he actually does his job in scrims. So why would I care as a coach, Like the other players in the team, they play 20 games a day, but they also run the fuck down in scrims. That's the bigger issue for me. But people love those players, so it doesn't matter. So I think Wonder just has a bad rep now because after 3 years of being the best Western top laner by far, he had a bad end of the year, and now suddenly he's shit. So as of now, it's official that I'm also out. If you can get Wonder and you don't, your batch is crazy, by the way. As an orc, like if G2 comes to you and here I give you Wonder, you say no, he plays World of Warcraft, then delete yourself as an orc. Then let somebody get the spot instead. Let K-Crop in the LSC or something. I don't care, but then just don't be in the LSC anymore, please.
Right.
I mean, look, what Grabbz is saying. So I can only talk from the Mad Lions perspective. There were times where Mad Lion scrims versus G2 scrims were really, really monkey type scrims.
But to me, there were times. It's always like this.
Yeah, there were times. But Wonder was the best performing player. Like, I mean, he's not talking nonsense. Like, there are certain players on the G2 lineup from 2020, 2019 who really run it down in scrims. But in fairness to Wonder, I barely, he would barely run it down. Right? And everyone runs it down sometimes.
I love how that's a compliment. He would barely run it down. That's like the level of scrims.
I mean, you don't know. Holy moly, 2020 G2 versus Mad Lion scrims. Oh my god. Why would they type so much? Why would they type so much?
I can promise you, this is coaching stuff. This is coaching stuff when Mad against G2 scrims. Okay, guys, pick this. Have fun.
I mean,
Every single
yeah.
game. There was no point. There was no point. It's fun to watch, right? But there was no point in
Yes.
actually talking about the game.
Any
But-
chance to
but
sponsor
in-
it?
It's like
But
war
in
stories.
fairness, that is like, you don't want to, like, I wouldn't want to have those scrims every single day, every single week, right? But to get once a week where you go and say to your players, ego on these guys, right? Or like do one, just go and play the
It
game,
was pure
right?
ego. It was pure ego.
Yeah.
Every time.
And you got insane outplays, you got people like trash talking, you got people flashing emotes all the time, and sometimes it's okay for that to happen. I don't want every single game to be the most boring game on earth, and people can see, oh, we have G2 on Tuesday, right? That means that, okay, we've got to try hard on Monday, right? Because we know Tuesday's going to be a monkey day, and that's okay, right? Like I think that's a good thing, right? So yeah. So
I agree.
those scrims were really, really fun. I miss watching. I miss when watching Mickey and Perks and Kazu and Kaiser decide to see who can get 5
All I'm
deaths
saying,
the fastest.
For you two, if you take LP on the context, bloodiness, scrims were here. LP had nothing in our scrims. Legit nothing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I want to see this.
Every second game was a team was ending. The other team, don't end. One more fight. Okay, let's replay. Just like go there again and fucking fight.
Dude,
And I mean, as a coach, you don't let this happen every single day, but you let it happen some days. And I think that, I think it made players better. And I think this was only in summer 2020, because in spring 2020, G2 were just murderous. Right? They were trying to do the same thing, and we just get murdered like every single time. So it wasn't that fun. But in the summer of 2020, I think that the teams were more even in scrims at least, and that meant that you could have that. And I think it made both teams better, if I'm honest. But it meant you couldn't scrim other teams, which there were like 2 or 3 teams in LEC that had monkey scrims, and if you're going to have one day of monkey scrims a week, you can't have too many days of monkey scrims. That's all I would say.
You have to select your monkey scrims.
Yeah, actually, that's one thing about Rogue. When you're scrimming against Rogue, you're guaranteed to get good scrims.
Good stage game.
Yeah, like and yeah, Rogue were always good.
Hang on, actually, that's the conversation we were at. So I'm gonna do a Peter Dunn. Oh yeah, we were talking about Larson.
You're gonna do an impact.
That's where we started this one, way back. And I just want to quickly jump on that point
1 second
before you
because
continue.
Out and shit. Didn't have a good experience.
Nelson.
I thought we were super good. We beat Rogue like 18-1 or something, and then we go on stage. You're fucking shit. So I don't know. Maybe Rogue was worse.
I mean, it's you had too many scrim bucks to carry, right? That's just the reality.
Yeah,
So-
I guess. But we're like, oh, we beat Rogue 18-1.
Yeah,
The
it's so
only game
easy.
they won was the last one where we actually in the draft as well, and they went like Azir mid again. It's like last one, of course, like Azir mid. And they won that one, and we're like, oh, we're so fucking good. And we go on stage, and we're like, oh, we're so fucking shit. And then didn't work out.
So
Yeah, Vogue, Larson.
I want to throw a point out about Larson. I want to just shout out to my boy Larson, because here's the thing, right? The part of the equation that you guys are missing when you're talking about how Larson plays, and you're talking like play styles and like big picture analytical stuff. I'm not interested in that. Okay. This guy used to play in the UK scene, I'll have you know, right? He was the king of the UK scene. This guy would step onto the Rift and he would body fools. He would step up and he would be the Swedish superstar in the mid lane, okay? And anytime you step onto my show and you shit talk my boy Larson, man, you got another thing. Like, all I'm saying is, if you're going to shit talk Larson like that, Grabbz, I'm going to be happy when you go over to NA, all right?
Okay, now it's on.
I mean, all I will say about Larson is, do you remember the season H2K nearly went 0-18? Right? Like there was a season and they were 0-12, right? And then they were playing against Splice, which was my team.
Right?
Yeah, and he was 17. They had some emergency sub situation and they subbed in Larson, right, for that week. And they were 0-12, and we desperately needed to win that game as Splice because we were like having a bit of a rough summer split. We needed to secure playoffs, and we lost because he hard carried the game. And I've never underestimated
Let's
him. I've
fucking
never
go,
underestimated
Lars.
him
Let's
since-
fucking go. UK seed champion, by the way.
I mean, I just remember.
Look, all I'm saying is,
Okay.
Alfari also UK seed champion, also currently 100% win rate at Worlds 2021. I rest my case. Thank you, ladies.
He also is from the UK, no? Like he's a different case. He just is Welsh, so.
Yeah.
He's a genius.
But
Best player
again,
in the world,
because
probably.
apparently, I mean,
Maybe.
again, I know Munch, you know it, but some people in chat might get it wrong. I'm not flaming Larson. I think he's a good player. I think he could be even better if he would take more risks.
I agree. And to be honest, I think that's something that Humanoid and Caps, when they came into LEC, they were just willing to run it down. I mean, you remember Caps in 2018? There would be games where he would just run it, and Humanoid as well, right? Like, and they got better as a result. Whereas you can argue in terms of pure technical play, when Larson was coming up, he came up with Abadage, Humanoid, and Nemesis, right? You could argue that he was the best. He had the best technical play out of those four, right? But he didn't improve as fast as some of the others, right? And that's why, right? So for me, when I see Larson, you know, he's still really young. No, he's 20, right?
Yeah, he's
21, yeah.
21, I think.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he's got plenty of time.
Wait,
Right,
2018 he was
but
17, so now, of course,
they
he's
will-
20, yeah.
Yeah,
He's 21.
right.
apparently.
So 21. Okay, well, I mean, okay, but he's still really, really young. I mean, and there will reach a point where he will not be able to get better unless he's willing to run it down. It's that simple, right? But I'm a big Larson fan, or Larson apologist, I guess you have to be at this point. But I think that in Europe they really, really treat this guy really badly, and I don't really understand why. Okay, that was Rogue. Should we talk about Fnatic?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we were talking about broadcast narratives. That was our short, concise
Oh my
broadcast
God,
narratives.
half an hour ago.
It took us about an hour to get through it. Okay, so hang on. Let's synopsize Rogue. Okay, so our broadcast narrative for Rogue is good early game, Rogue time. No. So we're saying that they're correct. We're saying that they're correct. The broadcast narratives for Rogue are correct.
But you have to bring in the context.
Can I do it like
versus
very, very
Mad
quick?
Lions.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah. Do the clickbait headlines for me.
No, that go first, sorry.
No, I was joking, saying you have to bring in the sideline point of, if you're talking about Rogue, we needed to talk about the cheat to a Mad Lion scrims because they affect Rogue when they go onto the main stage. So how can you talk about them on a broadcast sense if you don't bring in that comparison?
I mean, they had the chance to learn against us in sprints, but it didn't. So
That's the analytical mind coming through right there. Those extra kills, they hide more brain.
Okay, the clickbaity stuff, okay? So it's Rogue and Mad Fnatic. So Rogue has a plan, and it is really sad that they all follow the plan. Whereas Mad and Fnatic, they play together, but they don't have a plan, and it's really sad that they don't have a plan. So I think these are the two differences.
Okay, so would you say then the clickbait for Damwon, the reason that they're so good is that they have a plan and they also follow the plan?
No, because that's Rogue, right? And it's sad. But Damwon was the first Korean team, and that's why they were so fucking good, that plays Korean style, but also understands when to adapt in the game and play more aggressively. That's also why, especially in 2019, we were the Korean killers, because Korea played the same way every game. It didn't matter. Against SKT 2019, we knew Drake is spawning, Khan will go there. Wonder, just stay in your fucking lane, push 3 waves, get ahead. Do that 3 times, your till levels up, he can't play the game anymore, right? That was SKT. But they came down and they're like, well, they can play the style, but they have a brain. So if they get the Drake anyways, he doesn't move. You're like, huh, wait a minute.
Now it's hard.
They actually understand the game, and they can also play aggressive, and you're like, so we can't outscale them because they can snowball. We can't play early game because they also play aggressive. It's like, that's rough, yeah. And then we were lucky that that Nuguri decided to go Fiora and go 0-10. And we're like, okay, we can win the game, guys. But yeah, that's why Damwon is so good, because Damwon is not a traditional Korean team. I think SKT is still traditional Korean in a way where they have their game plan. They will play towards the game plan. And if anything changes in the game plan, then good luck to them, right? No? Then they have really good individual players. They can still carry. They can still win. But it won't be convincing. Whereas Damwon, they adapt to it. They can play full clear canyon style. They can go full invade style. They can play early game. They can play mid game. They can play. Okay, to be fair, mid game I think is the weakest point, or was last year. I can't judge now from scrims because I think on stage in Korea it's hard to judge. But last year the mid game was the weakest point, where if they delete, they wouldn't snowball correctly, or like correctly in a way where we say world class teams should. Their early game was really good. The late game was really good. The team fighting was really good. The lane assignments in mid game were not the best. That was done one last year. Whereas now, I mean, again, hard to judge for me because I don't want to judge only in Korea because every Korean team plays the same way. Especially, I will always be a Genji enemy because I think the plays are fucking boring and it's so easy to play against them.
I'm the
Traditionally.
same. Well, I've never played against them, but I also think they're boring.
So that's why it's hard for me to judge Damwon in the region. But I know for a fact that this team can play any style and they're pretty good at everything. So just really hard. They don't have a weakness. So that means I have to play perfect league to win against them.
I think I just go from the LPL perspective. I think RNG are that team in China. They're the team that like have worked out how to play, slower style and adapt to. Like, I mean, FPX, you know what's coming with FPX, right? They're gonna whack you hard and they're gonna like punch you as hard as they can and try to like knock you out before you can reply, right? But RNG, I think RNG are smarter than some of the other teams in China. And I actually think that they will do better against international competition than some of the other LPL teams. Not that I think EDG are bad, right? But I think I'd take RNG versus a Korean team over FPX or EDG versus a Korean team. So, but we'll have to see what happens at once. I think if it's EDG versus RNG though, or FPX versus RNG, I think they both win. But so if you're an LPL lover, which I'm an LPL lover, I would hope the RNG play against European teams. I mean, not the Korean teams.
Against the Korean teams, yeah.
Stay away from the European teams. I want the European teams too.
Yeah, I too am afraid of RNG.
So I agree with what Grabbz said about plan. Do you think do you think Fnatic don't have a plan? I think Fnatic have a plan. I don't think it's always a good plan, but I think they have a plan.
What I mean
the plan is just fight, right?
If you have one thing you always do, that's on the plan for me. Not plan is like, okay, we do this, then we do this.
Okay.
Staying in the enemy jungle after pushing out is on a plan for me. That's just if they don't come, guys, what do we do? We have no fucking idea. They always come in Europe. Oh yeah, right. They always come in. Yeah, okay. Oh, here's the anchor. Say hello.
I mean, okay, that's fair. But
I mean, hilariously, the English phrase I would respond to that is "sounds like a plan." So it is an English org, I guess.
I mean,
just make sure so it doesn't end up somewhere else. But I'm oversimplifying, of course.
Yes,
but
obviously.
They don't play the map.
Don't worry, the clip will end before this part of the conversation.
Yeah, of course. They just don't because they don't play 3 lanes. Neither does Matt. They always play 2 lanes.
Yep.
Mostly even 1.5 lanes because they will always go side. Support jungle will cover. Kazi usually will catch mid on the tower, and then they wait. You make a mistake, they kill you. If you don't make a mistake, they just reset to the same thing on the other side. That's how they play the game. That's all they do. Yeah. If they have TF, even better.
I mean, I think.
I mean, it's good against worse teams, and we are worse team. That's why we lost, right? It's that simple. Like we were too shit to punish it.
So I think that there's 2 things about that. Firstly, if you're playing 2 lanes against a team that plays 3 lanes, you're generally favored, right? So in my opinion, right? But I think that the way that Mad play the game is they play 2 lanes because that's kind of the safest way that they can play the game, and it lets them play in Europe because Mad Lions basically outscale the other European teams because their team fighting is better. Right?
So that's my short. Yep. Go ahead.
So to me, them playing 2 lanes and catching people out on mid is because what you're doing when you're playing 2 lanes is you're essentially stopping progress of the game happening. And I think that this is what separates Mad, right? Like if you're willing to play 2 lanes through both sides, I think you could do well against them. But if you could out team fight Mad, it's hard for them to beat you, but I don't think there's any team that I've seen that can 100% out team fight Mad. So you have to smash them really hard in the early game in order to beat them. but yeah, I understand how they've got to the point where they play 2 lanes because it's just the safest way to play the game. It's like the Europe 2021 version of NARAM, right? Except it's 2 lanes, right, instead of 1 lane.
And when I say like it's not a plan, that their baseline plan wins 80% of games in Europe. It's a good plan for Europe. It's a good plan in that region. It's a good plan to be a top team in the world.
Yep.
So I'm judging it against what you need to be to win worlds. So I think in that regard they're lacking because, for example, what happens a lot is that Kaiser and Ayoya hack Humanoid too much. That means Kazi has no way of getting priority. So suddenly you're playing on 2 lanes, but all you're doing is pushing out 1 wave while they're pushing out 2.
That's fine.
So,
That's fine.
so the moment that the enemy team can decide to desync you, that means something that top teams do, but it's really hard in game because especially what happens is to still track jungle camps in 15 minutes. If they desync you there and then suddenly you have the strong side where camp spawn, you get behind. And they have nothing to do. Like there's a stop around, you lose the camps and there's nothing you can do. And Matt has a hard time, as shown today as well, if they're behind in tempo, to like respond because what they do is fight, but for that they need to fight you. So for example, the whole top play there, if TL just pushes out and resets and goes back bot, Matt has no play. But TL tries to get tower, so that's why Matt had to play, right? And again, I'm criticizing it, but it's a really good plan that works like 90% of the time. But if you want to be a world champion and you want to beat FPX or Damwon or RNG, you need more.
Yeah, that's fine. I can see that. Unless you can't team fight, right? Like if you're against a team that is bad at team fighting, then they're still going to win anyway, right?
So you're saying
like,
if you're
Sure. Or you'll say LNG. I don't think LNG are a particularly good team fighting team, right? Like I think it's really, really hard for a team like LNG to beat a team like Mad Lads. I think it's really hard for a team like Genji. Fingers crossed. Touch wood, because they're playing tomorrow, right? And if Mad Lads start 0-2, that's really rough. But
I'm gonna clip that and I'm gonna come back.
But if it makes it hard against a team like EDG or a team like Damwon, right, who can really team fight, like those guys they're really insane.
Liquid as well,
Yeah, I mean, technically, I'm supposed to support Team Liquid, right? Yay, go Team Liquid! I'm so happy you guys won.
Hey, they've got a UK team. They've got a UK player. Come on, big up Liquid.
I mean, yeah, I'm so happy that the team from my region won against Mad Lions. Yay, go NA. Okay. So yeah, I got sidetracked. Yeah. Okay. So I think that's how the best way to think about Mad Lions. I think that what they're doing is more sophisticated than the rundown mid as 5, but I think they're really smart at playing 2 lanes. So you see, this is the kind of thing that I wish you had. There was an avenue where you could talk about teams' playstyles, right? Like, what's the difference between a 4-1 comp versus a team that plays 4-1 versus a team that plays 1-3-1 versus a team that likes to play 2-2-1, right? And how these things interact with each other, right? Because the best way to beat a team like Mad Lions is to know how to play 2-1-2. And there's very few teams in the world that understand how to play 2-1-2 really well. Or 1-4, right? Like 4-1-0, right? Or 3-1-1 variations. But it's hard to explain how a 2-1-2 interacts against a 4-1 comp, right? And that's the kind of thing which I wish there was more content about, right? Because I think we can go, in football, everyone knows what a 4-4-2 is, or 4-2-3-1, or like a 4-3-3.
For sure. Yeah, I know.
all
of those numbers.
No, everybody knows.
Really good example. Yeah, definitely know.
That's the thing that we assume everybody knows, but already these systems will probably.
Don't you fucking disagree with me? Fuck this. I'm out of here. Anyway,
he's assuming everybody plays football manager, right? Which nobody does. It's like, okay, what's the difference between wingbacks and fullbacks? What's the difference between a deep line playmaker? Who drops back?
Fair, back in 2008, I played FIFA, and I used to change between the different formations. I can't say I ever noticed it significantly in the game because I would run up the pitch with my keeper and then score. Which formations don't necessarily impact significantly.
Yeah, I think FIFA is a bit hard to judge. But a good example, actually, like, while he's gone, about today's game is where Matt was pushing top, got top tower, and then because how the formation works is where like the Jack's top wants to reset because he wants to go bot and catch the wave. There were still 4 top side, right? That means Ayoya goes forward to go to the blue buff, doesn't respect though that the enemy team had the tempo before and had time to reset or go through mid and be there. That means at blue he died. And that's how Matt plays. Matt plays one strong side, has one guy at mid catching the wave, and if they make a mistake, which they did because Jack set the recall, that means that you should never go for blue there. Like they're weak side now. They made their play, they got tower, they were behind in tempo, they traded towers. Jack catch a wave, reset, kill camps, right? He didn't do it, he went for the blue. They blast con over, I think, and killed him. So this is a mistake that Matt would do more often, pretty much. Because they are so addicted or so used to having a strong side on the side, and they don't always respect it. And also, they're a team that likes to fight. So even if they think this might be going wrong, they still try it. So as an example of today, you can see it how they play the game.
Yeah, I think this is something we've seen a little bit in LPL, where you will have team. Well, obviously that's kind of what we're talking about. Is like when you get the top teams, they'll happily try and punish that. Especially, I think the biggest thing I've noticed from like play-ins into the group stage is if like I've seen a couple of teams playing off of like 3 lanes when they're behind on tempo and they just do not get punished for it. Where we're seeing it way more when we come into groups. And I think if you are going to try and play that style, where you're not respecting just how well teams can move around the map and how good they are at punishing you when you make these mistakes, you're going to end up struggling against, especially when you go up against the top teams.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Matt suffers that like we were shit, and I think it was shit because they should have learned this during the season, but they couldn't because we're too bad. Yeah. So it's always like a regional thing, right? Because again, in LPL you have more good teams, so you get punished more often, and you can refine your style. But for example, into a team with Vitality, who could only play early game, that was the style. They played early game, but that meant that every team that was good had to learn to play early game to a level which could survive against Vitality. And I think especially now that Riot, I mean, now they kind of reversed it a bit with the tier 2 towers on side, which give them load.
Yeah.
But right now there was one style to play the game. And I'm very biased because I love 1v1. I think it's the most beautiful way to play the game. And it's not efficient. So every team, more and more, like I have Duff's and Lucy's Scott report, right? They play the same game. There's no... That might change champions, right? But ultimately, you might give up first or second Drake because of Herald, but then ultimately it just comes down to hold waves and then go Drake. And that's the game. And there's no decision making in the terms of how it was in 2018 to 19. So it's also harder for teams to actually improve if they don't have access to that many good teams. Whereas LPL, SK can scrim each other, that means they have a pool of, let's say, conservatively 5 world-class teams in the regions, right? That means of a scrim league, you have 2 world-class scrims. Which G2 we were not world-class. Fnatic is not world-class. Rogue is good to scrim against. But like if I'm mad right now, right? There's no team that can consistently punish me my mistakes. So I improve. And that's why Matt right now is our best team. But their shortcomings are a result of us not being good enough as a region. That's how it is. And if they can improve, then holy shit, that's what happened to us the last years, you know? We came to tournaments and then there came LP and SK and we got shit stomped. Like, it's not even funny. Like, last year we had a scrim block against DRX. Game 1, 80 minutes, 12 minutes, 50 minutes, 3-hour break because of the schedule. 18, 22, 16, I think.
Jesus.
We lost 0-6. Like, it was not worth for them to stream us because we were so shit compared to them. Yeah.
This was the Chovy DRX?
Okay.
No, it was last year. It was the...
oh, sorry.
Was it Chovy, actually?
It was Chovy last year, wasn't it?
It was Deft and Carrier bot lane, no, I think.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Like, our bot lane could not... Like, ask Mickey and Perks. Like, Mickey and Perks were good, right? But they couldn't play against them. Like, if it was Lulu Ash against Kate Lux, we lost both sides consistently. We could not play the game. And then I played like Rakan Twitch and we couldn't play either.
Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Impossible.
Yeah,
we can.
You're back. You're back. Welcome back, sir.
Hello.
You've been on Death Realm.
I'm back. Okay, I'm really, really sorry about that. Okay, so
Dude, you're good.
I'm now no longer using hotel. I'm now using mobile data. So so don't worry about it. So I
probably ran out of hotel Wi-Fi. Sometimes there's a secret limit.
Maybe I ran out of hotel. maybe I'm draining all of their hotel Wi-Fi. Maybe that's why they've seen it.
Actually, yeah.
Sorry.
Tino's in chat.
What was the last thing that you heard from
Tino
my
can
side?
vouch for
Yeah.
how scrims were against DRX. Like he
Yeah,
was
I mean,
there.
it seemed like he was vouching, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
He said it was hilarious to watch.
It was the shortest of my life. Against the scrim block. It was impossible to play. But that means, but the thing is, we were aware, right? We come into it, we know we're gonna get shitstorm. There was no question about it, and they can learn. And I think this is something where Matt has to grow into and understand that we are just behind as a region, not because I think EU is worse, but just because we are. I mean, now with VRLs, I think we get more talent, and we can get to a point in like 2-3 years maybe, where we have more good teams. But right now there is just no fundamentals, no foundation to work on. Also, Peter, I was just talking about basically that Matt example as the best team in Europe, right? Can only be so good because Europe in comparison is shit. So we can't punish them for the mistakes, which we shouldn't punish them. Shit is
I feel like Peter doesn't feel like that's exactly what he said based on his expression.
But all I'm saying, Grabbz, is that Worlds is in Europe this year, right? And we are slowly destroying the mental of all the best Korean players, right? So that's our strategy
L9,
to win,
baby,
right?
let's
You
go.
look at Jamaica, you look at Teddy, you look at it's like a Hunger Games thing, right? Like eventually they're all going to be driven absolutely crazy by you.
Dude,
We
it
are
lasts
forced in the
until the
hellfire.
6th of November. We've got a long time to work with here.
I mean, yeah, we got a long time. Like, just put them
If we
in.
get one European team to quarterfinals, that's all we need. Like one more
It's
week.
free.
That's all we need.
It's free. Like that. That's all we need. I'm not sure there's much against the American.
I have some terrible
the
news for
American
you
teams
guys.
because American solo queue is even worse.
Can you imagine? Oh my god! Can you imagine? There's one European team in quarterfinals. Their opponents get drawn, and they try to play solo queue in Europe.
Yeah.
They will
Dude.
not get a single game.
The thing is,
Oh
I
man.
promise you.
I have the only problem with this theory, right, is that works for Korean teams, I think. It's specifically Showmaker, who has even said in interviews how there are villains in US solo queue, which is one of my favorite quotes of all time, honestly. But
I mean,
the
that
thing
was
is-
that was after his Baus game, right? He gave that interview after he was with Baus 3 times on the same day.
Yeah.
I remember that.
yeah. Well, he re-quoted that in an interview leading up to this Worlds about the fact that it was in Europe, and it was like, well, there's a lot of villains on the US. But the one flaw with the theory is that Chinese solo queue is plenty toxic. Like, the Chinese players are not unaware of like the EUS mentality. I mean, Cryan's a great example, actually.
So
these players are not afraid to have a tantrum.
I mean, I've been hyping up EU to my academy guys and to Danny as well on EG, trying to persuade them. EU, it's the land of milk and honey. Go there. You're going to play the best quality solo queue of your life. So much better than North America.
For coaches, NA is
there's
amazing,
no
right?
ping. You've got all of these great guys, and I think I've lost some trust. I mean, I remember there was one time where I don't know if Vega's in the chat, but Jojo Pin, who's my mid laner in academy, pretty good guy, right? Pretty good 1v1 player. He came into solo queue. He was doing really well. He had like 80% win rate, was up to 600 LP. First game, he got Baus for the first time, and this is a guy he's seen in North America. He went 0-15-0, like the TSM amateur support. Messaged me on Twitter saying, what is this guy doing, right? Like, I mean, this is a pro player running me down, and he got Baus's Scion build and was like trying AD Scion, and he was literally running the game down, trying to win, right? Not actually running, but like actually just trying to copy what he'd seen on the guy's stream. And he was doing it, and he literally went 0-15-0, and the TSM amateur support messaged me and was like, deal with your player, right? So this guy he's like a hero of well, I don't know if he's a hero, right? But he's a guy that he's played against. He's like, oh, this guy has this really smart idea of the game. I've got to go and play with him, right? So he comes to Europe, plays with him. The guy, between the two of them, they give up 23 kills in the first 15 minutes of the game. Between them. Okay, fine, whatever. It's a one-off. Doesn't matter. Second game, they go in the game again, right? Same thing happens. Second game in a row. Same thing happens. Okay, so okay, fine. And then I'm coming to him.
It's just like my solo
I'm like, you've got to stop. Like you like just take a break, right? You can't handle this. Third game in a row, he's like, oh no, don't worry about it, right? Like this is nothing, you know, it's just a couple of bad games. Third game happens. Third game in a row, right? Like I didn't even think it was possible to get paired 3 times in a row. He gets paired with him third time in a row, right? This time, he's the top lane, I think, and Bounce is the support. They run it down together again in total harmony. But actually, this time he runs it down, but then he gets back in the game and then he throws it, right? So they lose third game in a row. Fourth lobby in a row, right? I'm like, rest. And he's like, no, fuck this, right? Like, I'm actually coming. He gets 4 lobbies in a row with the same player. Okay, and Veigar is in this lobby, right? Veigar is in the lobby, right? And Veigar, him and Veigar are arguing with each other over who should quit the lobby. And eventually, Veigar quits the lobby, right? Great. Okay, Veigar has done him a favor. I'm like, okay, come on, man, you've got to stop this, right? 5th game in a row. 5th game. He gets him again. 5th time in the lobby, right? After Veigar sacrifices LP and time.
Sacrifices 2 LP. What a hero.
Yeah.
He can't possibly go wrong again.
And time. In Europe,
5 minutes.
4 hours of waiting.
4th game in a row, right? 5th lobby, 4th game in a row, right? He gets run down again, right? And he's just like, okay, I hate Europe. Like, I actually absolutely hate this server. Like, what are you making me do, Peter, right? And, you know, I mean, he should have just taken a break, right? And can you imagine somebody who really cares about League of Legends, like Showmaker, going through this?
I love how your conclusion
I
is
mean,
just taking a break. Babis is the only problem with EUS solo queue. He could have taken a break and it would have been fine.
Just take a break and it would be fine, right? And
Babos is the gatekeeper.
I don't know what
if you can't endure this level of fucking griefing and having
he
a
doesn't
0-10
even
top
flame.
laner, you can't even play in pro play in Europe. It's just gatekeeper. It's like, okay, if you can't take them.
Yep. Oh man,
No, but this is what Tenacity did. You haven't seen Tenacity do this? He literally sits in queue, waits until Bounce is in queue, and then queues into him. Right? That's how he would play Fury or something, right? He would literally queue into him, right? And then he would slash him because obviously he's gonna slash him, right? Because it's a jungle. And I like that. I love watching him. I think he is like insane. I love watching his streams. I love how positive he is, right? But you know, I may have lost some trust points, right, with certain young players in my team because Europe is not quite the land of milk and honey that they think it is. And in North America, they can hard carry. Like if Danny wants to hard carry North America, he just hard carries the game if he's not limit testing, right? But he comes to Europe and people are too good for him to hard carry.
But it's the Goku like time chamber having 10G closed on, you know? If you can't hard carry in Europe, then improve until you can.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like,
that's what I think, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If you can hard carry NA, that means NA's too easy for you. Come back to Europe.
You made it. So
if you can't get rank 1 EUNE, then there's no hope for you.
Holy moly. Yeah, it's true. Rat has reached he's transcended what normal human beings can achieve. But yeah, I mean, you know, this is something that I think we have to keep the European teams in it because over time, you know, there's a limit to how much you can handle, right? And Faker's had training for it. I think Faker's kind of immune because he gets run. No, but Faker gets run down all the time, right? You know, whenever he plays solo queue, people bet on his games, and like people will run it down, right? Trying to influence the result. So he's experienced this. Like, there's nothing that can phase him. So T1 are safe, but I don't know whether Damwon or Gen G are safe. I don't know. So I think all we have to do is just keep them here long enough, and it will be fine.
Honestly, so I love how you say all we have to do.
Yeah.
We have to do.
It's not even it's not even a theory. It's like we've got 845 viewers right now. This is recruitment. If any of you guys are high, elo, and EUS, we need your help.
Okay. Especially the red subs right now. Do the fucking red salute.
There's a lot of them actually. To be fair.
Actually, I can't remember how we got it.
Yo, to be fair though, actually, just random tangent here. Rat IRL was super high up on the leaked Twitch numbers. I was surprised how high up Rat IRL was on the leaked Twitch sub count thing, or not sub count, like the earnings
I
thing.
think
Right IRL was like top 50 or something on the
It's not
whole of
62, I
Twitch.
think it
I was
was,
like,
yeah.
holy shit, dude. Fucking fair play to the guy. Like, that surprised me. I didn't even know he was one of the biggest League streamers at all. Never mind one of the top Twitch streamers.
I mean, I have to admit, I'm a red lurker. Like, I watch him as well. The guy is.
I've watched
like,
his
I
stream a
think-
fair amount of times, yeah.
I mean,
He's really
you could-
entertaining.
yeah, he's entertaining as fuck. If he doesn't have his rage attacks, and he's just good at the game. Like, if he actually would try to play more champs and try to actually be in pro AD carry, I think he could. Legit.
His mechanics are insane. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
clearly.
I think there's no question. But of course, if he earns that much, that he's like Twitch 62, then no team can buy him, right? But
Yeah, exactly.
um,
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is the thing. You just have to, like EU, NA people run it down without hands, and in EU people run it down with hands. So it's easy to fit in. So there we go.
That's a great quote. I feel like I want that on a mug.
This is how I know I've drunk too much.
Or
So,
just enough.
Random question. I don't know if you guys will have an opinion on this, but like, what's your take on like? So obviously we've talked EU and NA server. When it compares to like Chinese server and Korean server, and I'm not just talking about like top level, who's the best server.
I can
kind of
talk
bullshit.
Chito Mexicano in house.
But like, which server seemed like the most like? Because Chinese super server has a reputation for being like insane in terms of mechanics, but also pretty fucking insane in terms of like people will just target in you and run you down, right? Like, what were your guys' experiences of the Asian servers when you've been over there?
I mean, Korea is the better server by far.
Korea for sure.
There's no question.
But is like, because people say Korea's really toxic as well. Is that just not? Are you immune to that if you just slash mute all, or is it like target inting? And...
As a European, I don't think Korea was toxic.
Yeah.
Legit. I mean, again,
Really?
Korea, I didn't have a pro player account. So I stuck like high plat, low diamond. But it wasn't toxic. China, I mean, I had a pro player account, which was interesting to suddenly play against world's players. And like, I told my D carry was supposed to support, like, you lane alone. I'm just gonna like get levels and then hopefully do something later. And I had a bigger win rate than Broxer and Jensen, by the way, when I played support.
It's true.
And then I got my ego because I played against I got full jungle and I played against Karzi and Kaiser actually. And I picked Hecarim and I was 11-1. And then my monkey brain told me every time I saw Karzi on screen, E goes and just go. That was my game plan. After I was 11-1 and I lost the game. And then I was like, I can jungle here. And then I lost 26 games in a row.
I'm impressed at your mental that you played 26 games at that point, honestly.
I had to prove
that
it
was
myself.
That was the Among Us year.
Yeah, actually, Among Us saved Europe, by the way, and the NA.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, great question then. Who's the highest elo Among Us player in LoL esports in your experience?
Wonder by far.
I think we had this last time.
Wonder is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, did we?
We asked that one last year. I don't think anyone's done it since last year, but he retires at number 1.
Okay.
But what I will say about the Chinese Super Server, if you want to understand how the Chinese Super Server works, Arome at Worlds last year had a 95% win rate on Shen, right? And he had maybe a 40% win rate on everything else. And if you want to win in China, just play Shen. Just like, I mean, a fight is going to happen. It's going to happen. Okay, it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter whether the fight is a smart fight. It doesn't matter whether you want to go and farm that side lane or that jungle camp. Play Shen, right? You just play Shen. You're there in the fight. Somebody else is not going to be in the fight. The fight is going to happen. There's going to be some outplay. But if you are Shen, they can't outplay, right? They can't burst the guy because you can just shield him. And you can go and farm jungle camps in peace, and you can go and farm side lanes in peace, knowing that you will always have ultimates, right? And it's literally that simple. And that's all you have to do to climb on Chinese Super Server, right?
Yeah. That works in regular solo queue over there as well. We noticed very quickly that like champions like Braum, one of these kind of things work wonders in solo queue because like level 1 invades happen every fucking game. So if you have a champion that works well at level 1 invade, you've just won the game straight off the bat.
I'm telling you, Ezreal is the best champion in the game when you're playing in China because you can survive. And that's a really important thing to exist in. Like, I feel like people don't. I feel like people hear about the server differences, right? And they think, oh, that's just a challenger. That doesn't matter. I can tell you as a gold player, a proud gold player, that it's different in China, man. Like, they fucking fight all the fucking time. The reason that they love Ezreal so much in pro in China is because you can just survive the chaos that happens in all of these early skirmishes for the entire game, every single fucking game.
I will also say, went into a gold game in China League, got the wave frozen on me, and then next thing I know, they like crashed the wave, and mid and jungle have roamed down off of the bot lane push. I was like, this is fucking gold. Why are there 4 people playing off of wave states?
This shit happens in level 10 games. This shit happens in level 10 games in China.
But what I will say though about Korean server, I think the Korean server is better, but there's stuff that I've seen one tricks do on the Chinese server that I cannot even imagine. Right? Like, it's impossible until I've seen it. It's like, you know, people say, imagine a color you've never seen, right? This is sometimes when I'm watching Chinese solo queue. Well, or like it's normally on a Katarina or it's on a Fizz or something. And there's just like, I can't imagine that it's physically possible to do something like that in League of Legends, right? Like, and this is something that I see more on the Chinese server than on the Korean server. But I do think the Korean server is much better.
Manga
Right?
Dog.
Manga Dog. Who are the 2 Katarinas?
There's Beifeng as well, who's the Kiana player. I think it's Beifeng.
But it's just, there are things which you will see which are impossible. Like, they're just impossible. Like, it's not possible. They're not playing League of Legends, right? They're playing something else. And you know, I'm 100% sure that they're not what's it called, where you put a program? They're not
What? No, what?
No, but where you put like, I've forgotten what it's called.
Matrix?
Where you put things into your League of Legends program illegally, right? So that you can hit skill shots. Scripting, right? Now, I'm certain they're not scripting because you can't like, there's no script that could do what these guys are doing, right? Like, it's just impossible, right?
When I was playing support, the same story. I was doing with like a Chinese guy who was Ezreal, one-trick pony, and I mean, I watched enough scrims, right? This guy was so good in Ezreal. I was like mind blown. And he just wrote me like broken English, like, can I come to Europe? And like, yeah, sure. Like, why? Yeah, I'm too old for China. I'm like, how old are you? Yeah, 19. Nobody wants me anymore. I'm like, okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Amazing.
No, Jim played with Mickey. It was a different one. That wasn't Jim. But the guy was so insane. That was crazy. Like, I didn't do anything in lane. He just like only two. I'm like, okay, sure. I just get levels. I'm going around.
My favorite thing is when you see some of these one tricks. If you go and watch like random one trick streams of Chinese super server, some of them are like so unbelievably insane when it comes to their one trick, and then you watch them play just literally any other champion, and it's like they threw their hands out the window. I don't know what happens. It's like they don't actually understand how League of Legends works unless they have these specific 4 abilities.
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
crazy.
thing. It's so mental to
I'm
me.
getting ice.
Yeah. No worries.
They'll Q dodge though. That's the big difference, right?
Yeah,
in North America, they won't Q dodge, right? Whereas in China, they'll Q dodge often, not always, but if they don't get their one trick, often they'll Q dodge, which I think is a good thing. Can I just finish my point earlier before I cut out?
Yeah.
So
Go for it,
about the how different formations interact, right? Because in football, you know, if you're doing base, I don't know how much you guys heard of what I was saying because I was just speaking and then.
No, we heard like you've got all the different formations and you can try and.
Okay, and then how they interact. Yeah. Okay,
I think you said League of Legends is Football Manager or something along those lines.
Okay, but something like that, right? Okay, so if you heard all of that, then that's that point. The only other thing that I wanted to say is because we talked about everyone else in Europe, we didn't talk about Fnatic, right? And for me, Fnatic is a team that is whereas Mad Lions are more 2 lanes. Fnatic are just like they're just going to fight you on 1 lane. The big secret that Fnatic have is that their top laner roams mid at like level 3, level 4, and if you can answer that, it's quite hard in the early game. Because I love Niski. Like, I think Niski's a great player with a lead. But him getting the lead individually is hard. If Fnatic can find ways to get him a lead, which, again, is really hard because Hylissang can't roam for free, right? Because when Hylissang and Upset were playing together, they had really, really good 2v2, so he could roam for free. Then they can give Niski a lead, and if you give Niski a lead, he'll close the game, like, error-free, right? That's the thing that he's really good at. But Fnatic have to be able to get him a lead, and it's not going to be that easy anymore. Yeah, that's my only point on Fnatic.
I will say that was one of my big takeaways from the game today that Fnatic played. Right, was
Yeah, that's yeah.
I was surprised that Chovy died to the Fnatic top lane level 3 gank mid, right? Like, we've seen this before. This isn't new information, guys. Like, I can tell you that, and I ain't exactly an analyst. Like, did HLE just not watch Fnatic once? Like, how did they not know Adam was gonna gank mid level 3? That's. Maybe I'm way off base.
That right, but we died to the game 4, game 5 as well. So.
Do you guys not watch Fnatic once? Or?
Yeah, exactly.
As a gold 3 punter, I can tell you you're terrible.
Now's not enough for like talking about this for like a week straight, like 5 times a day. That still happens. So, I mean, laning is hard, right, against good players. So I guess you forget.
I can't even look at my minimap, so I'm really not in a position to criticize. But
you have a T1 fan in the chat asking desperately for us to talk about T1. So who wants to jump on that grenade?
They're really good against Japanese teams.
Mr.
Really good against Japanese teams. Faker, history, legacy. That's all I'm qualified to say. I have 3 analysts around me. You guys hit this.
Like King's legacy.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'll go first because I'm the one I think with the least input on them because I've only seen. So basically,
he's the bravest.
No, so for me, like to give the context, I finished LPL, focused on LPL, went straight into EU Masters, focused on EU Masters, and then had very little time until I went into Worlds. So I focused on the play-ins teams. So like my experience with T1 is basically them beating Hanwha, and that's basically what I saw them. But the thing I was kind of surprised about was how little interaction there actually was between lanes. I thought we'd see a lot more from them in the early stages where they'd actually try and like use mid-pro that they have, try and get Faker out and actually work as a unit to move around the map, which I was really surprised at. And I thought that like I'd get a little bit more from them. It felt like they kind of relied on, okay, late game, we've got some decent team fighting in that, but like that was kind of as much as I saw. But again, that was like a single series.
I'm just gonna say, I think individually, probably one of the most stacked rosters in the world.
Yeah.
But for some reason, they don't get it together. Like, it doesn't feel like they're a team. They just play and see what happens. That's how it feels like.
It's like WE.
Just
You
better.
go away, will you?
Like, way better, I think. Like,
It's
individually.
like suiting. I'm sorry. Please continue. Just ignore me. I've had a few gins.
By the way, this is the man who's been tweeting about how much Morgan.
If you didn't have Angel and a support player, then yeah. Like, Angel's good, right? But it's not like world class level, I think.
Yeah.
What do you think about Crane?
Once he's got his Mobies, he's exceptional. Okay.
I
fit
think
right in
he
the US.
does what he needs to do. I don't think that he will. Yeah. No, just there. He.
The T1.
Okay. All I'm saying is, if you're in a team of Xiaohu and you're the worst soul laner, then if Evolution is done, right? If it's Lucian, fair play. That guy is stupid good, right? But Xiaohu was never known to be like the best soul laner, right? Especially in mid. But maybe mid laners are just better. Maybe just I should get 5
I'm
mid
just
laners
gonna
and
say,
both of them.
if Lyric was here right now, if Lyric was within 4 miles of you right now, he would come to you with a fucking baseball bat and he would beat you within an inch of your life. Like, anyone that says anything about Xiaohu is they're out the window.
No, I think Zhao is a smart player. Zhao is really smart. He just traditionally not a good laner.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
I will say his laning has improved a lot, though. From where
But he also picks Lucian in the right matchup, so I think it's also a bit...
I mean, he can pick Graves now. He's got 2 Lucians there.
True.
The OP fleet footwork.
It's like saying, oh, he picks Kalista top every game of Head of Blades. Oh, but a good laner. Like, yeah, well, if you don't get 20 CS ahead, then you're fucking dog shit, so...
Yeah, but you're 20 CS ahead. No? That means you're the best. Lane is all about CS. Lane is all about CS, right?
No, I think
Xiaohu
is incredibly smart. Like, how he plays side lane, how he knows when to push, how he knows to move. He's really good. Right?
I will just say, hang on. Sorry. Peter, I've got to call you out here. Like,
Ooh.
as the analyst in the gang, I've got to call you out on some contradicting statements you've made over the course of the show.
Thanks,
Because
but sure.
earlier on, you told me, play Shen every game, you'll be the best player in the world because you just all out of lane and participate in the fight. Now you're telling me if you get a CS lead, you win every game. These are two contradicting statements.
Well,
You've got to
one is
pick
pro
a
and one is
side,
solo.
buddy.
What-
You've got to
what
pick
is
a
pro and
lane
one
and
is solo
commit
queue?
to that.
One is pro and one is solo queue. So there you go. I'm dodged. I'm free.
Okay, so
Okay,
CS
change
lead
something.
in pro, General,
Change something.
solo
T1,
queue.
T1,
All right, no,
T1,
I'm
okay,
happy.
T1 is
You
less-
solved it. That's good.
T1 is less painful. Okay, so what would I say about T1? This is why I need like an impact on every show I go on. Okay, T1, carrier.
I love how you
and-
host on my behalf. I don't even have to bring it back. You're like, I try and tangent it, and you bring it back for me.
I would say watching Carrier and Guma UC lane brings me a lot of joy. It brings me a lot of joy. I think watching those two play in lane, like when I saw Guma UC on his debut, I was like, who's this random guy, right? He can't be as good as the hype. And he was better than I imagined.
He's a
that he could be.
beast. He's a fucking beast.
Yeah, he is. He makes. Like I think I said something at the start of spring or something that I think that the best AD carry in the world may not even be playing in China. Now, obviously, Viper has been pretty good, right? Like this year, but the fact that this is a guy that plays as aggressively as he does, on the limit as much as he does, and has the mechanics to outplay. I mean, this guy I really love watching. I really love watching T1 spot lane. I love watching Faker because he's Faker, and I agree with everything else Grabbz said.
just
about T1. Like,
random
okay,
tidbit to
let's-
throw in. Sorry. Apparently, multiple people in chat have said. Apparently, he's Innovation's younger brother.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I was a big
I
StarCraft
had
fan.
no
Actually,
idea.
that's insane. Yeah,
If
Innovation
that's
from
true, that's
FT2.
fucking insane. But it would explain the insane mechanics, I will say. Because he was kind of good at StarCraft.
if you haven't bought ProView, tomorrow is EDG versus T1, right? So
Yeah,
buy it, watch Gumi UC and Makeup and Viper. Sorry.
that's actually gonna be sick.
That's a pretty good bot lane. Yeah.
It's not bad, is it? It's not bad. I will say, like, in terms of the groups for Worlds, we've got some pretty nice groups here. Like Damwon FPX and EDG T1. I feel like that's pretty fun. Even Fnatic RNG is kind of historic, right? The only group that's not really historic is Group D.
It was a start because of Reckless Uzi, right? But that didn't happen this year.
But even still, like most of these
the ops,
organizations have different players than. Well, except for FPX and Damwon, who have each other's players, but that's kind of a different category at this point, honestly. By the way, random tangent. What do you reckon then? Nuguri or Khan? Which camp do you guys sit in? Because I'm a firm
Nuguri is
believer.
so easy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's the easiest one of my life.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
Like, oh my god.
And Nuguri was shit in summer, right? And it's like Khan had probably one of the best splits of the last few years, and Nuguri had one of his worst splits of the next few years. And it's not close.
I don't think it's close.
Okay.
I don't think it's close.
Well, I thought it was closer than that.
No.
How
No,
wrong
sorry,
I
no.
was. There you
Don't
go,
get me
chat.
wrong, right?
Take
Don't
that
get
to
me wrong.
Reddit.
They're both really fucking good, right? But
Yeah.
Nuguri is like, it's like saying, we all watch football, right? I mean, soccer. Sorry, in case.
No.
Yeah,
loads
loads of it.
It's like,
3-3-4,
do
right?
you take Messi or do you take I mean, even De Bruyne? You know, De Bruyne is fucking good, but Messi's just so much better. It's the same thing.
Yep. I agree.
Yep. It's like Harry Kane. See, I know football. That's literally all I've got in terms of.
Almost.
Oh really?
Almost,
Oh okay.
almost European champions.
I almost. I just watched the international tournaments and then I get
Jizuke-
flamed
Jizuke
like
is
fuck on
Italian.
Twitter.
And you're
for
from
my
the
bad
UK?
opinions.
Are you sure?
he
Jizuke
is the
Italian.
best Fairweather supporter I've ever seen in my life.
I
It's
mean,
I'm
Right,
not
just
fair
saying
weather
that-
supporter.
Quickly
I'll
latches
support
on
them
to
when they shit the bed, but I'm just international supporter.
But
That
wait.
was-
Okay, that's another tangent. How are you British and you don't watch football?
Because
That's
I'm
true,
a
actually.
fucking hipster, and if it's popular, I hate it.
Ah. Just shaking my head.
That's all there is to it. I played video games, like
I did too, apparently, and I still watch football, dude.
I was too busy playing Halo 2, I didn't have time for football.
I think
like,
you all just need to get on the hurling and Gaelic football hype train, to be honest. Just
I'm
go
not
for the
sure
Irish
that we
boys.
do.
It's so much better.
I'm not sure anyone does, to be honest. But I feel like if we did, it would be like you guys would win every tournament in the same way that America wins the World Series every year because nobody else is fucking competing, right?
Honestly,
Like,
I think because we have the Australian, so basically we do like a cross game between like the AFL, which is the Australian Football League, and the Irish, and we get like kind of a mixed game going. And Australia just destroys us like 9 times out of 10. So I'm pretty sure they would just destroy us if we actually brought them into.
Wait,
a similar
in which game?
Rugby.
Well, not rugby. No, they have like
Oh.
the Australian Football League, which is
Gaelic?
It's
Gaelic
different,
rules?
yeah.
it's Gaelic rules. Yeah, basically, yeah.
Isn't it the
Yeah.
one that they jump on the shores and shit and like just to lift it up?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they've got like if you kick it between here, you get 3 points. If you kick it outside of here,
Yeah.
you get like 1 point. And all that kind of stuff.
The
Okay.
TLDR is like rugby-ish, right?
Aussie rules, yeah. Someone said in chat.
Is the TLDR rugby-ish?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Kinda.
I mean,
it's closer to
kinda.
American football than rugby. No?
Yeah.
But like, hand egg, run at them, tackles, kick it over the thing.
Close enough.
Yeah, but imagine a squishy hand egg that you've got to like bounce on the ground every couple of steps.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
no,
the dribble, really?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Oh, damn.
And then you've got
if you want
hurling,
to.
which is
Hurling
like
is the fastest field
throw a
sport in the
fucking
world.
hard-ass puck at the enemy's head and see if you can kill him in time.
Yeah, we have a slitter, which is a tiny little leather ball that they'll just hit all over the place. And basically, you have to be
Wait,
brave
you weren't
enough to put your-
joking.
No, you have to.
No,
put your hand up
that
to
wasn't even a joke. Yeah. I don't give a fuck.
try- You gotta throw your hand up to try and catch this, but the thing is that everyone else is around you is allowed to swing at that ball while it's in the air. So if you have your hand between it and the ball, sorry for you, it's just broken. That's it.
What the
It's-
fuck?
Good
Seriously,
luck.
hurling is a great sport. It's so much fun.
I'm gonna watch that for sure.
It's a
Yeah.
viewer's
There you
sport. It's not so much a player's sport.
It is
It's one of
Hurling
those sports
sport.
where you understand why it didn't catch on internationally.
It's called hurling, yeah? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna-
Hurling. It's
Okay.
pretty good banter
Back
to watch.
to league somehow.
It's fantastic
I
pub
think
game.
I
Fantastic pub
think we've gone too far down this road. Highland Games.
Okay.
How about log lifting or
No.
whatever it's called? Log
Just so
toss,
chat
or-
knows, the last time this round was together, we streamed for like 2.5 hours and we talked for like 8, I think, to like
Yeah.
4
Yeah,
a.m.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
We need to try and keep it to League of Legends while the stream is on.
Yeah. Okay.
you're not gonna see the fun parts. That's all I'm saying. You're not gonna see the good parts. They're gonna come later.
Well, all I'm telling you is my mobile data probably dies before we get
Listen.
to any fun
I-
today, so
I will
Yeah.
pay for your next 50 gigs of data or whatever it is.
I don't even know how to get more data. I'm like anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm on a limit.
Okay,
I don't know.
Google.
I could be gone at any point, but I think it'll probably be okay. How much
Rage.
Baileys do I have left? I don't know
Everyone
how
in
much
chat,
Baileys.
prage for Peter that he doesn't get knocked in all again.
Hang on, you're in the UK. Munch can just like send you credit. It'll be all right.
Yeah, your gift gap.
I mean, I
I can
must-
send you my gift gap
Or
referral link.
hotel.
You can get me a tenner.
all my hotel internet can maybe start working again, but
Yeah,
you know,
that would be so
um,
nice.
No,
Just
we're
to
trying
go
to be
back
realistic.
Okay.
because there was actually one interesting question about the guy. Sorry to interrupt. Who apparently tried more often and we didn't see it. Is that I'll just read out. I'll try one more time at Grabbz and Peter. Since the chat here is slow enough to get a question in. As a big data MSc student, I love to know what type of questions league coaches want answered from stats. I understand that most teams now have a dedicated stats guy in an analyst team. So what would be a typical question you would assign them,
Oh, this is sick.
Peter?
EG have all of our stats publicly, right? So it's called factor.gg, right? And if you use factor.gg, you can see that they predicted DFM to be Cloud9. So it's a very, very reliable process.
Have they predicted
unfortunately,
every
they
other
were-
result with 100% accuracy? Because if not, cherry picking
they-
that stat is not very statistically reliable.
I mean, look. I mean, Red Canids were clearly, without doubt, 79% favorites to beat Hanwha Life, right? Like, I mean, we can all see this from the level of the play of the two teams. Just happens that Hanwha managed to get massively overperform on that day, right? So, but you know, so you can't be 100% perfect in your predictions because obviously there's shock results that can happen at any point. But if you're talking about the real, like what data that people can get, there are. I have to be really careful because I'm not sure if we're allowed to talk about this yet. Okay, there is data that you can get from scrims and all kinds of other things. But all I would say is, you know, sometimes being able to tracking jungle pathing, like so what I would say about data is what data does is it's never the final step, right? What data does is lead you on the first step of the story, right? So for instance, you do a gold value chart, right? So you see that in games that say team A wins, right? Top lane has 30% of the gold on average in at 15 minutes or at 20 minutes or at the end of the game. And in games that they lose, he has 21%, right? Now that doesn't mean that everything you just have to shut down the top laner to win, but that gives you an interesting first step that you then go and look more into. And I think that if you try to use, so I've worked with some very, very strong data analysts, and my biggest pet peeve, I would say, with data analysts is sometimes they think that the stats will tell you all the answers and all the right answers. And I think that, you know, what stats is step 1. It's not step 15, right? You know, things like jungle pathing, things like, you know, how one person plays the Gnar, you know, what the world average, for instance, of Gnar versus Renekton is, right? Different gold differences at different times, averaged out over the entire thing, and where a player rates versus the global average of all Gnars versus Renekton in the world, or the regional average, or which regions play Gnar versus Renekton better from the Gnar side, which regions play Renekton, the Renekton side better. Like that kind of information is interesting, and it leads you down interesting paths. Yeah, that's all I really have to say. And jungle pathing, obviously, jungle pathing and ward positioning is useful.
I mean, that was mostly it, right? I think the most important part, if you want to go into league space, is that so data analyst in league, since the sample size on a patch is so low, you need to be able to understand the game on a like almost like coach level position. That's why I love Duff so much, because Duff is insane at the game, and he could be a coach of a different team. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to be, but maybe they'll change this. But if he gives me a stat, that means it's filtered through his understanding of the game. It's not as Peter said, right? It's not only the stat. It's a stat. Then he looks at, okay, what's the context to the stat, and then he can filter through his knowledge of the game, how it should be, what can impact it. So if you want to go into the league space as a data analyst, you have to be not only good at data, but also be good at the game. Because again, we change the patch every 2 weeks. So if you see, on this patch of 5 games, Gnar won 3 times against Renekton. Yeah, cool. That's not relevant at all, right? So we start with like very broad statistics. For example, over season is, for example, if support is picked in 4-5 on 1-3, has support a more relevant win rate picked later than earlier, AD carry, jungle, then the data analyst sees it, and then he goes through the games and tells me, okay, these specific champions, for example, have a high win rate. That means the stat is useless, because it means if you can last pick Pyke, you win, you know, in a good matchup, let's say. So the data analyst has to be able to understand the context, clear it up, and then go to the coach, tell me, actually, even with all the context, this is relevant. And then we can like, oh, this is cool. Like, okay, maybe we should draft differently, because in the last 3 patches, if you draft this way, there's higher relevancy to it, and you actually can have a high win rate. But yeah, league is very different than any other sport, right? Just with patch cycles.
I think one of the interesting things about League is that there are so many statistics, and also statistics are used so regularly within League of Legends, and so often are pretty misleading. I feel like there's a lot of statistics that are used pretty badly in League of Legends, and don't necessarily tell either a complete story or an accurate story at all, right?
I hate CSC 15. It's the most stupid stat in history. I hate it so much. They tried one time to actually do it the cleanup way, like Peter said, right? compare the average and what you expect to have, and then show the viewers. Viewers didn't like it. Congratulations, if a player who picks fucking Cannon or Lucian every single game, oh, he has 15 CSD difference. Oh, he's so fucking good at the game. I hate it so much. Oh, sorry.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As,
sorry, I have
as
to
a
add, like,
play-by-play,
5 so-
it's one of my go-to stats because it tells the story that I'm trying to tell. But I will say, one of my rules as a play-by-play, Dagda can back me up on this, hopefully, or he'll just roast me. We'll find out. Is I will try and like know the story that I'm gonna tell first, and then if there are stats that back it up, show those stats, right? Not build the story from the stats, because that's a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time when we come in on broadcast, we're like, hey, look, this is the story that we want to tell, right? And we're like, how can we like figure this out? And like, I think it gets overused in a lot of situations where it's just like, we want to say Impact's a great top laner. Cool, let's just show these stats because they happen to be easy stats for, I know, whatever. But just like going through that kind of stuff, right? I think that becomes very easy to go through. But I think the problem that I have is that like, you need to actually think about the stats you're going to use and what is the story that you want to tell. So oftentimes you see on like LPL, it's like, okay, cool. Well, are we going to actually say like, hey, his CSD of 15 is phenomenal, but like maybe that's not the story we want to tell. What we want to say is like, hey, CSD of 15 is great, but if you actually look at jungle proximity, here's the actual reason why he has this insane CSD number of 15 and stuff like that. So it's about giving context in a lot of situations. But I think when people are just like, hey, look, this guy's a beast, let's just slap up CSD of 15, go difference of 15, and I don't know, KDA or something. And then it's easy for us to just say, hey, look, he's a god without giving that context. And I feel like that's where it gets a little bit lazy. Yeah, I lost Peter by saying Impact's a great top laner.
You're deliberately trolling me, Dagda, right? Like by saying, "Oh, he's a god," right?
Yeah, no. I was just like random player that we've
You're
mentioned
saying,
on
you're
stream.
saying how far you could like push. I'm sorry. Look, Dagda knows about the fake god thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
he's just trolling me because he can see me on the verge of bursting into laughter. Like, why didn't they do that? Why didn't they do that with Larson though? They could have done the exact same thing with Larson versus Showmaker Perks and Doby, right? They could just do exactly the same stat. They should do exactly the same thing when Larson goes and plays against FPX, or when he goes and plays against Damwon. They should put his stats in exactly the same way. You know, fake instead of fake on an impact, you should put Larson and Showmaker and see how people. Do
you know what I would love to see actually? Like, unironically, one thing that would be interesting is if we had a larger pool of stats that were public. I mean, obviously, a lot of these stats are public thanks to certain websites, but most people don't look, right? If on the stats graphics, instead of having just the cherry pick stats, they had the range of stats and the stats that they've cherry picked are highlighted in green or whatever, so you can see the stats that they're trying to highlight that are really good. And then when they're highlighting a different player, different stats are highlighted in green, right, or whatever, you could see a bigger picture of the whole story. Granted, you know, the stats don't tell the full story, but it would certainly be it would make my job a lot harder, because when I'm trying to highlight something good about Rogue Warriors, you know, when you can see the whole picture, you know, those stats aren't pretty. I'm not going to lie to you, but it'd be an interesting way to look at statistics from a broadcast perspective, because I think that they're used as a tool to tell stories that often they don't really tell if you look at the whole picture.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something since you're Rogue Warriors? When do Rogue Warriors still consider Rogue Warriors were bought out IME, right?
I believe so.
Yes.
I think it was Rogue Warriors.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure. So do Rogue Warriors do IME's achievement are Rogue Warriors considered a team that's gone to Worlds?
Not really, no.
No.
Because this is something I've often wondered, right?
I also don't consider Gen G a team that's gone to Worlds, but maybe I'm just a bit weird.
They're at Worlds, so you might have
well, you know what I mean. Sorry, to clarify.
Yeah,
I don't consider them a team that's won Worlds. You know? I don't consider them to be all of Samsung's previous teams.
Okay, because that's an interesting thing, because I was just thinking about that the other day with how Mad Lions and Splice are treated, right? Because are Mad Lions considered a continuation of Splice from a narrative perspective? So I May and Rogue Warriors, Samsung and Gen G, right? It's difficult to say where the line crosses, right? So how do you go about judging that kind of thing as commentators?
So, from my perspective, and to be honest, I might be off base with most commentators on this because this is totally subjective. There are no rules when it comes to this shit, right? And especially in the LPL, there are no rules when it comes to this shit. We make most of these decisions ourselves as commentators, whereas LEC, LCS, they have a lot of input from producers, and I think they have a lot more limited freedom on how they show teams on broadcast and how they describe teams on broadcast. They have a much bigger team that's invested in that stuff, whereas we're the translation broadcast, so we can kind of say what we want a lot of the time. I personally...
Oh, on a side note to that, we found out in the middle of Worlds we've been pronouncing Allah's name wrong the entire year. Allah is not Allah, it's Allah. And we only found out.
Yeah, but to be fair, I knew that. I knew that already. I knew that about
Fair.
8 months ago.
Anyway,
I was just like, we all say it like this. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Uzi wants people to pronounce his name Uzi, right?
No. He wants people to pronounce it Uzi. He disagrees with the Chinese commentators. Yeah, so the Chinese commentators say Uzi I. He likes it like the gun, which is
yeah. I mean,
it's like soft from SOFM, right? He in an interview said SOFM sounds better, but all of the Chinese commentators say SOFM, so there's a whole debate on that.
Can I ask you also one other final question before Grabbz back, before we go and talk about more worlds? So I something which has been bothering me over the past month. I can't get it out of my head. I can't get it out of my head. Which is this. So obviously you're allowed to rename to the name of somebody that has retired, because in North America we have a player who's called Sword, and he was Sword Double D, right, with 2 Ds. When Sword, the top laner, retired, he was able to rename to Sword with 1 D. Now, Doublelift has retired, and it has said multiple times he's not coming back. What is the threshold, in your opinion, that you have to get to before you're allowed to steal somebody else's name after they retire? Because obviously you can't rename to Faker after Faker retires, right? But could you rename to Doublelift? Could you rename
Dieter, do you want to go first on this one? Because I went first on the last one.
So I'm going to answer your first question first, which is I think the difference between Rogue Warriors is that and if you look at someone like Mad Lions, team absolutely destroyed, new team came in. Whereas when I look at someone like Rare Adam and Vici, it's still the majority of the same team, but a different name. Therefore, they kind of continue the legacy, right? But coming into this one, I don't know. I'm kind of surprised as well, because if I type in to fandom, I suppose it's called now, but Gamepedia, it's here's the disambiguity page, which is all the players that have the same name and the same things that are still playing all over the world. So I think there is definitely, I think the question is more so not with the when does this become available, but it's when is a person ballsy enough to try and live up to that, right? Because Doublelift is a unique name.
Yeah.
And if someone takes the Doublelift name, you gotta have the confidence and the balls to kind of go, right, I'm going to live up to that name. If you take Nuguri, if you take Faker, if you take Doomby, you gotta be all right, I'm going to live up to the stature of these players. And I think there's enough that are kind of hung in the Hall of Fame that if you're gonna go for that, one, you're gonna try and live up to it, but two, it's well, why would you not want your own name there rather than the other person's?
Yeah.
I'm gonna add a bonus note just to specifically Doublelift there. If you can't do the magic trick that is referred to as a double lift, get the fuck off of that name. What the fuck are you doing? He's named that way for a reason, because he can do a double lift. That's where the name came from. So you also have to respect the origin of that name. But I also agree with Rob. Have your own fucking name, man. Come on. These guys earned that legacy. Earn your own fucking legacy. Don't be so fucking lazy. Come on.
So what you're telling me is I shouldn't tell Danny in this offseason, go rename to Doublelift quick.
There's a difference.
Do it quickly.
Well, yeah, definitely don't tell Danny to rename to
Danny Lift. That's the only way to do it.
There's a difference between Sword with 2 Ds and Sword with 1 D, right? Because this guy probably had the nickname Sword since he was 13 years old and whatever, right? That's different because you just had a relatively unoriginal name. That's not really your fault. You were just a teenager and you stuck with it, right? But if it's a legendary player that has a relatively unique name and you're thinking, any of the 600 people in chat right now that are thinking of stealing a pro player's name, just think of your own name, dude. Come on now. There's no need for that. You're just going to create complications. Not even for you. For me, as the commentator, you're going to make my life harder. Don't be a dick. Just
That
think of
sounds
your
like
own
a
name.
perfect reason.
Yeah.
Okay. World, what do we not cover from? Sorry, Grabbz to go on a
I
tangent.
feel
It's
like
been
you've
something which
become
has
the
been
host,
bothering me.
Peter. I feel like I stopped
Yeah.
talking for you to now change topics, and I just wait to see what we're talking about next. I'm okay with it. It wasn't a complaint. It just
Peter, what's
funny.
next topic?
Yeah, where are we
Yeah.
going?
Come on, Pete.
I mean, I feel like this has been a pretty downcast episode because I like LPL and I like EU and I like other things. So what's there to be positive about? Korea! Yeah, let's be positive about Korea.
Oh, do we have to? Do we have
Do
to?
we have to? Nah, next.
They are
Let's be
looking
miserable
real
about something
good.
else.
They are looking
I
real
think
good.
it's
but
the
It
wrong
hurts,
channel,
it hurts me deep down.
Can we be positive about NA? TL won. And then they lost the other 2 games.
I mean,
No, I
TL
don't know.
actually looked decent.
I think.
What did
Hannah
you
Thieves-
think?
Honestly, I think Hannah Thieves didn't look bad, but Abadaga was really fucking running it down.
So
Yeah.
I actually think the real
I
question
think
is,
if you have
after-
last pick and you play like this, then Jesus Christ.
Don't take last pick.
So has today changed your power rankings? Are there like teams you're like, oh shit, I really didn't expect that, or they've really stepped up? Because I think like the reason I'm kind of prefacing this, like I was in the call with Munch earlier on, and I watched Hanwha, like looked up at them in LCK, watched them in play-ins. This team has no idea how to play as a team, and then I came into the game today. I was like, oh shit, hang on a second, they're actually like roaming correctly. They're like trying to cover each other now, not fully, but like a lot better than they were doing in LCK. I was like, okay, well, if these guys actually play like this, they can kind of push up a little bit more. So are there like reactions where you're kind of like, okay, actually these guys have kind of leveled up coming into Worlds, or this team just sucks coming in?
Hard to say. I was surprised at how much better Rogue was than Cloud9. I thought it would be a bit closer, but also draft went the way that Rogue wanted, right? Matt was weaker than I thought. No, not meaning that TL's bad, right? But I thought Matt should win this matchup comfortably. They didn't not because of like sure there's silly mistakes, but these are understanding the map, right? Like what Amo did there was just not understanding how the game should be played. When your mid gets shanked out, there are 3 pink wards in the bush going to the second rate they're getting. You should not walk there. Like just push out mid, get tower, go top, get camps, get vision. That's it. That's fine. And that's something that should not happen at Warsdale. And so I was really surprised by that. I'm really disappointed. And besides that, honestly, I did not watch RNG GNG because I just avoid GNG whenever I can. But I mean, I think how my life would lose against Fnatic if Upset was there. I'm not saying that Bean is a bad player. I'm just saying like how the dynamic in the team would work out, right?
Yeah.
I think
I think it was-
personally, Group D is the opposite of what it will end up like for me. Not quite exact opposite, but I think LNG will still make it out. I think LNG and Mad will still make it out, and if not, it'll be Mad and Genji.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
will say that-
I'm a big propagator of day one doesn't fucking matter, which I realize is the total opposite of most of Reddit and the community and etc. But like day one
No, it
doesn't
does.
fucking matter. Come on, this is
We've done
I
this
also
show
have
too early.
zero
We
faith
should have
in
done it. We
LNG.
should have done it after day 2 and day 3.
yeah. I mean, obviously we don't have much to go on. Right?
I have
But
time in 2 days, guys. I'm just saying. If you want,
we'll just keep the
That's
game
just
going
everyone.
until
Yeah.
we'll keep the show going until after day 2. And we'll see
If it wasn't too early to drink
see if
in
the
afternoon.
hotel internet lasts for 24 hours.
Well, I mean, I'm not planning
No,
to be in
no,
this
Peter,
hotel in
Peter.
20 hours.
Peter, it can
Yeah.
only be turned to drink if you stop drinking. If you keep drinking, you're
True.
drinking since the evening, right?
Yeah,
See.
that's
So you change the
true.
rules.
It's true. I just need
Listen.
to be drinking all night.
We are Englishmen, we are Germanmen, we are Irishmen. We know how to drink. Like I'm
Actually,
down
the
if you
alcoholics.
guys are down. You know.
How about
We're actually the alcoholic tribes here. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I've drunk a whole bottles of Baileys. I'm disgusted.
How is that
I'm
doing,
not
mate?
right.
Random tangent. How is the Bailey's
Yeah.
doing for you? Because that's
I
not a
feel like
drink
this
that
is
people
well,
usually.
I'm lactose intolerant, right? So really
Oh my.
badly lactose intolerant.
Why, dude? Why?
I love Baileys. So I actually have a story about Baileys. So when I was in China studying, like at university, Baileys was the go-to drink that all the guys would drink when we were playing computer games together. right? So
Okay.
because it's sweet, it's like you get drunk really easily on it, and it tastes nice, right? Like it was the go-to drink. And in the time that I was in China, I don't know what company owns Bailey's, but Bailey's did a series of adverts at targeting Bailey's and placing it in the market as a drink which was predominantly for females to drink, right? Like female business people who were coming up, and it was marketed purely based on gender, right?
For the reasons that you just suggested. It's easy to drink, it's tasty, etc.
yeah,
Whereas
but-
men
but
drink
that
beer and whiskey, though.
Well,
They're not tasty drinks that are manly.
because when I was in like this was the big thing. So I don't know if this was a big thing across all universities, but at the university that I went to, I would always bring Baileys. Right, it started as a joke because British Isles. I'm English. I bring a British drink, and people really liked it. Other gaming groups when we played with them would they drink Baileys. It was this drink that guys took at university. It was the gaming drink that you drank, right? And this was 2008, but they switched because of the marketing campaign. It then became something that you didn't drink it, which is just a side tangent, and I don't know why I even brought it up. Clearly, I've drunk too much Baileys.
I'm fine with
Okay,
it.
But I never understood. So to me, I love Baileys. Baileys is like, it feels like I'm drinking alcoholic ice cream. And I would drink.
That's the best description of Bailey's I ever heard, actually. I've never been eloquent enough to put it into those words, but that is pretty much Bailey's.
Yeah. But
If anyone wants alcoholic ice cream, free some Bailey's.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, and I can't imagine anything better. So there we go.
Okay, well,
This
my
is a
concern
tangent.
was there's a lot of milk in that. Are you about to throw up? Apparently not.
No,
Apparently
I'll
we're
be okay.
Gucci.
I'll be okay. If I need to run off, then I will mute myself and probably leave.
That's what the nocturnals have been. I see. This was an internet issues, boys and girls.
We went on an iconic tangent. I need to check something, okay? I studied in Berlin before I went to esports, right? Anybody who's German here in the East Germany and knows what Pfeffi is, please just write something in chat, because Pfeffi is like a peppermint schnapps. And all I'm saying is I drank it so much because as a student it was cheap, right? Like you just go to like a Späti, it's like a supermarket that's open until like midnight. Get Pfeffi for like €1 and get drunk on it, right? So from now on, whenever I just smell peppermint, I have to run. It's so bad. It's so bad. I can't.
This is the reason I can't appreciate whiskey. By the way, chat apparently fucking loves Pfeffi. I've never even heard of
Luft
that.
is one that I know.
All the Germans in here,
Yeah.
or
But-
like ex-Berliners if they came from somewhere else.
I think almost
you don't drink it,
everyone.
Grabbz?
I think almost everyone has something that's like similar to that, right? Where they drank it so much at university or whatever, they threw up
what
on
I've
it and
heard,
they can't stand it. I'm the
which
same
has
with
me worried.
whiskey.
Whiskey
Every
is
time
good,
I
man.
think,
People
every time I smell whiskey, I just want to throw up instantly.
See, people keep telling me this, and I don't have that, which makes me just more worried that I've just gone too far on the other scale, where it's just like nothing bothers me anymore. I just drink.
Yeah, but you are Irish, like.
It is fair, yeah.
Honestly, these stories I can tell after the stream about like just drinking, but not that now.
Pfeffi is not it's not a stream safe story. I'm with you.
Oh,
All
what
right.
the things that happen under Pfeffi stay under Pfeffi. That's here.
We all have to have drunk Pfeffi to be able to.
No, get away.
I had the
no.
Berliner Luft. That's the one I had.
It
when
is
we
kind of
went to
heavy. It is the
hospital.
same thing,
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah,
That's what it said in chat
super
as well.
tasty.
Okay.
Go.
So, so I do want to bring the show slightly back to League of Legends before we close things out, because we're already at 3 hours and 15 minutes on the show.
How does this
Which
happen every time?
We did like a good 5-10 minutes of hold screen before, so we're just over 3 hours. So let's talk about tomorrow's games, if that's all right with you guys. And then selfishly, I'll end the stream and we can talk about Pfeffi.
All right, I'm done.
So,
Wait, if you want to see the show afterwards, the Secret Show, subscribe now to the channel, please, and then you might have a chance to see what happens afterwards. But as a non-sub, no chance.
Yeah, it's not a guarantee. If you sub to the
Not a
channel,
guarantee, no,
maybe
but if you
you'll
sub
get to see
now,
the
there's
after
a higher
show.
chance.
But who
Exactly.
knows? We'll
Oh,
have to
actually,
see.
on this, I had a special request from someone in the EU league scene that would like to join in our call afterwards, if that's okay. But we can talk about it after.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, right.
I mean,
okay.
all I say is I
Even
don't know
more
how much
reasons to
data.
sub right now.
If you
Yeah.
subscribe, you could be a random person that
I
joins
mean,
the call.
Peter,
No
just switch back afterwards,
promises.
you know? Like, it's fine if you cut out afterwards. Like,
Yeah.
just come back in.
So let's quickly talk about what's going to be happening tomorrow, because there are some pretty good games tomorrow. So we have, I'll just quickly list the games for anyone that doesn't know what's happening tomorrow. We have T1 EDG, we have Rogue DK, we have PSG HLE, we have RNG versus Fnatic, FPX versus Cloud9, 100 Thieves versus DFM, Gen G versus Mad Lions, and TL versus LNG. Which
Like,
I
every
think
game
with
is good.
today's games plus tomorrow's games, I feel like is a really good case study of this year's Worlds is fucking stacked. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? It feels like there are so many good games.
Yes.
I think T1 versus EDG, like straight off the bat, that's going to be a
Yeah.
banger. I will say, for me, EDG is the favorite, but
Yeah.
I am obviously literally employed by the LPL,
Sorry,
so who
on a
can
side
trust
note,
my opinion
This
on
has
that?
been bothering me a little bit, and I have to get off my chest. I cast LNG versus Humwa for day 1 of Worlds, and apparently I'm LCK biased. I'm an LPL caster. I don't think I'm able to be LCK biased. But yeah, my bias is in full swing here. EDG, 100%.
How dare you.
Unbelievable.
Bye,
I can't believe you're so
Pro
biased
View. Bye,
towards
Pro
LCK,
View.
Dagda.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Bye, Pro
Yeah.
View. That's my thing. Like,
Yeah.
like for this game, to properly appreciate this game, the camera is not going to be focused on bot lane. Buy the Pro View and go and watch the bot lane, right? That will improve your enjoyment of the. How much does Pro View cost? We
Couple of quid,
couple of
less
quid.
than a bottle of
Yeah,
Baileys.
it's worth it.
Stop it,
I
this
actually think
channel's
it's worth
now-
that. If you go like Pro View, it just says a couple of quid afterwards. Yeah,
I
on
think
the
so,
official
yeah.
Riot website. Yeah.
So watch. You will not get the opportunity to watch. Oh wait, what's? You will not get the opportunity to watch this quality of bot lane play, and now I've jinxed it, and it's going to be decided at level 1 with 5 people in the 2 bot lane pushes, and they're going to fight to the death level 1. But no, this game, this is the game that I'm the most excited for in group stage, and it's because I'm hoping to get material to coach my players next year. So looking forward to it.
All I'm saying is, if I don't say EDG win right now because of Flandre, then Nels is still in Berlin. So I'm not gonna wake up tomorrow.
Does he know where you live? Because that's where it gets real nice.
Oh, he find out where I live. I don't know. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna take the risk, honestly. EDG,
Okay.
Flandre will be 9.
So we have 3 EDG fans by contractual obligation, and then we have Peter who says, "I just hope 10 players go to bot lane." So this has been a real analytical segment on T1 versus EDG.
I mean,
Shout out
That's
to
the
Aaron
reason
for
why
the
not
gifted
worlds,
subs,
by the
by
way. That's the reason why not
Yep.
at worlds.
yes, because to be clear, I think bot lane in the current meta is a completely useless role. So the fact that I'm saying buying Pro View for bot lane like indicates how good this game should be. It's, like this is the game you want to watch.
Wait, Peter,
so-
the coach is saying completely useless? Wow, that's very black and white. How dare you?
Yeah, I mean, how dare
Unbelievable.
we? Yeah.
NA coaches, my god.
Yeah, I mean, just there's no nuance at all, you know. It's it takes over your mind.
Not to tangent too hard for the conversation, but shout out to Dagda LPL. I don't know who that is, for subscribing with Prime Gaming to the channel.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Yeah.
buddy. That's
saw
much
the-
appreciated,
I
mate.
saw
Also,
the
shout out
description, and I was
to,
like, wait a second, I actually have a Prime that I've been holding for months. I was like, yeah.
Also, shout out to EliBear.chr
Yeah.
for gifting me and Peter a sub in the channel.
Oh wow, thank
Yeah.
you. Wow.
Everyone, there's been a few people that have subbed tonight. Thank you very much for all the subs, and
And
also
Cognos
Cognos,
NA,
who just
the
gifted
legend.
5 subs as well.
Yeah.
You're all a bunch of fucking legends. Thank you very much for the subs. I think I'll have to do something to do that at the end of the
I
show
think
or something.
The thing I appreciate the most is that Munch is going to give me half at the end of this, which is just
That's true. Any Bevvies With The Boys subs are shared equally.
Here's one thing though, okay? The next time we do this, because it's the second time we're together, right?
Yeah.
Somehow in the off season we meet actually in real life have a camera there and talk.
Dude, I'm
Yeah.
so
What about that?
down.
What about that?
I'm so
Also,
down.
if you could do it, not the day after I come back from Worlds, so I actually have the brain capacity to function. I would
Yeah, of
really
course.
appreciate that.
I mean, what I will say is one of the big things we've lost this year, because I think one of the most fun things to do is to talk about random things that aren't League of Legends, but we've all been in lockdown for like 2 years now, so I feel
That's
that
what we talk about.
we need to talk about Icelandic cooking or something like this, or like the traveler's
favorite.
guide to Europe, for people who are visiting. Traveler's guide to NA. Have I mentioned NA is a fantastic place with really good weather?
It's also
yeah,
Las
I
Vegas.
received-
I highly
Vegas, yeah.
recommend.
Wait, Peter, I received your ticket, by the way. Oh, shit, was Steam. Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
um,
Sorry, I am gonna
Tomorrow,
tangent.
yeah.
I do want to talk about the games tomorrow. So, Team One versus EDG. We've clearly established that we're not really gonna realistically talk about that matchup.
we
Rogue
said
versus
EDG. Everyone
Rogue
says
versus DK. Okay, let's talk Rogue versus DK. Okay, is it possible for any EU fans watching right now? Can Rogue actually beat DK? Because DK, for me, looked fucking insane today. Like, is this group winnable? Can Rogue make it out? Like, can they win tomorrow? Can they actually make it out of this group?
Out of 10 games, I think Hans Sama wins bot lane alone 3-4 times, if Trimby is not even there. So if Trimby connects to the game, I think bot lane of Rogue is better. So if they have a draft where they get like a Kalista or Draven and then hard snowball, which means really hard, they can win. But that's the only way, I think. So I don't think it's likely. I would say like out of 100 games, maybe 12, 13. But that's a chance.
Doctor, Peter?
Didn't
What do you reckon?
Damwon lose a game to Cloud9 at MSI?
I
Like,
cannot remember
I
that
think
long
that,
ago.
like,
Maybe.
if I was Damwon and I was allocating prep time coming to this tournament, I would be allocating the majority of my prep time for FPX. Right? And if you Rogue want to play the game a certain way, and we've already seen teams today like preparing against Fnatic. You saw this last year at Worlds with Top against Fnatic, where they died to the TP behind on bot lane that Fnatic always used to do with Nemesis. Like whenever they have TP advantage or mid lane, he just TPs behind bot lane when the wave bounces off the tower. I've seen Chinese and Korean teams under prepare for teams that they disrespect.
Yeah.
And I can see them giving Rogue what they want, and I think if Rogue get what they want, they win 40% of the time.
40%, okay.
40%. If Rogue get, all the pushing lanes and they get inspired on something that he can play, the inspired game. If Damwon have done 10 hours combined of prep, I think that the chance of Rogue winning is very, very low. But it wouldn't be the first time that a Korean team in group stage just says, okay, pick your champions and we're going to beat you anyway. It wouldn't be the first time a Coma team has done this in group stages either.
That's fair. That's a good point, actually.
So, I mean, I'm not going to say, go out and put your life savings on Rogue, but I can see a world where Rogue win this, and we will be able to see by, red side. What side of Rogue? Are Rogue red or blue?
That's what I'm trying to look at.
It's
To
blue.
figure it out.
Blue. Okay, so you'll probably know by the end of blue side 2-3 whether Rogue have a shot.
They have a 7 in 8 chance of winning the game because they're on blue side, guys. That's how statistics work. Woohoo!
Knowing this, if Damwon picks AD carry the first two, they're literally anything.
Yep.
On red side.
Yeah, I agree.
But if they
or
do,
they're disrespecting. Or
Yeah.
they're disrespecting.
but then they can lose.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, wait, did you say Rogue are on red side?
No, blue.
Rogue and blue.
That's what I see on
missed it,
Wikipedia.
I missed it. So I will say it is a little bit depressing that your conclusion is if SKT just if Damwon just completely enter the draft and don't respect Rogue at all, Rogue have a 40% chance of winning. That's
Yep.
it's not filling me with confidence, that statement.
I mean,
but hey,
the thing is,
40's
on
better
a
than
normal day, Khan is better than Odramne, Shomek is better than Larsen,
Yeah.
and Barrel's better than Trimby. And that is me having a really high copium on being inspired, being as good as Canyon. Like that's copium, you know. So
Huffing off the
talk-
screen, got it. Yeah.
So the only player who's actually better than the other counterpart is Hansama. So
I think they'll also need to draft very differently what they did today. Because like I feel like if they went for the draft they did today, with the Kiana jungle, and then you're trying to like basically hard win the spot lane, I don't think they will. And I think that like bot lane, I don't mind going for like the Draven and stuff like that. But I think Nami Lucian maybe not the pick. I think Kiana jungle as well just gives up too much pressure in the mid jungle 2v2, especially against Damwon. So I'm really curious to see what their plan is for tomorrow. And if they come in with something a little bit different, but if they're going to come in with a similar draft today, I think they're really going to struggle.
okay.
Interesting question for you, Grabbz. If you're Rogue, do you give Yuumi?
No,
No? Okay.
because you want to win. You want to win bot anyways, and if you play against Yuumi, then they're just gonna scale bot, be fine being 20 steps behind, and then Oro and Last get shit on. So
Can you not just
Over.
Giga dive bot though? Can you not just lock in, theoretically outside of balance,
Yeah,
like
I'm
lock
thinking.
in shit that wants to dive
I'm
bot?
thinking you can give Yuumi and just go per mid lane, and pray that Showmaker somehow gets killed by Red IL today in Solokia. Then there's a chance.
With the power of EU West, Rogue can make it through.
But because the thing is, like, okay, Damwon is red side, right? So what will happen is if Damwon gets Yuumi, they pick it 1-2. That means even though they have a weaker bot lane, they still get counter picks on solo lanes. That means the draft doesn't change. What they will do is Yuumi, strong jungler, probably AD on 3, and then they get middle top counter pick on 4 and 5. So the game plan doesn't change. They have losing bot anyways, and they have Yuumi. So that's why I think if they're blue side, I would say differently, because if Damwon is blue, you can give Yuumi the first picket, you can pick into it and still counter pick top and mid. So then it's a rogue draft, right? You win every lane. But I think if they're blue, I don't think that works. Either you happy or did something wrong?
Well, I'm out of Baileys. I've actually finished all my Baileys, so that's tragic. But there's nowhere where I can get alcohol at this time of night. But anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked. No, but that's an interesting question, right? And we're gonna learn something about Rogue tomorrow, right? Which is, do they give the Yuumi or not? I don't even know. If I was in Rogue's position, I don't know whether I would give the Yuumi. I think I'd give the.
On red, I would. On blue.
Is there a world where you
fair
just
enough.
ban the Yuumi, just so you don't have to deal with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the question is, do you ban the Yuumi or do you give them Yuumi deliberately with the intention of trying to snowball the game through it? It's a really
I think it's really hard on blue to do. I think it's just really fucking hard.
On the opposite side of the question, then, is there a world where you pick the Yuumi as Rogue, or do you feel like they just won't know how to play that style comfortably?
How can they win the game if they pick Yuumi? It's impossible.
Yeah.
Like there's no way Rogue can win the game.
They're
against them.
only better players AD carry, and if they have Yuumi, then you don't win the lane.
Okay.
I mean,
I
the
just
thing
think
is,
this
like,
is
okay,
the worst.
to be fair, to go on the question, because I'm not, like, I can't imagine Larsen playing Tryndamere Aurelia to a level with what's playing against Showmaker. Same for Odo. So the two power picks are not being picked. Larsen is not the biggest LeBlanc player either. They don't pick Yuumi. Like, what the fuck do they pick? Lucian?
Olaf Yuumi.
But then Yuumi's open. But then Dama picks
No,
Yuumi.
they go Yuumi. They go Yuumi and they play Olaf. They play Olaf.
Oi.
Grabbz doesn't like that approach. No,
I kind of like it though. I've watched a lot of LPL, so
Oh,
I'm
the
on board
RPL
with
guy,
the
of
Olaf
course,
game
he says
plan.
like,
Like Olaf Yuumi, that sounds fucking fantastic. Let's go. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, I am going to move the conversation forwards before we get too deep into the trenches of draft.
Can I just say one last thing? There is one other
Yep.
champion which we haven't talked about that's really broken with Yuumi, perhaps, which is Mundo.
yeah.
Didn't deserve a response. I
Do
mean,
you
Odo
want
can play.
to blind pick Mundo blue side?
Oh yeah, it's blue side. No, never mind. I'm talking nonsense. Okay, let's go. Next.
Okay. All right, PSG, HLE. Obviously, HLE wins that because they have Morgan, so we don't even need to talk about that. Morgan's basically the greatest player to ever play the game. So-
Let's move on.
Anyone, any other thoughts on that matchup?
But maybe you go for
didn't
it.
think so. Didn't think so. Morgan will save the world. Agreed. Go on, Dagda. Sorry, go on.
So I think Hanabi's kind of at the same level as Morgan. Like I don't, well, maybe not the same level, but I don't think Hanabi's that much better. But I'm actually curious
Oh
to see
my!
what we get.
Wait! You said Hanabi. I just said Kanavi. I was like Kanavi jungle, and
I was
no,
really
no.
confused as well. I was like, Konami.
Hanabi.
But I was like
would be
trying to
insane
like
on Hanabi,
process it without giving it up that I was not sure what he was on about. I was like, maybe I'm just being a fucking idiot.
Yeah, okay.
Move.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Go sign Kanavi, Hanwha.
No, I don't like. I think the top lane I'm not overly worried about. I think Morgan will actually do fine in that matchup. I don't really rate Hanabi too highly. And then the bot lane has already shown today that they're not exactly the strongest, right? So I think Deft should have a pretty reasonable time against them bot side. The biggest question for me though is actually if we see the same story from Hanwha, where I know they're still not great at, but definitely they played much more like a team than we have seen from them basically all split long and also in play-ins. I was kind of like, oh shit, this is actually a team that is moving together. We had like teams playing around bot side. I was like, this could actually be something that could be useful. So I could potentially see Hanwha taking this if we get to see the same Hanwha that we saw today. If not, potential there for River to try and make some plays happen, but I'm not entirely sure. I'd probably give slight edge to Hanwha at the moment.
So Morgan Diff with you. Yep.
No.
Anyone else?
I mean, all I say is I'm a huge Teacher fan, and that should tell you exactly how.
Let's
I feel about
fucking go, Peter! Let's fucking go!
Star Guardians.
Like, well, I am so sad that Teacher will probably
Dude,
never play an international.
He
All I want to see is
ended
someone
his
in it.
co-streaming career though. You can still watch Teacher Ma. He co-streams every single WE game on Who We Are, and I don't speak Mandarin, but even without speaking Mandarin, it's a whale of a time. This guy has so much fun watching WE. Would recommend.
I mean, all I would say about Morgan is if Nuguri was playing for World Elite, then they would have gone towards. But he's not, so that's really sad. So yeah. So I'm not the biggest Morgan advocate, but you know, look how PSG.
I thought we were cool. I thought we were cool. All right. So conclusion. HLE comfortable victory over PSG because of Morgan. I'm with you. All right.
No.
Let's
But
talk
PSG win. But seriously, PSG win through mid jungle, right? And how can they win mid jungle against Jovi? It's just too hard.
Yeah.
True. I'm sorry. I'll be serious. RNG versus Fnatic. I need to move. If we're not going to compliment Morgan, I need to move away from talking about Morgan. Let's talk RNG versus Fnatic. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I literally have a Fnatic jersey within arm's reach. This is from EU Masters. I put this on in the finals just for the sake of the banter. And I literally haven't tidied my office since EU Masters finals. That's how much of a slob I am. I'm an old school hardcore Fnatic fan. And even I think they're going to get fucking shit stomped tomorrow.
Dog.
Like,
I disagree about that. I see like an angle where Biponiski can gap Wei Crine, but that depends
Really?
how level 1. Yeah, I think
Crine
Fnatic is really good level 1.
doesn't play the normal game, right?
I'm aware Niski doesn't either. Niski is really good at adapting to people. So if Fnatic comes to level 1 and they get vision on Wei, I can see a world where Niski and people can shut him down. And then, I mean, Adam can lane against Xiaohu. And, I mean, bot's gonna win, right? I mean, Hilly can only do so much against Ming and Gala. But I think Fnatic can win from mid jungle if they draft for it. And they are red side. So they can pick jungle strong early 1-2. They can pick red on 5 mid lane. And I can see a world where this is enough for Niski and Reaper to invade jungle and make sure the one side can play the game. Especially towards bot, because I think Adam can go down 20 CS, 30 CS if he needs to, but survive. So I wouldn't say it's a wash. I would say it's 65-35 for RNG, but I can see a world definitely where Fnatic can win.
I'm not going. This is the one game. This is the game I'm going to grab my lunch doing because it will make me really sad if Fnatic loses. Because I feel cheated out of my bot lane matchup. Right? I really wanted to see Gala versus Upset at Worlds, and I kind of feel like I didn't watch the Beyond Gaming versus Hanwha game series because I felt I was kind of cheated out of it a bit. I feel like I've kind of cheated out of this game a bit too. So obviously I want Fnatic to win. I don't think they will. I think RNG are going to stomp them into the floor. To be frank, I think there is a way that they can. I feel that there is a way they can win. I feel like if Hylissang is perma mid and Bwipo is perma mid, they can do something.
Red said they can.
But to me, it relies on RNG messing up, and I think my feelings will be too mixed going into this game to enjoy. Like if I was an analyst, I would be watching this for sure. But I'm not at Worlds. I don't care. So I'm gonna skip this one because it's just not going to be enjoyable to me.
I have one question then to you because you say RNG will stomp them. Do you think that with Upset, Fnatic is a better team?
I think that with Upset, they have more of a chance to be able to contest bot.
So you're saying RNG is still better?
I think RNG is still better, and I think that what's going Adam obviously was memeing right in the Fnatic video. Did you see the Fnatic reaction to the?
I don't watch what Adam says because it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, but I mean he did a stupid comment at the end where he's obviously joking where he says who's Yahoo, and then they're like he's the RNG top laner. Is he any good, right? I hope that's trash talk.
You think it's joking, yeah.
Fingers crossed.
I wouldn't be too sure.
I hope he's joking.
But to be fair, he didn't even know the LEC format, so let's not assume anything at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna learn right tomorrow. Let's see what Adam's made out of because tomorrow he is going to have an experience on the Rift tomorrow. And with Upset, I think at least that they can maybe they can trade Adam's life for like Upset getting plates and farm. And I don't trust being in the same way. As
my point is maybe I'm wrong here, right? Because as you said, right, I love Niski as well. He's not the best laner, but it's Crine. So if there's a lane in this group he can win, it's that one. And Bwipo is again like I don't like the way he conducts his interviews, right? Like the way he talks with his teammates, but he is so fucking smart about the game. Like Bwipo is insanely smart. So if there's a matchup that Fnatic can win from mid jungle, it's this one. That's my thought process.
I mean, it's not the first time we see them lose mid jungle, right? Like if you look at like round 4 of Spring, they fucked up in mid jungle, completely got destroyed by FPX. But I think if you invade onto Wei, he starts to fall apart. But I don't think Adam wins the top side matchup. So I agree with you. So I think you have to go into like bot side, tear them apart from bot side, and see if you can win through there. But my biggest worry is that you end up giving Crine stuff like that are roaming oriented. Like if you give him Twisted Fate and stuff, he's gonna be fine. Like he just doesn't give a shit. So you gotta try and remove those, and then you'll be able to win as Fnatic. If they don't, I still see it being pretty heavily RNG favored.
Yeah, Grabbz is determined to break my heart tomorrow. So.
No, as I said, I think RNG is favored. Not like again, right?
No,
RNG wins more, but I see their world at least. I don't think it's a stomp by default.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, you're actually convincing me that I should watch this. Okay, I think Grabbz is convincing me I should actually watch this instead of like turn the TV.
I actually think this could be a really good game. This could be a really good game.
Yeah.
That said, I will just add and I realize this isn't a super popular perspective, considering we're all Europeans and most of the viewers are probably Europeans. Everyone always thinks about Crine just playing Twisted Fate, etc., etc. Actually, his top 3 champions are Orianna, Victor, Azir, then Renekton, then Twisted Fate across 2021.
Oh, it's Larson.
Yeah, he's quite happy to play champions that want to stay in lane. He doesn't always just roam, because if he chills, Shahu will win lane. His bot lane often just wins. Ming and Gala are actually kind of insane 2v2 as well. So I'm not, personally for me at least, I'm not super concerned about, or at least that's 2021 spring actually.
But that's the thing in Snitsky. If he chills in lane, then Shao doesn't win lane. because
Yeah.
then people and Nissi go top.
Yeah, and that's why you end up stop playing a lot of these picks, was just because teams were just like, all right, cool, we're just gonna fuck off, leave you to stay in lane, and we're just gonna win elsewhere. So
Yeah.
I mean, I think
Well,
if
so-
Nisqy wins lane, he can actually win this game.
Yeah, okay. I'll correct myself slightly here, actually. So Twisted Fate is his second most played in combined stats, with 19 games and an 80% win rate, by the way, which is pretty fucking correct.
Can I say one more thing, because that also impacts me, or Nisqy?
Yeah.
The absolute disrespect towards him, that after we lost against them, people tell me just ban TF and maybe ban Ryze and he can't play the game. Like, Nisqy is a good player, by the way. And now that we lost against them in these Worlds, Nisqy can play more than 2 champions.
Yeah.
And if he wants to roam, he can also pick champs at roam. If he wants to lane, he can pick champs at lane.
Hell yeah.
Sure, he's not Faker, he's a showmaker, but Nisqy is a good player. So, just making sure, right? The people don't look tomorrow and they say, oh, Nisqy doesn't have TF or Ryze, they auto lose. That's not the case.
His Gallia. His
I feel
Gallia
like there
is on position.
There was that Cassiopeia game as well, right? Where he got counterpick, he goes Cassiopeia, and he just fucking tore the game open. And it's like people just forget these games.
He's
where
really good at Silas,
he
red
has
side.
the
If he had Silas
counter pick and he
5
can
pick,
just
he's
take
really
over.
good at that champion. So yeah,
Um,
I'm saying this again. Nisqy is not a bad player. Like if he was a one-trick pony, I would have banned TF, but he's not. So
Okay, let's keep moving.
Okay.
Let's keep the conversation moving. So, FPX C9. I feel like hopefully FPX should be back on top. What do you guys reckon? Have
That's not
C9
even
got it in the
close.
tank to take down FPX?
it's not even fucking close, honestly.
Yeah.
Bot gets
I get-
gapped, top gets gapped really hard.
So what do you think about the Doinby Perks matchup? Sorry, I just
Okay.
need to.
2019, I would say the Perks is the better laner, but I mean, Doomb right now, I think is probably the best player in the world. Chovy has to win every game, so
Yeah.
in a functioning team, Doomb might be the best player in the world. So I think it's really hard. Luca didn't impress me this year, which I'm still copying on him because I think he has to lead his team more than in G2, right? He has to do more the macro stuff, so therefore he can focus less on the game. Because I'm still gonna die on the hill that Luca's an insane player, and if he comes back to Europe at some point or has a good team, then he will be insane.
Yep.
So therefore, I think he's the only player not getting gapped in this in this matchup. Everybody else gets gear gapped, I think, and there's not even a discussion about it.
For me, I think Pyke is a really good player, but I think that he is the worst type of player to try to contain Domi. So,
True.
Like I think the way that he plays is he tries to win mid jungle 2v2, tries to draw resources into his lane and then transfer it afterwards. But Domi is just going to move. Now maybe if he just goes picks Orianna or Azir or something and dares Domi to go to the side and FPX fumble like a dive or 2 dives or something, then that's I think their path to victory. But I can't see a path to victory for Cloud9 that involves them taking control of the game. It's all FPX have to mess things up for Cloud9, and Cloud9 have to punish. And the problem I have with Cloud9 is the way that they play around Fudge is pretty awful. Because Fudge will like have really good minion wave control or something, and then he'll be setting up a wave to go and slow push into dive or something in the mid game, and Sven or Perks will just come and take his wave, and he'll just have to he just can't do anything, right? So I think how I really, really dislike how Cloud9 play the game. But people think I'm a Cloud9 hater, and haha, you guys lost 3-0 to Cloud9, so it's just salt. But the way, I don't think Cloud9 are fluid enough in the mid game to contest FPX. But obviously, I'll be very happy if they win.
So I'm going to keep the conversation moving here. I'm just because we've still got 3 more matchups to talk about. I will say this matchup, 100 Thieves versus DFM. I feel like this is the least the least hard to decide matchup.
You say that, but okay, wait 1 second. You say that, right? But if Abe plays it today, then he will get by Arya, and then they can win the game. Because he was running it down today.
That's
like
true.
the way he tried to contest waves when the enemy bot wasn't showing for like 5 minutes. He was completely off the game. He had no clue about where wave states are. So if he plays like this, then DFM has a chance. If not, if he plays fine, then sure, I agree.
Yep. I mean, look, I don't know how good DFM are yet, so let's see. And this is actually the game that I'm most excited to see because it will give me a good idea of where wildcards are actually. Because I think DFM really into their first draft when they played against Cloud9. I don't think games are won in draft, right? Like I just draft is not that much of the game. But frankly, if you pick Gnar Alistair into Sylas, you leave Irelia to 5th pick on red side when you pick Gnar 2-3 on blue. I'm not sure what they were doing in that first game. It's their draft was so bad that it's just it's one of those games where it's okay, this is coach difference. So I don't. Well, I mean, somebody on DFM had to ask to pick Alistair when enemy team has Sylas, right? And has a really good dive comp, and something I don't know what on earth happened there in that game. So, and then they won the game where the draft was more even the second time it was against Cloud9. So I don't know how good DFM are. This will be really interesting. Of all the games tomorrow, besides the first game where you should watch botling, this is the game that I'm most interested in. But then again, I'm somebody who loves wildcard. I love wildcard regions, right? I love Brazil. I love Latin America. I don't really know much about OCE, but Japan. So this will show me how good wildcard regions are, and if they get stomped into the floor, fine.
I really want to bounce on this tangent. Sorry, I know we've been here for 3 3/4 hours, guys. I apologize if I'm pushing this show too long and you guys want to go home.
What do you mean? We're gonna drink afterwards, no?
I mean, I will. I definitely will, but I don't want to presume you guys just want to drink and talk all night, but I definitely do. So I want to bounce off of that topic quickly while Dagda's gone for a piss, because I want to ask his opinion because he cast DFM in play-ins, right? So wildcards, in my opinion, they don't get enough of a showing at Worlds right now. I am of the opinion that we should go back to the actual wildcard tournament, have it separate to Worlds entirely. Play-ins with 4 seeds from major regions, I think is pretty unfair. I feel like Group A basically didn't have a chance at playing in Worlds at all, essentially. What do you guys reckon about changing the format a little bit, maybe even reducing a seed from the 2 from the 2 best regions and having more representation for wildcards? Do you think that's a good thing? Because I think obviously it's a good thing in terms of representation. Is a good thing in terms of the actual tournament overall.
Can I go first on this one?
I personally think it should be more World Cuppy, but I'm aware that it's not the popular
league right now in macro is so simplified that the wildcard teams have to learn one style, and then the macro is not that much worse. That means that they get ahead in the early game, they can actually win. I think in a meta where the game has more styles to play, which hopefully will be the case in the future, you will see a bigger gap. So I think the way it is right now benefits them more than the other way around.
Benefits the wildcard teams more.
Yeah.
Okay. Peter?
So Peter Dunn, representative of North America. No, this is a really dumb idea. Don't take away NA seed 3, please. We deserve our seed 3 seed. Really, honestly.
I didn't say NA seed 3. That's not what I said. You're misrepresenting me.
Worlds is in North America next year. Please, we need 3 seeds for the North American fans to support. Give us 3 seeds into the group stage, please. Okay, so now that I've got that out of the way, I would love to have when Vietnam is back, I would love to have a 3rd group of 5. So put EU 3 down into play-ins, put Vietnam 1 into main thing, put Vietnam 2 there, and invite 2nd seeds from certain regions. I think they would get stopped, frankly. But I think that your opportunity to improve as a region is too tied to one single team. And there have been times in the past where through the luck of the draw, the best wildcard team had to there was one year where the best wildcard team had to play against G2 and EDG. Or there was one year where they had to play against World Elite and C9, I think, or something like this, when C9 made quarterfinals, right? And I think too much of our assessment of a wildcard team's value is based on how one team does at a tournament once a year. And I think more teams should be invited. And frankly, I think quality of play matters, but it's bizarre to me that a region like CBLOL only gets to send one team towards, right? Like the viewership for CBLOL is large enough that is enough to get two teams sent towards. I don't care about the quality of play. So I don't care about the quality of play. I think that they should have it because you have all of these league fans and you only have them supporting one team, right? And I think it's going to be a very hard discussion. Like I don't think you can take seeds away from major regions because these leagues are franchised and there are things that were agreed, I assume, in a franchising agreement. I assume I don't know anything about that side, so this is purely me as a coach talking, just who doesn't understand anything about the business side. So give regions opportunities to send more teams to Worlds, and frankly, viewership should be enough, right? Like I think that if your region is big enough, you should be sending more teams to Worlds, even if they are garbage, right? Because there was a time, right, in the Football World Cup, right, where there were no strong African teams, right, and 5 seeds were reserved for African teams at Worlds, and because of those seeds, a lot of those teams became much, much better, right, because there was more exposure to these players, there's more infrastructure built up, and now you see there are many African teams that are like amongst the best teams in the world, right? Like they haven't won the World Cup yet, obviously, but by cementing these places, you ensure that the league can grow in a global ecosystem. And sure, like take them out of the business end of the tournament, but give them the opportunity to compete internationally, right? And I think that's important.
I agree.
So
I
one of
like
the
you,
things
Peter.
I was actually curious to ask the two of you was because in my head, right, giving the wildcard teams a little bit more of a chance against the top teams is going to improve them, right? They get to play against better teams. I mean, if you're not going to be able to scrimmage against them, you can kind of see what your mistakes are, work through it. And like the poster child for this for me is DFM. But like for you guys who've actually worked team side, have you found that like getting basically destroyed on an international stage by these guys has given you a lot of like learning points, or like have you guys just gone, you know what, no, like we knew what our issues were and we need to grow from there? Or did you actually go like, oh, actually we didn't, now we can grow and understand what those issues were?
There's a range, right? There's
Yeah.
like a level where you say, getting stormed, good, or this is too much. At this point, you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know anything because you can't even lane. And as a point to like Peter is where I think there are 2 ways to approach it. First one, like in Europe, you have the Champions League, but the Euro League as well. So we have like a month or a month and a half of playoff finals to Worlds where nothing happens. Just invite the 4th and 5th seed to go there because in the franchise league, the teams want visibility. And even teams like, okay, now G2 should go, like as a team, not because of me, but as a team should go to Worlds, right? But that means a team like Rogue or Misfits still has fans a bit, In Korea, who was there with their 4th seed. Okay, actually, my opponent's shit. Maybe it's not a good point, but I was thinking like you can increase the international competition even in a way where the teams that are not that good for Worlds as the mini Worlds. Secondly, also we have 8-9 weeks, at least in Europe, of best of ones that nobody gives a shit about. Why do we only have 2 international tournaments in a very unhealthy system where like the best teams play all the fucking time, and we lose 2 months? We lose November and December. Stretch out the season a bit more. Cut down the time you actually play in your regional league where nobody gives a shit because it's best of ones, at least in Europe and NA. And I think even in China they say they will play playoffs than best of 3s against the 17th team in the league, right? And make a 3rd tournament, for example. And then that way you have a healthier system where even you can say the first tournament is MSI, the second one is not even for top teams, but like for the best, the first team of each region, and then Worlds, And give an incentive. Give an incentive in the second tournament where the best team gets a spot more. And that way, because what Peter is saying basically is, let's say DFM goes to every tournament, only DFM learns. But if you have a tournament where the second seed can go and improve, you have suddenly 2 teams who have in a year the chance to improve from better teams.
Have have it as punishment, right? Like if you're the 4th or 5th place in LCS, you have to go and play in a tournament that has the top 3 LLA teams, and like have a tournament with 4-5 seed from NA, 1-2-3 from LLA, 1-2-3 from CBLOL. Right? People might complain about it, but prove that you deserve it. Right?
Bring back IEM. Bring back IEM, dude.
Yeah.
Or yeah,
I mean,
or
like,
even there was, I'm not sure like which sport it was, but for example,
change the seeding, but
you have your league system, right? Weeks 1 to 9 or 1 to 8 in Europe. Imagine there's a tournament, like let's say you span the season until end of November, like you have 1 month more, and you count in spring, let's say the weeks 3 to 7, and these points count as in qualifying system for different tournament. But if you qualify to MSI, you go to MSI, you don't go to the tournament. That means the next team beneath you goes there. That means you have a warm-up tournament to MSI, where let's say 2nd seed CBLOL, 2nd seed wildcards, 3rd seed EU, and 2nd seed AGO, in Korea and China, whatever. And this is something that players still look forward to because every player loves international competition. That's just how it is, right? And it's not something where you say 2nd seed China plays against 5th seed CBLOL. It's not going to happen. But the almost good teams okay, that's really rough, right? But the almost good teams in China, Korea have a chance to like show their pedigree against the 2nd seed of CBLOL. That's healthy, I think. That's fine.
I think that's awesome. And I think I want to quickly clarify the point I made, like, because I randomly shouted, bring back IEM. And I feel like that was more like drunken crowd shout than a legitimate point. I want to clarify that point quickly because I actually think it's a legitimate point. So this is something, weirdly enough, me and Lyric have discussed at length because we're both strange. Basically, like what IEM originally was intended to be was like another big international tournament, and way back in the day it was, right? But then obviously LCS and all of these franchise leagues started to develop, and big teams didn't have time to go and play IEM, right? So what IEM actually became was all of the middle tier teams from these regions that want exposure and want an opportunity to play internationally go and compete, because the top 2-3 teams from each major region basically decline their invite to come and play in IEM. So what IEM became was a better meter stick of regional strength than, instead of it being like, what is the top number 1 team strength of each region, it was like, what is the actual regional strength? And I fucking love that. I wish we had that regularly. Like, because I feel like the middle teams are a much better indicator of actual regional strength than the top teams are, right? Because the top teams, generally speaking, are outstanding comparatively to the rest of the region, and usually are not really an indication of regional strength or an indication of individual strength. And so I would love to have a tournament that was not aimed at just the top teams. It was aimed at, like, even if it was a World Cup kind of stream, right? Even if it was like national leagues or whatever, it would be a much more, I don't know, viewer-focused league. I feel like I'm just viewer copium for this entire episode of the show, but like I would love to see something that was a little bit more focused around like regional and national pride, as opposed to just who is the very best team in the world, because I feel like that's the exclusive thing in League of Legends right now.
I agree, and I would just say from the perspective of a wildcard team, so when I was coaching INTZ, we valued IEM. Like, we really, really cared about IEM. Right, Worlds and MSI, sure. Like, I mean, obviously those are really, really important tournaments. But IEM was one of our few chances to go international and to show that we were better than the region that we were in. Sorry, that sounds a bit like I'm saying bad things about CBLOL, but it gives you the opportunity. And like, IEM should go to teams that will value it. Right? Like Damwon wouldn't care about that one, right? Like about IEM, they just wouldn't care about that tournament. But EG, if EG had the opportunity, they would probably care. If the top T seeds of all of these minor regions would care a huge amount. So have it that way.
I think it would be great, personally, but I realize a lot of my opinions are not the standard public opinion. I'm very aware of that. To be honest, I'm kind of glad of that. But I personally I'm all about the League of Legends World Cup where it's national teams. I'm all about these tournaments where you actually get regional representation, and it's not just for me personally. Here's my most controversial Worlds opinion, right? LCK and LPL should not get four seeds just because they're better than everyone else. LPL and LCK should be expected to win with the 3 seeds that they have because they're better than everyone else. And I realize as an LPL commentator, that's not really the thing that anyone expects me to say. But this is a tournament. You're meant to win because you're fucking good, not because you had more opportunities to win, right? That's how I view this. So for me, I actually think that the world tournament should be about representation across the world, not about, oh well, you won before, so here's more tickets, right? That's how I view this, and I think that's how international tournaments should be.
I think what Peter said is really important here, because what he said about for CBLOL, I was important. The same thing counts for major regions 4th and 5th seeds. Create tournaments where people can go, which didn't qualify for MSI Awards. Fans will still watch it. It is still competition, especially international competition. There's still national pride. An EU fan will still cheer for Schalke in Spring Split playing against Sandbox, It's still Korea against EU.
Yeah.
This will not have the same viewership, but it will still have viewership. It will still be a way for teams to build storylines, especially if they are for example, in Europe we have G2, Mad, and Fnatic probably. Even this year, of course not, but let's just imagine the next 1-2 years will be those 3 teams, right? Probably. Yeah, fuck Rogue, I know. Blah, blah. But then Rogue has a chance to build a storyline in these tournaments over these 3 splits. And there's a way for even young talent to come in there, because usually these teams in the 4th and 5th seeds have 1 or 2 good young players who are carrying the team, and they have a chance to show themselves against different competition, right? And this is how you create the even more national pride. But also, let's say you're in CBLOL, right? You're an INS fan, INS goes to Worlds. But then suddenly Red Cannons goes to the second tournament, and you're like, wait, I want to watch this. This is cool. And then they win the first round and the second round. You even increase the national pride. You increase the viewership for these teams because you see a storyline suddenly, right? Because the way we treat right now teams is MSI the Worlds. The rest doesn't matter at all. They're just gone. The season is over. But give the fans a chance to bond even more with the players. Give them a space where, imagine, right now I think of course the viewership isn't enough, right? But imagine there's a broadcast for CBLOL and for the English audience. That means they both can actually invest time into this team to build a storyline. The CBLOL team will talk about the CBLOL team, and the English team, oh, this is Schalke, and look at, before we went right, Abadaga, Broken Blade. These are the players who are interesting. And that way you increase viewership and increase the bond to the viewers. Of course, the leagues can say that the team should do more, and they should, especially in Europe. I think the teams don't do shit, especially if you're not in the top 3. Why is a player like Patrick in Excel not talked about? I have no fucking clue who that guy is. Even though he's a good player, I know that, but as a human, I have no clue. Because Excel is not doing shit for him. So you can always say the team should do more, but I think we have so much unused space in the calendar in November, December, and even for MSI at Worlds, the prelude towards it, that Riot could do a bit more. And I understand for Riot, it's a cost, right? They have to invite the teams, they have to book hotels. But actually, I mean, that's something I can't say how to fix it, right? Because it's money, ultimately. But there's a reason why the EuroLeague exists, because people still care about, or let's just say this year, for example, G2 didn't go to Worlds, but G2 goes to a second tournament. G2 has a shitload of fans.
Right. There would be massive viewership. Look at the LFL. LFL is not the same level of gameplay as Worlds, but the viewership is fucking insane. If that's not a case study, I don't know what is. Right.
Last year, FPX didn't go to Worlds, but they have fans. So imagine a tournament where suddenly, even though it's on Worlds, it's FPX and G2. Holy shit.
Right.
People care.
WE? I would watch that.
Yeah, well, you would, yeah.
I mean,
But
Shanks versus. Okay. I would say just two things to add to this. Number one, it has to be teams and not national teams, right? Because if you're having national teams, who's picking your national team, right? If you have a UK team, who decides who's playing mid on that UK team, right? Like, I mean, too much controversy, right? So it has to be organizations.
Dude, it was my
Number
idea.
two,
I picked, obviously.
yeah. But man, can you imagine can you imagine the fan backlash if you go and pick Showmaker over Trophy or vice versa
They'll love
for the
it.
Korean team?
They'll love it. Trust me, I'm not picking any of the LCK players. Trust me, bro.
So number one has to be the organizations. Number two, it also allows people to know who the big emerging talents are from wildcard regions, right? Like Titan, like people may have just seen him for the first time at this World Championships, right? But imagine Red Canids, I think, was second in Brazil like last year or something in a tournament last year. Red Canids go there and you see Titan at like the second tier Europa League, let's call it Europa League tournament, right? So you have Titan at that tournament, and then Red Canids next year are super, super good. They go to Worlds. They're like, holy moly, I saw that Titan play against international competition. He matched up really, really well against like iBoy, right? Like he laned against iBoy and wasn't smashed by him, right? I'm really looking forward to this guy at Worlds, right? Like I cannot wait to watch this guy. And that is what this kind of thing will add, and I think it adds a lot of value because League is not just in the major regions, right? And yeah, I agree with that. And then make Worlds more elite if you want, right? And that's okay.
Yeah,
I think Europe does this with the Nations League, right? International competition. Right?
Yeah, I agree. So
20-minute sidetrack when we're trying to finish.
I'm gonna bring the conversation back. We've got two more matches that we didn't actually talk
DFM,
about.
Who wins?
Yeah, we talked 100 Thieves DFM. I think I can't remember what the result was, but I don't care. Genji versus Mad Lions.
Please, man.
Any Mad Lions
please
fans? Obviously, Peter is pretty heavily biased in this one. Grabbz, Dagda, what do you reckon? Is it winnable for EU, or is Mad Lions doomed?
I'm gonna stick to my pick'ems. I think Mad win this. Like, I think Mad are really, really good. But also, I'm also pretty biased because 2018, I want to say 2019 for EU Masters, me, you, Karzi, Kaiser, and a bunch of lads got really drunk in Poland. So I love those lads.
I did get really drunk.
I'm also quite biased.
I don't remember much about that night aside from being really fucking drunk.
And me carrying you home.
I will say as well, all of my emotes in chat are lions, and Suning won't exist next year. So if Mad Lions don't win, what the fuck else do I have? You know? So
all I'm saying is I think Mad should win, but if they play today, they're gonna lose for sure.
Yeah.
But if they play somewhat human and Armu decides to not ooga booga into the jungle, then I think they can win. I mean, nothing against Armut, right? I like him, but that play, I was watching it. I was like reported, like actually bannable offense.
I will be so sad if Mad Lions this one.
Listen,
even more sad than usual because it's against Genji.
If professional plays were bannable, Ale would not be playing right now. Okay, because. I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but last year there was a play when Ale was on DMO.
God.
He was called Natural at the time. His team, they're like 3,000 gold down or something for absolutely no reason. They just 4v5. They all die, obviously, because it's the most in play you've ever seen. Ale, who is literally the only good player on this team, who is consistently winning lane every single game, was still losing. Then just TPs into the mid lane and just walks into the rest of enemy team.
He's still in base, and he's just like, I'm gonna TP into like red side Raptors just in front of us, and there's like 5 people that are just there.
I respect it.
He literally TPs in 1v5 and just dies. It is the most egregious, like, professional in I've ever seen in my life. It was so
I love it.
fucking
I love
funny.
it actually.
And hey, now he's at World, so I don't think inting in professional players is a bannable offense. Anyway, that was a huge tangent. So we think Genji is the favorite, but Mad can win if they don't int it. Was that the general
No,
census?
I think Mad is the favorite if they play
think
like
Mad is the
humans.
I'm not going to predict Mad because every time I predict Mad they lose. So I'm going to predict. No, I'm not going to predict.
Okay, so that's
gonna,
three. That's three bad favorites. Let's be realistic.
Okay.
Okay, so Mad is the favorite versus Genji. So TL versus LNG. Then final one. Come on, gotta be LNG, right? Right, guys.
Yeah.
Fourth seed. How are we feeling?
I 1D versus Core. Right, if Core can like I1D does roam quite a lot. If Core can track him and beat him, TL can win. If not, they're gonna get smashed.
I'm also really
obliterate.
worried about LNG's drafts because like they'll randomly just be like, yeah, we're gonna second rotation Vayne, our second pick Vayne, we're gonna like blind pick Fiora. If we end up with that, I think you give over not for a lot to TL where they can just be like, yeah, like we've got this, we can actually set ourselves up with a good draft and play from there. If not, I give the edge to LNG. But I do agree with Peter. I think I1D Core JJ is going to be super interesting.
I just think it's a big mid-jungle diff.
Yeah, I think so.
LNG.
But I think that if Core can smash I1D hard enough, and I1D I think is really, really good. So I think it's going to be hard. If Core can do enough to win tip the mid-jungle 2v2, because they're going to get smashed mid-jungle 2v2, right? But if he can do enough to tip that, then they can win. Otherwise, they can't.
Yeah. See, it also depends on what Icon decides to play. Because if he has picked like Zeds again, I'm just like, no.
Yeah, if Icon actually turns up with his hands today, then yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So like, I'm always like cautious about what happens with LNG mid jungle.
I feel like
on a good day, yes.
I feel like with LNG, BDD literally proved all of my biases against LNG all year correct. Like, the reason I didn't believe in LNG all year long was fucking Icon. And, like, I have nothing personally against the guy, but seriously, I watched him in 2020, and I was just not impressed for basically any occasional games I was impressed, right? And generally speaking, I was like, whatever. And then 2021, I was like, pretty much the fucking same, except he's with Tarzan, so it doesn't fucking matter. And then BDD just fucking shafted him. And it's like, oh, well, turns out it's actually true.
My favorite Icon play of 2020 was him on Cassiopeia. And, like, he's got the game-winning play. He flashes in. He can see the Cassiopeia ult. 5-man. It's fucking beautiful. And he ults the completely opposite direction.
No. I'm
And
gonna use this right now. There must be a clip, right? I refuse.
It definitely is. Hang on.
Nobody watches LBL, so I can't guarantee there will be a clip.
Someone has
But it happened, because I remember.
All I will say, though, is if you look at the 3 games tomorrow, and the European teams, Rogue versus Damwon, Fnatic versus RNG, Genji versus Badlands. If that's a 0-3 for Europe, that's really scary for their chances to get out of groups, considering that Rogue were the only team that won today. So,
and it's incredibly possible it's a 0-3.
There's a high chance, actually, yeah.
Yeah, so, and that would, like, you know, it would make it very, very hard for any team to get out of groups if Europe goes 0-3 tomorrow. And that hasn't happened for 7 years. So, fingers crossed, you know. Well, actually, am I supposed to like Europe because I'm a North American coach? Whatever.
To be fair, there
can't run away from heritage.
There are 6 days of groups, so it's not like if Europe doesn't win tomorrow, it's not like it's completely doomed for Europe, but it's not a good start.
It's really doomed. It's really doomed.
I agree.
Listen, guys, it's not doomed, all right? Brexit does not mean Brexit, all right? Europe's still alive.
Oh, that's a hard Brexit. That's a really hard Brexit.
Actually, if Europe goes 0-3 tomorrow, the highest chance of anyone getting out of groups will be Rogue beating FPX. So there you go. There you go. That's what we're looking at tomorrow. So please, man, let's win.
That's a huge oof. All right, so I think we're getting towards the end of the episode. I know a lot of people in chat are going to be devastated by that sentence. We've been going for over 4 hours at this point. I do feel like I would be being very unfair to a lot of people in chat if I didn't at least open the potential conversation of opinions on what's happening in Europe right now. there's a lot of rumors flying around about roster changes in Europe, even though we've just finished one day of Worlds, and somehow the hot topic is European roster changes, not Worlds. But is there any thoughts you guys have on shenanigans that have been happening, e.g., Bwippo unfollowing anyone that is anything to do with Fnatic on Twitter, or Grabbz, I don't know if you know about this one, but Carlos actually uploaded a video today as well about some players on his team or something.
No.
I didn't watch the video. I wasn't really that interested.
I
But,
don't care. Yeah, sure.
yeah, but if you
I'm
guys
gonna
have
ask
any
him tomorrow.
thoughts on the future of EU, I feel like it would be unfair for me not to give you a platform to discuss such thoughts live on the internet for hundreds of people to listen to.
Also, before we do this, Grabbz, can I send you a link with this castle?
Yes, please. I'm dying for it.
Much was the only thing I heard you say in that last 3 sentences was EG Whipper, and that's all I'm going to say.
EG Whipper, all right.
Muting.
Is there something that you know that
I feel like
told
you didn't sell that enough for that to go to Reddit front page. I'm not gonna lie, because I don't believe you.
No.
Dagda, can you post that in chat for everyone? Can you please
Yeah,
post
it's
that
in the group
for
chat. Hang
everyone?
on.
Oh,
Okay.
hang on.
Oh,
I'll
send it
post that
here.
in chat for
Bob's
everyone.
your uncle. I think I've sent it. I don't know if it's sent.
I don't know if it'll post links in chat for you, but I will link
To
it.
be fair,
Oh,
the timing is
yeah,
really
you're
good, right? The Drake timing is really good for the
Yeah,
ult,
it's
but
fucking great. It's amazing when he just holds the.
he just broke his hands. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Yeah, it does happen. It does happen like that.
Like the brain is there. You can see that this is a really, really
Yeah.
good idea, and then just completely wrong direction.
That's a heartbreaker. My
It's the
God.
lack of hands. It's the lack of hands.
Jesus.
Ooh.
Okay, so any final thoughts, gentlemen, before we close this episode out? Anything you would like to say to the audience at large? We'll go in a clockwise order like we did for the drinks
Sorry, I
earlier.
feel like we missed a point. I've interrupted
Did
a
we?
point that was in the middle of being made.
Oh, did
No, I
you?
think we just
Yeah.
asked the chat if they want to say something, but I don't think there's anything
Okay.
not
I
worthy.
basically asked if they wanted to comment on roster rumors, and I think the resounding answer was no.
Okay, cool.
So I kind of
All right,
moved
let's
on.
move on then. Okay.
Peter, anything you want to say to our audience before we close out?
No, just thank you for watching. If you're an NA fan, harass Grabbz on Twitter. Tell him how good North American climate is, how good the North American League is, how there's tons of talent coming up. You know, it would be a really
Dude, just
really-
say LA is quasi Mexican. They have tacos. They have Mexican food.
if you want to tilt Grabbz, tell him about how all those things, how great burritos are as Mexican.
G2 Mexicano closer to
Did
Mexico
you
than
say
ever.
burritos, honestly, man? Like, oh no.
Don't tell him that. Just tell him how good North American,
Okay.
the North American is.
Of all the meals
but-
you know, burritos, really, man.
Dude,
Just
burritos
burritos
are
and chicken carne. They're
Okay.
Mexican.
Grabbz, anything that you would like to say to our audience before we close out for tonight?
Yeah, I would say fucking sub to the channel now. We have a 4-hour podcast, and you're not sub. What's wrong? I mean, come on. Like, Manch and Doctor are both like great guys. They should get more recognition. I hope the APL gets more viewers next year. So one way to support them would be to subscribe here first and Doctor. I mean, the channel hopefully is the same name as your Twitter channel, and if not, then change that. And just sub. Come on. Frown, thank you so much, man. You're a legend, honestly. Frown, you're my favorite person on Earth right now. So if you want to be my favorite person on Earth, subscribe right now, and then I will shut you out.
You're a legend, Grabbz. You're a legend. Thank you. Dagda, anything you want to add as well? After your first ever international appearance as a caster,
No, it was
anything
second.
you want to say?
I did MSI technically as an analyst, but my first ever international.
As I said, as a caster.
Oh, did you? Sorry.
I was very
Apologies.
specific.
Yeah, thank you. We got a ton of kind messages, so thank you very much for actually putting up with me. Also, massive shout out to Peter, because a lot of people don't realize Peter sat down with me basically like half a week before I went to Worlds. I went through a ton of stuff with me, so I just want to say a massive thank you to Peter, because he's an absolute legend, helping really before I went to that World stage. So Yeah, me not sounding like an idiot is thanks to Peter. So just want to say thank you all around, and it's been wonderful.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to do a quick shout out to shell out JDG Callista, Kanga, Treethan, Crimson, Caluminium, Dizzledy,
Maybe.
Ellie, Dagda, believe it or not, Dagda, Cognis, Frown, and Sandrian for the subs across the course of the episode. Thank you very much. I feel bad that we don't have any minor notifications or anything on the show. But you're a bunch of fucking legends. Other than that, we're going to round out the show. Thank you very
One
much,
thing for
everyone,
me
for
personally,
tuning in.
this
Go
was
on.
the last time GT Mexicano was on a podcast ever. So,
That's true. That's true. Feels like an
Good
end
luck.
of an era, mate. End of an era.
I know.
For me, it is for sure.
But inevitably, free agent Grabbz will return
Yeah.
to Bevvies With The Boys.
LFTs. Yeah.
We'll be back on Thursday when you sign with the new team, and we can do this all again.
Sure. The new tag on Twitter, probably.
This is at least a yearly episode at this point, if not
Yeah.
more often than that, hopefully. Everyone who's watched, everyone who's joined in, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to head off. Ascendant 4, thank you very much for the last minute sub there. We're going to close things out. Make sure you tune in next week. We're going to be doing this all worlds long. Grabbz, Peter, thank you so much for joining us. Dagda, I'll see you literally tomorrow because we talk every day.
Yeah.
Until
We gotta
then,
watch Worlds.
we'll see you guys in Champ Select.
See you.
Goodbye.